Okay. Where is it?
Yes, sir, absolutely. It's
Which
a
state
dream
is it
college
in?
for us.
It's in which state in the United States?
So California,
California. Okay.
California.
Which city?
Dr. Sudha Gupta ma'am, and our keynote speaker for today's session, Padma Bhushan, Mr. Arogyaswami Paulraj. I would like to tell you all that Mr. Paulraj is the very first international speaker to ever grace Abhiyantriki. Mr. Paulraj is here with us today for a lecture on the topic Information, Communications, and Machine Learning, the next 25 years, where he would be enlightening all of us about the future of these important fields in which we aim for a good career. His extensive list of achievements makes me wonder if it is even possible to accomplish so much in just one lifetime. Mr. Paulraj is an emeritus professor at Stanford University. He is well known as the father of MIMO and 4G mobile wireless. His recognitions include the US Government National Inventors Hall of Fame, Marconi Prize, IEEE Alexander Graham Bell Medal, the Padma Bhushan, and many more. He is a fellow of 9 national academies in engineering and sciences in the US, China, India, and Europe. Sir has founded 3 wireless technology companies in the Silicon Valley between 1998 to 2014 that were later acquired by Intel, Broadcom, and HPE. He later served as an advisor to these companies. He has also served in Indian Navy for 25 years, where he led the development of UPSO sonar during 1977 to 1983. Recognized as the world's leading surface ship ASW sonar, he later initiated 3 national labs in AI for DRDO, computing, and military electronics in India before moving to Stanford University in 1991. We are very excited to gain insights from what you have to say, sir. We invite you to start the session. Handing over.
Thank you. So let me start. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Yeah, so today's, let me reduce the size. So today's talk, so greetings to students at Sumaya College and their friends. So thank you for showing up for my talk. As long as there's one student, it's worth for me to do it. And so these are difficult times all over the world due to the COVID pandemic. And I know it is worrisome for you all, particularly for the graduating students who are entering the job market. But I'm confident that India will recover soon and we will return to a growth path and prosperity. So let us be confident and hopeful for the future. We should all help bring a quick national recovery. The first half of my remarks today will cover information technology. And the second half, and indeed the more important one, is on leadership and values. So let me begin. So the information technology it can be looked at in 3 layers. And it's basically best defined by what it enables. For example, in India, we use Ola ride-hailing services, interacting on social media, or online speech recognition, to name just a few. So information technology has advanced enormously in recent years. And applications we take for granted today, would have been unimaginable 20 years ago. So information technology now touches almost every human being. Cell phones have now reached 99% of the global population, and 65% of the population have internet access. So information technology is also a true democratizer. Whether you are an expensive penthouse in New York City or a villager in a humble hut in a remote part of India, we all pretty much use the same technology. So that's a nice thing. So information technology now has 2 new powerful frontiers: 5G wireless, I'm sure you heard about 5G, and AI, artificial intelligence. Both offer amazing new opportunities, but also bring complexities and some dangers. So let me begin by describing the information technology ecosystem. I'm sure you know much of this. The industry can be organized in 3 layers. The top layer, let me try and get a pen. Yeah, the top layer is the application layer. And that sort of delivers application we all use, Facebook, TikTok, Paytm, Amazon, and so on and so forth. The next layer is the companies with provider services or operators. And could be cloud services. This could be Amazon, for example, in India, or Google wireless services like Jio or Airtel. Internet could be Tata Teleservices, and AI are also provided, but they're provided inside in the cloud by Google or Amazon. And finally, the bottommost layer is called the core ICT layer, where I work in, and I've been visiting Delhi and the Prime Minister's office quite a few times in 2019. And that is a layer which delivers the hardware and software systems, which makes everything else happen. So some examples of this layer could be Intel chips for computing, could be compute servers which sit in these cloud data centers. It could be radio arrays, etc. And of course, a lot of intellectual property and patents. So companies here are like Huawei in China, Cisco in the United States, Ericsson in Sweden, and so on and so forth. The global market value of this layer is about $1.7 trillion. Almost 65% of India's GDP goes to companies who build all this. So this is basically technology for data centers, wireless base stations, which you can see on the roads. Data centers are hidden. There are plenty of them. I'm sure maybe 1 or 2 in Bombay. Of course, devices we use, phones and laptops. Another view of the system is called delivery view. So what happens is that when you actually use the end device, your phone, I know Alexa is not as popular in the United States, in India, or a laptop, you then actually connect through the fabric, which could be a wireless or a fiber optic fabric, finally to data centers. So the servers in the bottom layer, this layer, houses central facilities called data centers, and this can be large. They can be 100,000 square feet, and they use a lot of power, 3, 4, 5, 10 megawatts. Each rack over here, 3 feet by 10 feet rack, can consume 10 megawatts of power. These hugely power-hungry data centers. And the internet fabric connects the servers to your end devices. That uses optical and wireless transmission and routers to move the data around. This could be long-haul terrestrial or undersea links. For example, I'm coming to India through a lot of undersea optical cable, and can also, and usually the last 10 feet or last half mile is usually wireless. And finally, at the top, of course, are the applications, and I mentioned Alexa, smartphones. So when you use a smartphone, you generate some bits going out. Those bits travel down through the network through hundreds of routers. Right now on the Zoom call, my data, my voice, and is coming through bits of, producing megabits of data, is going through routers across the world, hugely complex systems to reach you, and vice versa. So whether you're doing a web search or calling a taxi, these are very, very complex technologies. A lot of people work in them, and particularly in the core technology area. And I'll talk a little bit more about it later. So let me now take a look at the key technologies underlying information technology. And these could be, first is computing. And so let's begin with semiconductor chips. We all sort of heard of or probably seen. These range from microprocessors to wireless modems and neural networks in machine learning. But the most pervasive are microprocessors. This chart shows the not very readable chart. It shows the number of gates, that is the number of switches inside an Intel processor beginning in 1972, when I actually started using them in India, to today. And this trend line is almost a straight line, and it's a log plot. And it's sort of, it's known as the Moore's law, which predicts that the gate count doubles every 20 months. And despite people who said it won't happen, industry has maintained this growth, exponential growth, for 45 years now. And the first microprocessor, the Intel 4004, the number of transistors per chip has gone up from that chip to today's chip by 100. Intel processors have 20 billion chips, 20 billion gates. And the new breed of AI chips is even denser, and they probably have 200 billion transistors. This is hard for you to observe, but these are very, very complex technologies. These chips take billions of dollars to build and design. The density of density advances in chips is limited by, of all things, power dissipation. That's the reason why we can't build them, make them more dense. So in fact, the density is kind of leveling off. And the improvements initially came from something called Dennard scaling, where the transistor density doubled, the power the transistor fell in proportion. So power was kept constant. But now that is slowing, the Dennard scaling is slowing. And now we have to use other approaches to keep the Moore's law intact. The fabs which build these chips are very expensive. They cost anything today, maybe $25 billion. So a billion is 8,000 crores. So you can see how expensive they are. More than the cost of the fabs, there's lots of knowledge that's needed over there. So there are many pioneers of in microprocessors. I've shown three of them here. Federico Faggin, who I know well, and he built the first circuitry for the first microprocessor, Intel 4004, in 1972. And Ted Hoff is actually a Stanford PhD. His supervisor is actually my neighbor here on campus. And he was the architect of the Intel 4004 microprocessor. And so both Ted and Faggin started this great revolution. In the center is Gordon Moore, a former Intel co-founder, former CEO, and this famous law is called Moore's law, named after him. So the next revolution is a big area is wireless. And wireless, the growth of mass market mobile wireless started in the United States in the early 1980s. And almost 2 decades later in India. India really came in the late 90s, actually the early 2000s. The plot on the right shows for example, the rate of the data rate in these phones. And I'll talk a little bit about it later. We now have about 5 billion smartphones, 4G phones globally. And I think about at least 400 million phones in India, smartphones in India, maybe a little bit more. But of course, the simpler phones, the feature phones, it's almost 99% coverage in India. The data rate has grown from kilobits per second 20 years ago. And the key technology to make the high data rate possible is called MIMO. And the peak speed now in LTE is about 900 megabits per second. India, it's much slower. Our networks are not designed for, are sort of designed for lower speeds. Our speeds in India is much lower, but the US, we can get 100 megabits, 200 megabits quite often, but the peak is 900 megabits per second. And in 5G, it'll go to 20 gigabits per second. So these are big numbers. When I first came to the US, the numbers were like a few kilobits per second. So it's gone up by millions of times. And the value of, cellular in India is enormous. And it's hard to underestimate the value it has brought to India. Many pioneers in wireless, I mean, many. The left is Amos Jewell, who was the gentleman who developed the first cellular technology in the 1960s. He's no more, but he's recognized in the US as the kind of father of the cellular technology. And at that time, handling intercell interference was very difficult to do. So he built it at AT&T Bell Labs. Another pioneer who I know well and worked with is Marty Cooper, and he's known as the father of the cell phone. And again, I worked with him for many years. He led the team in Motorola in the 1970s to build the first hand phone. Till that time, mobile phones really meant car phones. So you have to be, a lot of electronics was installed in the back of the car, in the dicky of the car. And that's how it worked. So, and that was only available to executives. So with this invention, it became a mass product. The third name is a familiar name. So I was lucky to invent MIMO, which has turned out to be a very breakthrough in wireless. And I first proposed the idea in 1992, soon after joining Stanford, actually. And of course, it's taken a lot of effort now. Tens of thousands of people have worked on it. I'm sure by now, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spending building it. And every time you use a 4G phone or use Wi-Fi, you use MIMO. About 5.6 billion people in the world now use MIMO either through Wi-Fi or through LTE. And MIMO is also key for 5G wireless. I mean, it's of course, my early interest was in theory, and of course, right now there are hundreds of books, many thousands of PhDs, and 50,000 or more research papers and patents. Generally today, China dominates this area, but US actually did the early pioneering work. So when it comes to wireless evolution, let me just talk a little bit about the wireless evolution. Sorry. We started off with India with 2G, the GSM phone, and there are, of course, the four Gs. 2G came in early 2000s, and 3G came late 2000s. 4G came to India in mid 2015 or so, when Jio and Airtel launched. And 2G and 3G were really voice. Maybe 3G had a little bit of email. 4G was truly the data phone, and it launched internet access and really it transformed the role of wireless in our life. 5G, which is will not be just another phone, it'll be that, of course, but many more applications. So the endpoints will go beyond phones to sensors, actuators, vehicles. And these applications will require special requirements which will support the new technology. So 5G will be a huge revolution, much bigger than 4G. In fact, I chaired a committee the government committee in Delhi, I think in 2018, along with lots of people, a high-level forum, to write about 5G technology and how it can be used in India to build the country. That report is online if anybody was interested. So the next area is the internet, and we all know the internet. This is a big enabler of information technology. It allows data flow across the networks. Today, for example, my voice is coming across hundreds of routers and millions of cables and fibers. And, and now internet now reaches about 6 billion users worldwide. And India probably has about 400 million internet users, a little bit more than that, I think. Huge, enormous growth in India and also globally. The pioneers are all people I know very well and work with. On the left is Len Kleinrock, is a professor in UCLA. He built the first internet connection between UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, and Stanford. And the other name there is Windsurf. I think I spoke to him yesterday. Windsurf and Bob Kahn. Windsurf was actually a professor at Stanford at that time in 1978, when both these guys built the TCP/IP protocol. So when you use the internet, you may not know all these details. There's a very famous protocol which they developed. They are the kind of fathers of the internet, and they won every possible award in the world. And Vint was on a call to India about a month ago on talking about internet security. The next technology is AI. I'm sure you heard of AI and machine learning. And AI is a technology which, though slow in coming, now seems to be in much higher gear. It went through lots of hype cycles and a lot of promises which never worked out. But now I think it's in a slightly different world where it seems to be more valuable and delivering useful value. So AI is the ability of machines, typically computers, to do certain human intelligent tasks like learning, reasoning, perception. So AI may go beyond this narrow definition. It may one day exceed human intelligence and incorporate networking and storage capabilities that are not available to human beings and to other forms of intelligence that we do not comprehend. But these are very complicated subjects. So AI has gone through many false starts. In the 1970s, it's all about knowledge representation and symbolic systems. That proved to be difficult to crack, and it never took off. When I started the AI lab in India for defense in 1987, the big opportunity was another new revolution called expert systems, and that so we started working on that in Bangalore. It's now a big lab. It's, I think, about maybe 1,000 people there working for defense. I'm not sure what they do. But that too was disappointing. But then neural networks was a new idea. It was an idea known in the 1970s, but it never delivered useful performances in decades. At Stanford, we have a Professor Widrow, who's a pioneer in that area. But somehow in around 2010, there was a breakthrough, and it was called deep neural networks. And that began to do a lot of nice things. And so now I'll talk about applications of that now, but it's now delivering some useful things. There are many AI pioneers. Let me pick John McCarthy. He's a professor at Stanford. He passed away. I don't think he lived fairly close to my house, I think, on my current house now, where I'm coming in on Zoom call. And he's actually invented the word AI, Professor McCarthy. Then, and he did a lot of work on symbolic systems, that how to use symbols to represent knowledge. The other one is Raj Reddy of Indian origin at Carnegie Mellon University. He did early work in speech recognition, and in fact, was an advisor to the AI lab in India when I started it in 1987. And of course, the third name is Jeff Hinton. He actually is one. He and Jan LeCun are considered to be the fathers of the current deep neural networks, which has really begun to do very well. So the breakthroughs on neural networks came from use of multiple hidden layers. That's why they're called deep. sometimes hundreds and thousands. And the model sizes today go to something like 15 billion model sizes. To run these networks, you need huge, huge data farms using up tens of megawatts of energy. It's all going on. You don't know about it, but it's all hidden in these data centers. And it requires a vast amount of labeled data to train the network. If you don't understand this, don't worry, you'll pick it up later. So training is a very costly computationally, and deep learning now the only possible thanks to massive advances in computing and networking. And if you take, for example, voice recognition on Siri of iPhone, the network is first trained on thousands of labeled voices, clips, and once trained, the network can recognize voice in real time with better than 96% accuracy. So deep learning is spreading rapidly to hundreds of applications, many of it you're using or not aware of, remarkable and surprising success. So let me talk a little bit about applications of AI. So I would put it in 4 layers. The first is kind of the consumer and business applications, internet and business. And these are widespread use of, for example, credit card fraud checking. Whenever I use a credit card, AI system check whether, in fact, it might be a fraud. Or when you apply for a bank loan, they use AI to check whether they should give a loan to you or not. So there are lots of applications happening today in many, many sectors. And so this is an ongoing sector. The next central area is perception applications. These are now entering wide use. For example, Face ID, if your latest phone, for example, you can unlock the phone with your face, recognition of face. That is AI. And so it's all done in these data centers, but when you camera looks at you, it sends the data back to the data center where those huge computer farms use algorithms, deep neural networks to recognize that it's you, not anybody else. So many more of these are going to come. The next layer is more like autonomy and robotics. These are more complex applications. I began to enter services slowly, largely in the military. I think the Chinese and the American military are very strong in this area. And but it's also entered through autonomous cars and fully self-driving cars may come, but I think they're still about 15 years away, at least in the United States. Of course, there are many, many future applications of AI. Some of them we can't imagine because they may use intelligence of the form that we don't recognize. We only know the human form. So there's a lot more to be done there. So the future, of course, is very hard to predict. So let's talk a little bit about the impact of AI, because AI poses huge dangers in the United States, but also potentially in India. So the implications of advances of AI and jobs is important because it will affect many of you. So throughout history of industrial revolutions, there are always predictions of job loss through automation, and they tend out to be too pessimistic. For example, in the textile industry, before we had mechanical methods, it's all done at home. This is a picture in England where husband and wife would spin cotton and wool and make yarn and weave clothing all at home. And so more and more tasks of weaving was automated, prompting workers to focus on things like machines could not do, such as designing machines, building machines, and maintenance of machines. And this caused output to grow explosively. In America, during the 19th century, the amount of cloth, coarse cloth, a single weaver could produce at home went up by 50 times, where the same person could do 50 times more using machines. And the amount of labor required per yard of cloth fell by 98%. So this was alarming. But actually it created more jobs than it killed, because cloth was cheaper and It increased demand for it, which in turn created more jobs in weaving and ancillary industries. And the jobs actually, when it went from non-mechanical to automation, went up by 4 times from 1830 to 1900. In other words, technology gradually changed the nature of weavers' job, the skills required to do it rather than eliminating jobs altogether. Some workers could not, actually, initially it was low skill and very little high skill, became very little low skill and very little high skill. And jobs actually increased. Of course, there were some workers who couldn't retrain because they lost their job and no doubt suffered. A lot of America today and the Trump phenomena is because a lot of Americans have not been properly educated and they're losing their jobs. So that is why they support Mr. Trump today. The key issue to note is that lower skill jobs that disappeared were replaced by even more, but higher skill ones. And this story repeated in the telephone industry, where the manual exchanges where employed a lot of women disappeared. Likewise in the automotive industry, that only jobs that went away when horse carriages were replaced by cars, where the horses lost their jobs, but many more jobs are created in the auto industry. So with these remarks, let me finally turn to India and to India's position in information technology. So this is the technology stack in India. So the applications, I'm talking about Indian headquartered companies. We have a lot of foreign companies operating in India, or they sell equipment in India. Facebook and Intel and Ericsson and Google. I'm talking about Indian companies. It's important to also have Indian companies because we can't be self-reliant completely, but we need to have our own stake in this market. So by any measure of role of information technology in our country has been mostly a huge contributor. It has a growing impact across many sectors, from e-governance to retail to financial services and transportation. The role of internet on GDP growth in India has been studied by various think tanks. They estimate about 1% additional GDP growth in countries like India. I'm not sure that 1% is true in India, but most countries like India have 1% additional GDP growth. That's a lot. And the use of internet apps on cell phones has been expanding rapidly. Social media has been growing, even in rural regions. So social media has brought some real value, but also pose vulnerabilities to social cohesiveness. They tend to spread hate. China decided to deal with this by building their own social media companies, Tencent, Baidu, WeChat, etc. In Europe, strict oversight laws have been put in place. India, I think, still has to figure out what to do here. There's still, I think, lots of misuse of these social media platforms. And I think we need to have a debate on how to deal with this problem. In the services layer, India has done well also. We have 1.1 billion phone connections, I mentioned. Internet penetration, I think I mentioned 400 million, is actually 560 million now. Very good. And we also have things like BharatNet, which takes the internet to the villages. And our wireless services are cheapest in the world. In fact, I pay at least 100 to 200 times more per minute of wireless call in US compared to when I do in India. We've done very well there. And the cost of smartphones also in India is pretty low now, maybe just a few thousand rupees. So India has done very well in services. In wireless particularly, the cloud services are usually done by there are not much foreign Indian companies there, but wireless we have Jio and Airtel who have done well, and internet we have Tatas and a few others, service providers. And India is also building out data centers, other core infrastructure like networking. And the areas that need attention in India, I think, is internet access to urban homes. I think your homes, in general, Bombay may be okay, but in India, in generally, urban homes have very poor internet connectivity, homes and businesses, which remains a concern. And rural broadband still remains a big problem. And then, of course, the foundational core layer, which is the $1.7 trillion global industry, India really has zero presence in that. We have no companies in that area. So we import everything in this technology. We have too few small companies called Tejas and others, but our share, I often meet the Prime Minister, our share in the global area is market is less than 0.1%, it's less than 1 part in 1,000. So this is really a challenge for India, but it's very, very difficult to get in because these are very high technologies, quite tremendous amount of knowledge, tens of thousands of PhDs. So that is all very difficult to get into, but we have to try. And I've been pushing with the government to create a commission to try and break through, get India into play. We can't become self-reliant. It's impossible. No country is self-reliant here, not China, not the United States. But I think a good goal for India would be to reach 5% of global market. Right now, we have to grow from where we are today by 1,000 times to get to 5%. So it's a big challenge. But the way we done extremely well is in service companies. Infosys, TCS in Bombay, headquartered in Bombay. I know them well, Tech Mahindra, Wipro. They have not built products like this, but they have worked for American, Chinese companies and built products and designed products for them on contract. So they are done extremely well and made India very proud. But intellectual property, original innovation-based companies, India has not been able to build so far. So these are companies like Huawei in China, Qualcomm in the United States, or it could be ARM in United Kingdom and so on and so forth. These require lots of PhDs and deep technical knowledge. So United States has benefited by top universities like Stanford and MIT, and so in the UK, Cambridge, and China also has now very many top universities. So India too has to build these universities, world-class universities, to be able to build these technologies. So it's also important to build what is known as research universities in India. The India's approach to information technology initially, in the first, I think from after independence till about 1990, was on self-reliance. We wanted to be self-reliant completely, and so we restricted imports. But then we found that we simply couldn't compete with any products which could match with the rest of the world. So 1991, 92, many of you were not born, we opened up the country for global technologies. So it means at that time, anything in the way, we had a little bit in India all died, and we can't import technologies from outside. And we were completely overtaken by Western, mostly Western at that time, but now in recent years, China has become dominant, so we've also been buying from China. But so basically, the problem with, apart from the problem with importing is of course that these technologies come with some vulnerabilities. They have access to the country in big ways. So not only we actually today buy about $70 billion of this technology. So we lose a lot of jobs, good jobs, but we also have security vulnerabilities. So I've been in Delhi very often trying to point this out to the government. So India needs people like you to leapfrog India into high technology. And we should be counted as a technology nation. Today we are not, but I think it's a very important goal. And you should take this seriously. So now let me talk to leadership a little bit, and I think more than technology, leadership is important. Now you will soon enter the job market and grow to future leaders of India. So it's worth remembering the qualities of leaders. I will illustrate this by a few examples. The highest marks of leadership is courage and integrity. So moral courage is the first of human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees all others. So moral courage is called courage of conviction, also called courage of conviction, is simply doing the right thing or defending the truth, even though the consequences of your action can be costly, like loss of goodwill of your superiors or colleagues, or even loss of promotion. Institutions that truly honor moral courage, um, uh, though painful sometimes, have the best chance to grow into vigorous and effective organizations. And it's also important to understand that moral courage does not mean selfish or self-serving challenges to authority. Another quality of a leader is integrity. Integrity is binary. Either you have it or you do not. There's no half integrity. If courage is the first quality of leadership, integrity is the bedrock. Lack of integrity undermines all other achievements, however worthy they might be. So lapses of integrity have destroyed leaders and organizations all over the world. Another form of courage is taking proactive action and is referred to as boldness. Boldness involves taking risks to reach a worthy goal. It can come in the domain of business enterprise, or in the battlefield, or in the affairs of the state. A great example of courage and integrity is Admiral Ronnie Pereira, the former Chief of Naval Staff of the Indian Navy, I think in 1983 or 84. He died in the early 90s. I knew him very well. And Pereira is usually the most admired Navy chief in India, not for his grand vision or brilliance, but for his uncompromising integrity and moral courage. And if you, I'm not sure you meet anybody from the Indian Navy, but if you ask them about Pereira, they will tell you about him. Another example of leadership qualities is loyalty, teamwork, and humility. Loyalty is the ability to sacrifice to help advance the larger good of an organization that has nurtured you. So loyalty creates trust, which is essential to build effective teams. And teamwork is a key element of any enterprise. After loyalty comes humility, which may seem a bit strange component of leadership. It's also an invaluable quality. Treating colleagues with respect and honesty, earning their loyalty, and encouraging them to follow you in difficult times. So true leaders lead by example rather than by authority or rank or privilege. Dr. Abdul Kalam excelled in these qualities of leadership. I first got to know him in 1986. And Dr. Kalam's great strength was in team building. He knew how to get the best out of team members. He was genuinely humble. He was not a great scientist in the sense he made any scientific discoveries or developed new technology, but he was a great leader. He built good teams in rocket science, and later as a president inspired millions of children in India, including, I'm sure, many of you. He was a great man. The next quality I want to emphasize is leadership, passion, discipline, and perseverance. These are qualities of particularly important for entrepreneurial leaders. To succeed in any worthwhile project is also very, very difficult. Only leaders really committed to their goal can work with passion, have a chance of succeeding. And also with passion comes discipline. A discipline that helps us with a framework and structure to stay focused on the job, honor our commitments despite many obstacles. So passion comes with discipline, combined with discipline, leads to purposeful energy and effective execution. And it is mostly true that leaders who take on big tasks are rarely motivated by wealth or glory, but from internal sense of who they are and their purpose in life. They do not questions like why fight when I'm talking about the military, when success is not assured, or why be virtuous when virtue is not rewarded. A great example of perseverance and discipline is Mr. Narayan Murthy. I also know him very well. He led the team to build one of the world's largest software services company, Infosys. He founded Infosys with investment $250 in 1981. and grew to a market cap of 35 billion, I think a couple of years ago. It may be more now. He's a real model of perseverance, discipline, and ethical standards. My final leadership quality is judgment and vision. And as you advance in higher levels of enterprises or government, you will be given increasing power. Exercising such power requires wise judgment. Decisions that must be made by leaders are rarely clear-cut and often complicated. So it requires careful and honest balancing of all the dimensions of an issue to come to a decision. Along with good decisions, the leader must also influence the people under him by articulating vision, a clear vision. Leaders also must communicate the vision in understandable and actionable terms to his team and define proper goals. The ability to communicate well is very important in a good leader. A great example of judgment, vision, communications is Dr. Homi Bhabha, son of Bombay. He is the father of post-independence Indian science and technology, and he played a key role in initiating India's efforts in fundamental research. TIFR in Bombay, you might have gone there, our atomic energy program, our electronics technology programs. The Prime Minister Nehru had great respect for Dr. Bhabha, judgment and vision, and gave him full support. So with that, let me start ending the talk. I'm going to talk a little bit about you. I picked up this picture from your website. So I'm confident that you too can grow up to be great leaders and become successful members of our society, like Dr. Kalam, Admiral Pereira, or Dr. Bhabha. But it always needs hard work and sacrifice. It is truism that nothing worthwhile is ever easy. This is true both at the national level or as at the personal level. Achieving worthwhile goals takes integrity, hard work, patience, sacrifice, and perseverance. Hard work comes more easily if we love what we do, and we usually love what we do if we are good at it. But finding out what we're good at is also not easy. So more likely it comes from working hard at some worthwhile goal, which slowly turns into work we love. And once we find what we love, a lot of things will fall in place. So integrity, hard work, perseverance, patience, and determination are the key. So attempting difficult things also means you will often encounter frequent failures. In my own life, I've learned much more from failures than from successes. Failures have a sting, and we are more likely to pay attention to what they teach us. So reach for success, but be prepared for failures. So, and finally, some words about India. Finally, whatever challenges India may face, I'm convinced that the future of our country is very bright. I know the world quite well, in certainly US, in China, and Europe. So India has huge potential. As long as we remain committed to our values of a democratic, secular, inclusive, and a pluralistic country, where people of every ethnicity, every religion, every caste, every language, every gender, both genders can live as equals, as true brothers and sisters. There is absolutely, and I repeat, absolutely no place in our society for discrimination based on caste or gender or religion or any other narrow considerations. We can protect these values and work hard to better realize them in practice. Everything else will fall in place, and India will rise to become an influential, prosperous, and a respected country in the world, not just for its economic and technological power, but also for its values, and in particular, the way it cares for the least of its citizens, the marginalized and the poor. But like all worthwhile things, this is not going to be easy. It requires enormous courage, hard work, perseverance, and determination. So let us be vigilant that these foundational values of our country are protected and practiced. Truly, your future, your happiness, and your prosperity depend on this. So thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. So you have shown different aspects of today's technology, AI and ML, and where the India stands. And more importantly, you have ended with this, which we really like it. Try for the success, but at the same time, we have to be prepared for the failures also. So thank you very much, sir, once again, and thanks for accepting our invitation. I hope the students are ready with the questions. So can we, hello, Vish, can we take some few questions?
Sure.
Yes. So thank you so much, sir, for such an elaborate and comprehensive presentation. We'll start with the questions right now. The first question for today is, sir, could you tell us the gist of MIMO, multiple input, multiple output, which is
Right.
now used for Wi-Fi and 4G?
I don't know, you've seen Wi-Fi routers with a lot of antennas sticking out. I've seen those Wi-Fi routers.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is
Yes.
MIMO. So what MIMO does is that it increases the speed on a link. Now, so today, without MIMO, if your link speed was 1 megabit per second, today we can transmit at about 8 megabits per second. So it turns out that actually increasing speed on the link is possible by sending more power or on the link, but power is, for example, in your phone, you're already sending maximum power to be safe. So speed was limited by the limited power that is possible. But MIMO brought this idea of increasing speed, and it requires antennas on both sides of the link. You need antennas on the access point or base station, and you'll see them also in LTE base stations. And also antennas inside your phone. You don't see them, but there are many antennas inside your phone. And so you can, I think there are plenty, if you do MIMO on a web search, you'll find millions of hits. I'm sure someone will explain how it works. But a lot of the basis is very, very, very mathematical. It's very deep mathematics. So you will see the papers in MIMO, research papers, it'll be very complicated. But ultimately, in practice, all this is condensed into some simple codes in the standard, which is implemented. But still, when the chip you use in MIMO chip, the modem chip, LTE chip you use in your phone, somebody who's built it like Qualcomm has probably spent 100,000 crores to building those chips, designing those chips. It requires a lot of mathematics. They have thousands and thousands of PhDs with them. Many of them are Indians. And in fact, the head of Qualcomm R&D, they have R&D all over the world, but in India, we have about 2,000 Qualcomm engineers in India. And the head of R&D is Dr. Dhananjay Gore. He sits in Bangalore. He's my student from Stanford. He was actually the top of my IIT Bombay, actually, then joined me many years ago. So these things require enormous depth of knowledge and mathematics. And I'm sure we can do it. And we do it for all the foreign companies. Now we should do it for ourselves.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a descriptive answer, and also for the invention of MIMO, due to which our life is so much more easier right now.
Well, yeah, I think it's been it is essentially a simple idea. The details are complicated, but I was lucky. I just retired from the Indian Navy, and I always had an offer from Stanford to come and join them. I discovered a piece of mathematics which is is not known to many people. So they knew about that, and they wanted me to come and join Stanford. So I was initially on some contract and with DARPA. DARPA is the Defense Research Agency in the United States. So doing some experiments, I discovered something strange was happening. And from that idea, MIMO came. And there are lots of videos about my discovery also on the internet. You'll find it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Moving on to the next question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So is 5G radiation harmful? Because some researchers say it causes carcinogenic problems, and also some say that with the evolution of the network, it will also cause changes in the behavior of breathing patterns.
No, one thing is,
To what extent is it true, sir?
one thing is that, you know, any radiation, even what you use in your cell phones today, 4G, 3G, is never, there's now been conclusive proof it is completely safe. It's never been proven it's completely safe. And you should always take precautions. Don't use your phone against your head unless you really have to. But 5G radiation is no different from 4G and 3G. It's also non-ionizing. So because 2G, 3G, 4G have so far, have proven to be largely safe, unless you misuse it a lot, and you should not. 5G will be no different. There's lots of stuff in the internet. I think almost all lies, and so don't pay attention.
Okay, thank you so much.
No,
sir.
there's so much fake news nowadays that you have to be careful.
Yeah.
No, the thing about 5G in
Yes,
India is we have to
absolutely.
deploy 5G. We have not yet made the first steps to deploy it. We haven't even released spectrum. I actually chair the committee which recommended the government should do certain things. For some odd reason, government hasn't acted. But also a bigger thing about 5G is we should try and build something in India. Actually, there's a lot of activity in Bombay. Geo has got a group, and I talked to them, and they're trying to build some parts of 5G technology. So we've got to build technology, and we also have to deploy the technology. Both these are big challenges, but I think I'm hoping that we will succeed.
Okay. So moving on to the next question. In the next 25 years, will India be as AI involved and tech developed as the US?
Yeah, it all depends. Right now, in India lags in all high technologies. Now information technology, core technology, I know we don't have any real capability, but in other areas too, in biotech, whether it's in, I would also say in, gas turbines and many areas, we have not kept pace with the world. We haven't built top universities. So we have many challenges. So I feel that Indians are very capable. We do very well all over the world, and we built some very good companies, service companies, Infosys, Tatas, and all that. So we are very capable people. We are good entrepreneurs. But I think the missing element in India has been there's no proper knowledge of science and technology in the government, the political level or the bureaucratic level. So it's much higher in China and the United States. So without that, we have a problem. And so I hope we can change that. I think the Prime Minister is very keen, and I've been meeting with his office and him. But this is a huge bottleneck we have. So unfortunately, also all technology is exponential. That means somebody is here today, in 25 years will be 10 times ahead. So we are already, say, 10 times behind. We got to catch up 100 times. So it's very difficult, but it can be done. We have in a few cases, I have history of that, where India actually was in technology actually became as good as the world in some instances. One was in TIFR in Bombay in 1960s. We built a computer in TIFRAC, which is pretty good. It's architecturally as good as anything in the world. So here and then we built a sonar, which I led, which was world class. And we built a switch. So here and there we have done well, but the broad spectrum has been not good. So we need to do things. And I'm very active in India policy now. So to answer your question, China and US has gone very much ahead of us. China, for example, in core information technology, has the global market share of 32%. Our market share is about 0.05%, but almost 1,000 times more than us. So these are huge gaps. So we have to catch up, but I'm sure we can. But I'm bold. It's you guys, you young people, have to do this now. So it can be done. We are as good. I don't think Indians are any more clever than anybody else, but we are no less clever. So we are equally good as anybody else. So we just have to work hard, and we will do it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. We do keep hopes from our generation, and we can assure that you could keep hopes from us as well.
Yes.
Moving on to the next question, sir. Now, this is a very different type of question. One of our viewers wanted to know, how was your life while serving in the Indian Navy? And is there any particular memory that you would like to share?
Oh, I have very good appreciation of the Navy. Navy is like a family, and I would still say despite spending 30 years in Stanford, I still consider Navy as my first family. Stanford is my second family. And so I think the Navy has very good qualities. I think the most important really are qualities of inclusive, pluralistic, secular, and qualities. That is, everybody's treated equally, everybody's equal chance of promotion. There are no narrow divisions on caste and religion. So that is Indian Navy is really good at that. And we have also got good technology. We have a good indigenous content in our ships. So I think our Navy, in the Indian Navy, is really a good service. And I still have good relationships because I'm getting old, and so slowly people I knew, people senior to me, of course, are passing away. But I only look at the Navy as my first family. A wonderful, wonderful service.
Okay, so any particular memory that you would like to share in your time in the Indian Navy?
I think my most probably memorable time was, we did a very large project called APSO Sonar. You would there's stuff on the web on it. It's a very, very large system, huge system. And I think when we first time took it out for trials, it was done on an Indian warship called INS Himgiri. It's such a large system, it took many years to build. We never thought it will perform properly for quite a few weeks to tuning and all that. But the very first day, it did enormously well. So that probably was both my happiest and my proudest moment. But it was shared by many others. Lots of the scientists who worked with me and the Navy brass in Delhi. But probably that was my most memorable moment in the Navy. But I have many good friends there.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering all our questions in such a detailed manner and so patiently, sir.
Good. So good luck to Sumaya students. You are the leaders of the future leaders of our country. And remember, to do anything worthwhile is never easy. You got to work very hard. And it's easy to sort of go on the wrong side, but it's very hard to go on the right side. So work hard, persevere, and build India. We all need a prosperous India. And that prosperity will bring us prosperity also. Thank you. So I'll call off now, and good luck to everybody.
Thank you very much, sir, once again.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, sir.
Thank you to all our viewers today for attending this session. All the events for day 2 have started now, so you could go and enjoy them to the fullest and come back at 5 p.m. for a panel discussion that we as engineers should surely be a part of. Thank you.
I am Commander K.V. Narasimham, a retired Indian Navy officer and co-founder of Contion Powertrain Private Limited. We are delighted to be associated with KG Somaiya College of Engineering and are grateful for the opportunity to share our work. Incidentally, for me personally, this opportunity is even more nostalgic as I have worked at the material organization during my naval career, which I am sure many of you would have seen in your college's neighborhood. We welcome you to this brief presentation on the work being done by our startup, We are presently incubated in IIT Delhi and are designing motors for electrical vehicles. We are hopeful that some of you find our work interesting and are motivated to take up machine design as a career. We are Indian Navy veterans, and much like sailors who sail on open seas and find their way, we are designing axial flux motors to power electrical vehicles and be a part of the EV revolution in the country. As most of you are aware, motors are widely used in virtually every aspect of our lives, from our homes to our factories to our industries. The motors presently in use serve a purpose, but we believe that they are not the most optimum and efficient designs. Thus, our foray in these uncharted waters. The founder of the company is Commander Ramesh Lakra, an avid technocrat whose passion is low-frequency electromagnetic analysis. He has worked extensively on a number of assignments, including every aspect of batteries during his naval career. While being associated with batteries, he furthers his expertise in machine design. He has served on board the warships Ganga, Dunagiri, and Vindhyagiri, and held various other positions in different organizations in the Indian Navy. I, on my part, have also had the opportunity to work in widely dispersed organizations during my time in the Indian Navy, which have both honed my technical as well as management skills. I have had the opportunity of serving on board the aircraft carrier Virat, the frigates Gomti and Taragiri, and the Coast Guard ship Samudra Prahari. There comes a time in everyone's lives when you want to do something different to challenge yourself. That moment came for us after serving in the Indian Navy for 2 decades, and we started our entrepreneurial journey last year. Being Navy men, weight and volume have always been critical for us, as these are imperatives that play a huge role in every aspect on ships and submarines. It is always packing that all-important punch in the smallest package that matters. Electric vehicles were gaining momentum, and we decided to indigenously design and develop powertrains. This was and still is a field where a lot of technology is imported, and we felt that we could contribute to designing powertrains within the country, and thus Contion Powertrain was born. It would be interesting for you to know that electrical vehicles were one of the earliest powered vehicles, but owing to various reasons, fossil fuel-based vehicles found favor. The journey of electrical vehicle architecture has gone through various stages and now stands at the cusp of being powered by the wheel. As you all must be aware that an internal combustion engine is one of the most complex pieces of engineering and needs transmission lines and gearboxes to transfer the torque to the wheels, to the motor, the vehicle. This very architecture is being now challenged by what is increasingly being known as skateboard configuration, where the 4 wheels power the vehicles. We therefore are designing axial flux motors so that we can make the wheel the power source of electric vehicle. Going forward, I will try to give a brief insight into what exactly is axial flux and how is it different and better than radial flux machines. As you can see here, in radial flux motors, the flux lines are in radial direction. That is, they emerge from the stator and travel along the radial.
What makes an aircraft fly? That is the question that a group of college kids set out to answer when they decided to come together to form a small student-run team dedicated to aero design. What started as a small venture by a few aviation lovers sharing knowledge amongst themselves to build an aircraft has now expanded to Team Onyx India, a student-run organization that can create high-quality aircrafts that can compete at an international level. Our motto is aiming for the sky. Attempting to be better than we were yesterday lies at the core of the team. We are continuously working to improve our knowledge and skills with each passing day. The primary function of the team is to provide a foundation for students interested in the field of aviation and give them a good entry point into the industry. Working in the team gives students a glimpse into how it would be to work in the industry. Along with helping to show the real-world applications for the concepts we learn in textbooks, they also have to learn people management, problem solving, and financial management skills, which will be essential for the rest of their careers.
T-Monix India is the official aeromodeling club of KGS. We are a student-run organization that is dedicated to designing aircrafts for competitions. Since our inception in 2011, we have stayed true to our motto, aiming for the sky, by continuing to improve, expanding our knowledge base, and testing our theoretical and analytical skills in a competitive environment. Our main goal is to provide a platform to students who love aviation to explore the field. We also organize workshops to share our knowledge about the field with those who are interested. We also participate in several national and international competitions. Our main focus being SAE Aero Design East, which is held in the US. Love and passion for the field are what made us attempt this endeavor. However, we believe that we need to show good results to back up our heart.
Let's have a quick walk through the steps our team goes through when designing planes for such competitions. The first thing needed to design our plane is the problem statement. The PS is provided by the competition organizers and is a detailed guideline of what the participants are and aren't allowed to do and what the plane is expected to achieve. The first step in building our plane is closely examining and understanding the PS. There is a lot of information provided by the problem statement that we need to take into consideration when designing the aircraft, such as size parameters, payload requirements, accessories allowed, scoring formula, etc. After taking a close look at the rules, we come together to brainstorm the design for the aircraft. Members put forth their ideas and the initial outlines for the final plane start forming here. In this phase, we go through various iterations of tweaking the design and different simulations are used to optimize the design as much as possible. While designing the plane, members need to keep in mind not just the requirement of the PS but the ease of manufacturing, durability of the aircraft, and transportation logistics. All necessary calculations are made to figure out how each component of the plane fits together in a combination best suited for our needs. A variety of designing and simulation software is used by the team in this phase. The XFLR5 software is first used to determine the airfoil and other basic parameters of the aircraft, such as its wingspan, CG of the aircraft, and so on. A 3D model of the plane is built using 3D modeling software such as SolidWorks. This helps in visualizing how the final product should look like. The 3D model is run through various simulation softwares to optimize its performance. Finite element analysis using ANSYS and CFD analysis using SimScale is carried out on the model as well. We use MATLAB for dynamic in-flight analysis. MATLAB and Simulink can also be used for various other analysis and simulations carried out for optimization. MotoCalc and eCalc are used for motor and propeller selections as well. The use of such software is essential to design the best aircraft we can, as it helps spot the issues the aircraft may face in flight and solve them preemptively. Now we start the fabrication of the plane. Here, all the necessary components are procured, manufactured, and assembled. We use various manufacturing methods depending on what any given part requires, from laser cutting to 3D printing to water jet cutting to good old-fashioned manual saw cutting. In this part of the process, we need to pay close attention and check for manufacturing errors that may not present themselves while 3D modeling. Observe what effects it could have on the flight performance and adjust the design accordingly. Once the plane is completely manufactured and the basic tests have been performed on all of the components, it is time for the flight test. Here we check the aircraft's flight performance and compare it with the expected performance. If there are any errors or deviations, we check and find the reason for them, and these tests might bring to light issues that weren't predicted in the simulations performed. Depending upon the result of the flight test and the time left before the competition, we may make the required corrections to the initial prototype's design to make either a second prototype or move straight to the final design. The same process of designing, fabrication, and testing is used. At the end of these iterations, we have our final model ready. While the aircraft is ready, the team is also required to make a design report and a technical presentation, which will be presented in the competition. Both of these cover the entire process of creating the final aircraft. We are required to go into detail about the reasons for each design choice and the specifications of each component. And that is all that goes into preparing an aircraft for international competitions. Along with participating in competitions, our team also organizes workshops each year to introduce people to the basics of aero modeling. These workshops aim to spark an interest in the field of aero design and aviation in other students and give other aviation enthusiasts a chance to gain foundational skills and the basic knowledge needed to design and build an aircraft. These workshops are divided into two main parts. In the first section, we teach them the basic theory and concepts of aeronautics. We also teach them how to navigate some of the essential softwares required to design planes. It provides them with a strong base from which they can continue to improve their skills and give them a behind-the-scenes peek into how aircrafts are created. The second part of the workshop focuses on the manufacturing and flight of the plane. The participants of the workshop are given a chance to build an aircraft of their own. We provide the participants with the required materials and our members carefully guide the participants through the process. The participants get a chance to put into practice the concepts they learned in the first part of the workshop. The aircrafts built by the participants are also given a test flight with the help of our pilot. For our first season back in 2011, we created the Python 5, which ranked first among Mumbai-based teams and fourth in the nation. Our design report and technical presentation were amongst the best internationally. In our next season, we managed to secure the second rank in India and continue to rise in rank in the design report and the technical presentation. We participated in the Boeing National Aero Modeling Competition 4 times in the period between 2015 and 16. This upward curve continued, and by 2017, we decided to go international and participate in the SAE Aero Design East with the aircraft Omega for the micro class and Phoenix Deglaze for the regular class. Here we managed to rank first in the technical presentation and third in the design report in the nation. In 2018, we ranked 4th in Asia and 15th internationally with our model, the Millennium Falcon. Last year, we continued to rise in ranks, with Excelsior ranking 2nd in Asia and 13th globally, also securing the 5th rank for our technical presentation.
Hi, I'm Saurabh Mistry, and I was one of the founding members of Team Onyx. And as you know, Team Onyx has been participating in SAE Aero Design since my time. And I believe it's a fantastic platform where students really learn much more than just engineering. And I've come to learn that it's almost like a startup environment. They learn constraint analysis and designing, financial supports, team management, etc. And it's a fantastic platform for students to really learn a lot of stuff. And I wish them all the best, and I've been supporting them for years and shall continue to support them.
Participating in international competitions provides us with exposure to a larger and more diverse community in the aero design field. It exposes us to feedback from industry experts from across the globe, and thus allows us to improve exponentially compared to what just national level competitions could provide. Recently, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had to change our usual routine to comply with the required precautions necessary to maintain public health and safety. However, this has not discouraged us. We are working harder than ever to maintain the level of productivity despite difficult circumstances. We are currently in the process of training the newest members of our team remotely in various designing processes to give them the required skills to contribute to the final aircraft design. Now the question remains, what does the future hold for Team Onyx India? We are happy to announce that we will be participating in the Advanced Class category for the SAE Aerodesign East 2022. It will be the most complicated PS we have attempted to date, and we cannot wait to show you the final product in flight at the competition ground. We at Team Onyx India are truly grateful to the KJ Somaya College of Engineering as well as the Somaya Trust for allowing us the opportunity to spread our wings by pursuing a field that we love. We are also thankful to all our sponsors for believing in us. We would not be able to reach where we are without all the support we have been blessed with. Lastly, here's a message from our team ex-captain Nadeem Noor for young dreamers out there.
Young dreamers out there, never to get disappointed from not being able to do what you want and stuck of what you are, because there's always hope and there's always possibilities that you can have no matter where you get stuck. It's just you that you have to follow your dreams, your goals that you want to achieve rather than to be stuck with what you have.
Team Onyx India is a place for any students who have a love for all things aviation and drive to push beyond their comfort zone to achieve greatness. We will continue to steadily improve ourselves and do our best to aim for the sky. You can follow our team by following us on any social media platform at Team Onyx India. We hope you will continue to support us in our journey.
Hello everyone, this is Anirudh from AG's Technologies Private Limited and we welcome you all to Abhiyantriki 2020. As we all know that climate change is one of the biggest issues human race is facing at the moment globally. And a lot of us might be aware of the climate clock unveiled by artists Gan Golan and Andrew Boyd, warning that there are approximately 7 years left until Earth's carbon budget is depleted based on current emission rates. This is alarming. This is where we, being the most intellectual species on Earth, have the responsibility to save the Earth using technology that either supports the nature or at least does not harm or go against it. Solar energy being one of the efficient energy generation source, we understand the losses these projects have to bear due to soiling. But on the other hand, to avoid soiling losses, current conventional methods waste a lot of water in the solar panel cleaning process. So we at AG's Technologies have designed and developed 100% made in India autonomous water-free solar panel cleaning robotic technology that avoids water wastage which is otherwise done on cleaning the solar panels using current conventional methods. These water-based cleaning methods waste approximately 7,500 liters of water per megawatt to clean the solar panels, and water being one of the needed resource, we have to make sure that the technological advancements are in favor of the nature and not against it. And we are the only Indian company with cleaning technology patent for robots. Let's have a look at the video on how cleaning solar panels is very important for better energy efficiency and how robots fulfill this requirement without wasting water.
In the summers of 1985, a group of researchers were about to make a discovery that would change their lives forever when they sent a weird-looking robot machine called Argo into the sea. Argo was the first to discover the shipwreck of the long-lost RMS Titanic that had sunk nearly 7 decades ago. Argo was an ROV, a remotely operated vehicle used for many underwater explorations, but Argo had a few limitations. It required a human to operate it from the ship deck. So we went one step ahead, removed the wire and the human, and built what is called an AUV. It is still an underwater vehicle, but now it is autonomous. AUVs or autonomous underwater vehicles are used for a variety of different research and surveillance purposes. It is used for ocean floor mapping, recording environmental information, identifying hazards to navigation, documenting shipwrecks, examining the effect of global warming, and so much more. A recent example of the extensive use of AUVs was in the search for the missing Malaysian flight MH370. 8 AUVs were deployed, which could scan 1,200 kilometers per day at depths of up to 6,000 meters. AUVs are often used when diving by humans is either impractical or dangerous. By going where humans can't go, these underwater robots help us to safely study the ocean.
AUV ITB is a team of 40 plus tech enthusiasts studying various disciplines at IIT Bombay. All of us are united by a passion to learn, create, and contribute to technological advancements in the field of underwater robotics. The team's journey started in 2011, and since the inception, we have created a series of AUVs named the Matsya series. We regularly participate in various national and international competitions like SAVE SAVE and RoboSub. RoboSub, organized by RoboNation, is pretty much the mecca of underwater robotics competition. All the top teams across the globe compete amongst each other by showcasing the capabilities of their AUVs. This is an annual competition held in California, USA. NIOT SAVE SAVE is a national level competition organized once in 2 years. It sees participation from teams coming from all parts of the country. Every year, we try to enhance our vehicles, ensuring consistent improvement in our vehicles' capabilities. All of it is tiring at times, but most certainly always fun and fulfilling.
Our debut vehicle Matsya 1 was the lightest AUV at the 15th RoboSub competition in 2012 with a weight of just 20 kilograms. Matsya 1 had a 5-thruster configuration for its 5 degrees of freedom. It had a single cylindrical hull to minimize drag forces and was loaded with temperature and pressure sensors and a basic mission planning module. It had an endurance of 60 minutes and could achieve speeds of 0.65 meters per second. The vehicle was capable of navigating to a given point, maintaining its position against external disturbances, and could also detect objects using the camera. Our second vehicle, Matsya 2, had separate enclosures for electronics, battery pods, and cameras. Actuators were introduced for torpedoes, for gripping objects, and latches were installed for the quick removal of the end cap from the main hull. Hulls were made cuboidal for better space optimization. An additional degree of freedom, sway, was introduced as well. This version of our vehicle actually housed its own onboard computer with an Intel Core processor. ROS was also used for inter-node information relay, and Gazebo was utilized in testing the simulations. As for the third edition of Matsya, we used Doppler velocity log. We were in fact the first team from India to do this. We used 4 grippers and introduced a different design for the vehicle. It had Ethernet-based inter-board communication and also saw Navigator Package Edition. We also introduced machine learning-based object detection using sliding window detectors and feature vector extractors. The 4th iteration of Matsya had undergone several additions. We now had 2 battery hulls to increase endurance time, underwater kill switches, and a 6-thruster configuration. It also had an improved GPIO board to reduce wiring, a redesigned controller for 5 degrees of freedom, and a 3D simulation tool. The Matsya 4 stood first in NIOT SAVE 2016 and was a runner-up in RoboSub 2016. This was the first time in the history of the competition that an Indian team had come in the top 3. We were able to defeat other long-standing global champions from well-renowned universities across the world. We are proud to say that our vehicle managed to inspire other teams from India to explore the field of underwater robotics. In the 5th version of our vehicle, we added a hydrodynamic surface to reduce drag, and the vehicle now had a skeletal type frame. 2 additional thrusters were installed, resulting in 8 thrusters in total that now enabled all the 6 degrees of freedom. We also added swappable battery pods in the vehicle for easier battery replacement during competition runs. This time, our AUV was the 2nd fastest AUV in the RoboSub competition. We also moved from a state machine to a probabilistic model, and for the first time, machine learning was introduced for object detection. This was possible only because of the addition of a dedicated desktop-grade GPU, NVIDIA GTX 1660 Ti. And now, our vehicle was also capable of simultaneously detecting multiple tasks. Our latest version of Matsya is unique in its own kind, being that it is completely simulated, owing to the inability to assemble a physical model as a result of the COVID situation. Nevertheless, our team persevered and managed the assembly of a state-of-the-art vehicle. 3 new hulls were introduced, 2 battery hulls and 1 ESC hull. Custom GPU mounts were made for better heat dissipation. This time, the electrical subsystem had new debug boards to monitor all voltages, signals, and currents across a vehicle. A new LCD screen for crucial information display was also used. On the software side, the mission planner was improved and simplified, and a GUI interface was also utilized for mapping purposes. Our team is divided into 4 subdivisions: mechanical, electrical, software, and business.
The mechanical subdivision does the job right from ideation and fabrication to the testing and waterproofing of the vehicle. We work specifically on bringing all possible mechanical advancements in the vehicle to perform a task effectively. We take into account the rigidity, compactness, robustness of mechanical components, and the dynamics of the vehicle. We develop CADs and perform structural analysis for designing our vehicle and work day in and day out to make it a reality. Basically, true robotics at your doorstep.
Elect is the link between mech and software. We don't sleep, we debug all night. We are responsible for the electronic requirements of the sensors, thrusters, onboard computer, cameras, and much more. The main tasks carried out by us are power management, interfacing of the sensors, and communicating between various nodes. We build custom designed dedicated boards to regulate the flow of power and signals across the vehicle.
The software subdivision puts the A in AUV. Our 15,000 plus lines of code enable our vehicle to navigate the competition arena and perform tasks autonomously. We write a wide variety of code, including low-level drivers that interface with our sensors, machine learning for object detection, and algorithms that help the AUV avoid obstacles in its path. But not only do we write large quantities of code, but we also write with high quality. We follow some of the best practices in the industry and supplement our code with extensive inbuilt tests and documentation. Apart from coding, we rigorously test our vehicle in the simulator and in the pool to catch and rectify any bugs. At the end of the day, we are constantly on the lookout for new ways of improving the performance and stability of our code and hence enabling the vehicle to work at its full potential.
Our responsibility is to maintain a positive and favorable view of the team. Our tasks include bringing funds and sponsorship for the team, managing our website and social media pages, and acting as AUV IITB's spokespeople.
You must have driven a vehicle on a motor road, but have you ever had the adrenaline rush to drive it through a muddy trench, climb up a steep hill, or blaze over a rock roll? In 2011, a bunch of off-road racing enthusiasts with the aim to create an all-terrain vehicle that could wade through any terrain and cross any hurdle thrown at it laid the foundation of Team Redshift Racing India. Team Redshift Racing India is the official Baja SAE team of KJ Somaiya College of Engineering. We design and fabricate the vehicle from scratch, test it rigorously, and race it in competitions against some of the best teams around the globe. The team is on track to manufacture its 10th prototype in the following year. Here is a short video clip to show you guys what Redshift Racing India is, the testing that we do, and the competitions that we participate in. The video advocates it's not how many times you fall, but how many times you bounce back. Now let's talk about the team. The team comprises of 5 distinct systems. Chassis handles the design, analysis and fabrication of the roll cage. Suspension and steering system, as the name suggests, handles the suspension components which help in easy maneuverability of the vehicle over any terrain. Brakes, being a prominent system, has the ability to bring the vehicle to a dead stop from maximum speed in no time. The data acquisition system handles the collection of various data from the vehicle and tunes the vehicle accordingly to improve the performance further. We use validating devices such as DL1s to confirm vehicular statistics. The efficient transfer of power from the engine to the wheels using the gearbox and CVT, as well as the cooling and tuning of the same, is handled by the power transmission system. We participate in national as well as international competitions, some of which include Baja SAE India, Baja USA, ESI, and the Mega ATV Championship. Our objective is to apply the engineering skills learnt in the classroom to real-life applications. One develops a better understanding of the concepts and learns the actual process of how an all-terrain vehicle functions. You develop numerous soft skills, leadership qualities, and develop problem-solving skills among others. These are some of the images of our workshop and ATV. In the top left corner is our workshop in the mega project room. At the bottom left is our vehicle being approved by the technical inspector at the Baja USA competition. To the bottom right is our team in high spirits after the previous season of racing. The main competition that we participate in is the Baja SAE India. Every year, around 300 of the best teams in the country participate in this fierce competition. The various dynamic events include a brake test, acceleration run, suspension and traction events, hill climb, rock crawl, and a 4-hour intense endurance race. The endurance race tests your vehicle in every possible way dynamically. Just imagine pure racing and bursts of adrenaline for 4 hours straight. The static events like sales report, design report, and the cost report put your technical, presentation, and business skills to the test. The college greatly assists us in our mission by providing us a dedicated workplace and access to all the facilities including the machine shop, welding shop, and the 3D printer. We gain immense exposure by using various softwares like SolidWorks, ANSYS, Adams, Lotus, just to name a few. The college also encourages us to participate in various competitions and interact with industry experts. The relevance of ATVs in today's time are, it is a safer alternative for adventure enthusiasts and thrill seekers. It is also used as an alternative to tractors for terrace farming. The vehicle, due to its robustness and go-anywhere capabilities, can be used in defense and paramilitary operations to reach inaccessible terrains. ATVs are also a boon during natural calamities for rescue operations as they can cross any terrain and wade through flooded areas. Innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and doing what nobody has thought. Every accomplishment starts with the decision to try. These are some of the technical innovations that have made the vehicle better than ever before. We have reduced the overall weight by 90 kgs using 3D printing technologies and better materials like polypropylene to build the lightest vehicle in the team's history. We are one of the only teams in the country who has fabricated custom calipers and created an inboard braking system. We have crafted an advanced acceleration setup using infrared sensors to record the dynamic parameters of the vehicle. We have also designed optimum gear ratios to adapt to various terrains. We strive to continue innovating and further improving the vehicle. This is our journey so far. Citing the performance of the team over the past years in the national as well as international competitions, 9 students of Team Redshift Racing India received a grant from AICTE of 1 lakh rupees each for the Baja USA competition held in June 2019 in New York. The team was also crowned as the drag champions at the Mega ATV Championship 2019 held in Goa. Over the years, we have been hailed as one of the best teams from Mumbai to participate in the competitions. You must be wondering at this point, how will all this help me after years in the college? Well, here are a few words from our alumni about their experience being in the team.
Team Redshift Racing India caught my eye during my first year of engineering, and I've been in the team ever since. My overall journey was amazing. The car you build from scratch grooms you as an engineer using real-time design tool, simulation tool, data acquisition, and then manufacturing the entire car yourself. Also, representing my college nationally and internationally opened my doors in the auto industry in which I am currently placed, and this is a chance you do not get in your undergrad studies. I don't think I would be the person I am if it were not for my wonderful team. Thank you.
I have been the part of Team Redshift Racing India since the first year of my engineering. I not only learned the technical skills that I hold today, but also the soft skills that I require in my future. Few of the mechanical concepts, various analysis softwares, various manufacturing techniques were part of my curriculum in the 4th year of engineering. But being in the team for the past 3 years, I had already learned them, and hence I could achieve good grades. The team gave me an opportunity to present our country and our college at the international soils in USA. I always believe that workshops teach that classrooms don't. Thank you.
Striving to achieve the best is our only aim. With constant determination, research, and hard work, we intend to optimize the previous year's design even further. We plan on incorporating new coilover suspension dampers, which will help improve the handling of the vehicle. We also aim to create a fully functional 4-wheel drive system, which means that the power will be sent to all 4 wheels instead of 2. This will greatly improve the overall performance of the vehicle. We would love to get in touch with you. You can connect with us using these social media handles and can reach out to our captain Hitansh Mehta for any queries regarding the team.
नमस्कार, माझं नाव प्रतीक तिरोडकर. हा आमचा कोरोबॉट आहे. तर हा रोबोट जो आहे हा आम्ही स्पेशली कोरोनासाठी बनवलेला आहे. तर कोरोनासाठी कसा बनवला आहे, जसं आपलं आयसोलेशन वॉर्ड आहे जिथे आपले कोरोना पॉझिटिव्ह पेशंट्स राहतात. तर तिथे आपले जे नर्सेस आहेत, वॉर्ड बॉयज आहेत, त्यांना तिकडे जावं लागतं. तर त्यातून काय शक्यता आहे की संसर्ग होण्याची शक्यता खूप जास्त प्रमाणात आहे. तर तो संसर्ग त्यांना होऊ नये, सो त्यांच्यासाठी हा रोबोट आम्ही बनवलेला आहे. तर हा रोबोट काय काय करू शकतो याच्याबद्दल आपण जाणून घेऊया. आपण याच्यावरती वेगळे 3 ट्रे बघू शकता. तर हे 3 ट्रे कशासाठी बनवले आहेत की याच्यामध्ये मॅक्झिमम आपण युटिलाइज करून जे पेशंट्स आहेत त्यांना आपण मेडिसिन्स असतील, देन त्यांचं खाणं असेल, त्यांना जे काही आपल्याला डिलिव्हर करायचं आहे, जे आता वॉर्ड बॉय किंवा नर्सेस काम करत आहेत, तर ते पूर्ण काम आपला हा रोबोट करू शकतो. तर याच्यामध्ये जर आपल्याला सॅनिटायझर यूज करायचं असेल तर इथे आपण ऑटोमॅटिक सॅनिटायझर सोय केलेली आहे. तसं इथे पेशंट खाली हात ठेवेल, ऑटोमॅटिक इकडनं सॅनिटायझर येईल आणि तो जर हात सॅनिटाईज करेल त्यानंतर त्याला जे इथून पिकअप करायचं आहे तो ते इथून घेईल. देन इथे आपण ऑटोमॅटिक वॉटर डिस्पेन्सर ठेवलेला आहे, डिस्पोजेबल ग्लास आपण ठेवलेला आहे. जसं आपण ग्लासाच्या पुढे प्लेस करणार, ऑटोमॅटिकली इकडनं पाणी येईल. मग पेशंटला जेवढं पाणी हवं आहे तोपर्यंत तो ग्लास इथेच ठेवेल, पाण्याचा प्रवाह चालू राहील. जसं आपण ग्लास बाजूला काढणार, पाणी इथून ऑटोमॅटिकली बंद होणार आहे. देन याच्यामध्ये आपण एक कॅमेरा दिलेला आहे इंटरफेसिंगसाठी. समजा आपल्याला एखाद्या पेशंट बरोबर इंटरॅक्शन करायचं, त्यावर आपल्याला काही गोष्टी बोलायच्या आहेत, त्याच्या तब्येतीची हालचाल विचारायची आहे, तर ते सुद्धा आपण या कॅमेऱ्याच्या माध्यमातून करू शकतो. या कॅमेऱ्याचं डायरेक्ट जे टेलिकास्टिंग आहे ते आपल्या मोबाईल ऍप्लिकेशनवरती होईल. तर हा रोबोट चालवण्यासाठी एक सिंपल एकदम साधं मोबाईल ऍप्लिकेशन आम्ही डेव्हलप केलेलं आहे. अँड्रॉइड ऍप्लिकेशन ते आहे. त्याचा इंटरफेस आम्ही तुम्हाला दाखवतो. त्याच्यामध्ये काय आहे की याला काही कमांड दिलेले आहेत, पुढे जाणे, मागे येणे, फॉरवर्ड, बॅकवर्ड, लेफ्ट, राईट. ह्याच्या काही LED लाईट्स आहेत, वेगळ्या वेगळ्या ट्रेससाठी आपण लाईट्स केलेल्या आहेत. तर त्याचा मेन यूज असा आहे की जेव्हा नाईट व्हिजनमध्ये आपल्याला हा रोबोट हॉस्पिटलमध्ये पाठवायचा असेल तर ट्रेसवरती कुठली गोष्ट कुठे प्लेस केलेली आहे ते दिसण्यासाठी या लाईट्स आहेत. तुम्ही आता बघू शकता इथे आपण एका कार्टूनचा फेस ठेवलेला आहे. तर हा फेस पर्पजफुली देण्यात आलेला आहे, कारण का जे आपले आयसोलेशन वॉर्ड्स आहेत तिथे काही लहान मुले सुद्धा आहेत. तर त्यांच्या एंटरटेनमेंटसाठी त्यांना काहीतरी नवीन गोष्ट वाटेल म्हणून हा कार्टूनाइज फेस दिलेला आहे. आपण जसं आपल्या कम्प्युटर सिस्टीममध्ये एक्सेल फाईल्स वापरतो, सुद्धा आपल्याला एखाद्या पेशंटचा डेटा मेंटेन करायचा असेल, सो ते डेटाचं मेंटेनन्स सुद्धा आपण या रोबोट थ्रूच करू शकतो. याच रोबोटच्या मागच्या बाजूला काही नोझल्स लावण्यात आलेले आहेत, स्प्रे नोझल्स आहेत. सो तो रोबोटचा आजूबाजूचा परिसर आहे, प्लस त्याचे जे ट्रेज आहेत, जेव्हा एखादा रुग्ण ह्याच्यावरून एखादी वस्तू उचलेल सो त्या ट्रेज इन्फेक्टेड होण्याची शक्यता आहे. सो हा रोबोट काय करतो, या स्प्रेच्या माध्यमातून प्रत्येक ट्रेवरती सॅनिटायझरचा स्प्रेइंग करतो. सो ऑटोमॅटिकली हे स्प्रे सुद्धा काय होत आहेत, आपले सॅनिटायझर होत आहेत.
खरं सांगायचं तर लॉकडाऊनच्या काळामध्ये पुढील ऍडव्हान्स व्हर्जन बनवणं हे खूप डिफिकल्ट होतं. कंपोनंट्स कसे मिळतील, आपल्याला परमिशन कशी मिळेल, हे सगळं खूपच हा मोठा प्रश्न आमच्या समोर होता. तर या संदर्भात मी एक ट्विट आपल्या माननीय खासदार साहेबांना केलं होतं, डॉक्टर श्रीकांत शिंदे यांना. तर त्या ट्विटला रिप्लाय देत त्यांनी मला फोन केला होता आणि पुढची जी काही मदत झाली ती त्यांच्याकडूनच झाली. कंपोनंट्स आणण्यापासून ते ट्रॅव्हलिंग पासून सगळं जे काही अवेलेबिलिटी त्यांनी आम्हाला उपलब्ध करून दिली, त्यासाठी खरंच आम्ही त्यांचे आभारी आहोत.
लॉकडाऊनच्या परिस्थितीमध्येही कुठलीही सामुग्री, यंत्र हातामध्ये नसताना एका युवकाने, डोंबिवलीतील युवकाने असा हा रोबोट जो आहे तो रोबोट त्यांनी बनवला आणि तो कल्याण डोंबिवली महानगरपालिकेला आपण तो डोनेट करतोय, जेणेकरून कल्याण डोंबिवली महानगरपालिकेतील हॉस्पिटलमध्ये हा रोबोटचा वापर आपण करू शकतो. जास्तीत जास्त एक्सपोजर जो आहे तो एक्सपोजर आमच्या पॅरामेडिकल स्टाफ असेल त्यांना कमी होईल या रोबोटच्या मदतीमुळे.
नन्ही सी हंसी भोली सी खुशी फूलों सी वो बाहें भूल गए, जब देश ने दी आवाज हमें हम घर की राहें भूल गए. हम सोए नहीं कई रातों से, जाने वतन सा चांद बुझे, हमें नींद उसी दिन आएगी जब देखेंगे आबाद तुझे. तेरी मिट्टी में.
MIMO Robotics is a company led by a group of people who have more than 14 years of experience in working with core robotics for both national and international customers of high reputation. Our primary focus is in developing service robot which can work alongside with human beings. Our flagship product, SciBot, is such a platform which can be customized to be able to use for various verticals such as hospitality, healthcare, security, BFSI and retail segments.
Post-COVID, we have added a set of capabilities to SciBot to maintain the new normal. SciBot can check the body temperature of visitors to see if they have fever. SciBot will verify if they are wearing mask and if yes, whether it is properly put on or not. SciBot will autonomously dispense sanitizer so that they can do hand sanitization, and it will disinfect their gadgets using UV light. So with all these added capabilities, SciBot has become the need of the hour.
Where do you live?
I am living in Kochi.
How long have you been in Kerala?
2 years. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we wish you a very happy birthday on behalf of Kerala startups in Asim of Robotics. Thank you very much for inspiring us and leading our country to prosperity. I am ready for duty. Keep me at home position. Hope the boxes are filled. Press the buttons for selecting rooms. Karmi bot, on duty. Please take the food packet for room number 1 from the tray. If needed, caregiver may contact you over Skype. Else, you can talk to me for 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, doctor.
How are you?
I'm fine, doctor.
Do you need something else?
Nothing. Everything fine.
Happy to serve you. Please press the go button. Thank you. See you again. Kindly place trash, if any, in the bottom container. UV disinfection started. Please don't open the tray. Service completed. Disinfection stopped. Now you can switch off and clean me.
There are several measures you can adopt to protect yourself and others from getting the new coronavirus. Frequently clean your hands by using an alcohol-based control product like gel, or wash your hands with soap and water. When coughing and sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with flex elbow like this, or use a tissue. If you use a tissue, discard it immediately.
Sanitizer kept on the table. Thank you for wearing a mask as well. Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses which may cause illness in humans or animals. A. Humans. Several coronaviruses are known to cause respiratory infections ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as Middle East respiratory syndrome and severe acute respiratory syndrome. The most recently discovered coronavirus causes coronavirus disease COVID-19.
എന്താണ് കൊറോണ വൈറസ്? മനുഷ്യർ, മൃഗങ്ങൾ, പക്ഷികൾ തുടങ്ങിയവയിൽ രോഗകാരിയാകുന്ന ഒരു കൂട്ടം RNA വൈറസുകളാണ് കൊറോണ. രോഗം ബാധിച്ച മനുഷ്യരോ പക്ഷിമൃഗാദികളുമായോ അടുത്ത സമ്പർക്കം പുലർത്തുന്നതിലൂടെ രോഗം പകരുന്നു. സാധാരണ ജലദോഷം മുതൽ മരണകാരണമാകുന്ന ന്യൂമോണിയയും ശ്വസന തകരാറും വരെ കൊറോണ വൈറസ് മനുഷ്യരിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നു.
Please stop there. Hi, hello. What's your name?
My name is Gio Matthew, 28 years old.
Your phone number?
9345 33216.
Please position in front of the camera to check your body temperature. Your temperature is measured as 101 degree Fahrenheit. Do you have any specific symptoms like throat pain, cough or cold?
Yes, I have cold and fever.
Okay, I have done with your screening. You will have to consult with doctor immediately. Your current details have been sent to District Health Administration. You may receive a call soon.
Hi there. Kindly wear mask for preventing spread of COVID. Now, I will measure your temperature and dispense sanitizer. Kindly wait. Your temperature is normal.
Hello everyone, this is Anirudh from Aegis Technologies Private Limited and we welcome you all to Abhiyantriki 2020. As we all know that climate change is one of the biggest issues human race is facing at the moment globally. And a lot of us might be aware of the climate clock unveiled by artists Gan Golan and Andrew Boyd, warning that there are approximately 7 years left until Earth's carbon budget is depleted based on current emission rates. This is alarming. This is where we, being the most intellectual species on Earth, have the responsibility to save the Earth using technology that either supports the nature or at least does not harm or go against it. Solar energy being one of the efficient energy generation source, we understand the losses these projects have to bear due to soiling. But on the other hand, to avoid soiling losses, current conventional methods waste a lot of water in the solar panel cleaning process. So we at Aegis Technologies have designed and developed 100% made in India autonomous water-free solar panel cleaning robotic technology that avoids water wastage, which is otherwise done on cleaning the solar panels using current conventional methods. These water-based cleaning methods waste approximately 7,500 liters of water per megawatt to clean the solar panels, and water being one of the needed resource, we have to make sure that the technological advancements are in favor of the nature and not against it. And we are the only Indian company with cleaning technology patent for robots. Let's have a look at the video on how cleaning solar panels is very important for better energy efficiency and how robots fulfill this requirement without wasting water.
Unicorn. Intelligent and IoT-driven, robotic cleaning solution from Aegis Technologies. Solar energy. It is the undisputed, cleanest source of energy. Keeping it clean is today's biggest challenge. Dust and soil are the prime hinderers of its performance. Dirty solar panels accounts to nearing 40% drop in efficiency at solar plants. The operational cost of solar plants are currently very high due to its reduced efficiency, with current plants running at an efficiency of around 16 to 18%. It is estimated that, for every 1% improvement in efficiency, the plant operational cost reduces by almost 10%. Hence, for a viable solar energy system, research and technological innovations in improving its efficiency is the need of the hour. Understanding this importance, we started Aegis Technologies. We bridge the gap between the latest technological innovations and the end consumers by converting these innovations into viable products. One such product is Unicorn. It is a water-free, portable, high-speed, robotic solar panel cleaning system. One of the first to be built with artificial intelligence and IoT. Unicorn is a completely automated solar panel cleaning technology which works with maximum efficiency and minimal human intervention. It greatly reduces the operational costs of solar power plants. It is easily customizable to meet all the regional and location-based challenges. Why cleaning? As the solar is powered by sun, it is mostly located in hot and dry lands. They are prone to dust and storms. A single dust storm can reduce the efficiency of the plant by 40% to 60%. Adding further to this is the huge labor for cleaning, resulting in huge losses. Unicorn. Triggering the cleaning process. The entire cleaning process can be triggered in 3 ways, based on the requirements. To maintain clean panels throughout the year, without any human intervention, the automated, sensor-based trigger mode can be used. Intelligent sensors on the panels senses the dust, and once it is beyond the threshold point, it will automatically trigger the cleaning process. In case of maintenance schedules, the robot can be triggered on or off at any given time, using cloud-based remote system from a PC or mobile from any part of the globe. And third is scheduled cleaning. Cleaning can be scheduled for daily, weekly, or bi-weekly, triggering cleaning at any preferred time. Unicorn. High-speed cleaning. Unicorn is designed for speed. This cleaning robot, using the intelligent motor algorithm, can remove all the dust with every rotation of the motor, thereby completing the cleaning process at rapid speeds. Unicorn. Identify and remove bird droppings. Dropping of large objects, like birds, flesh, and other objects, on solar panels, is a common scenario. These bodies will affect the solar productivity, and may damage the panel, if left unattended, for a long time. In case of unicorn, as soon as it senses a large-sized body on the panel, like dead birds, flesh etc., it immediately sends a notification, via its cloud network, to the operator's computer or mobile. It also gives the exact location, where the obstruction is present. This reduces the effort of the maintenance engineers, to search for these bodies, in huge solar plants, which runs into hundreds of acres. Portability. Unicorn is the most portable and easily mountable system available in the market today. Self-maintained. Unicorn comes with its own docking station, where it is self-maintained. Battery charging, cleaning of brushes, and other regular maintenance of the cleaning system is carried out in this docking system. This docking system is powered by its own solar power panel and is 100% energy efficient. Unicorn works under panel undulations. Most of the robotic cleaning technologies available today need uniformity and perfect solar panel installations. However, in real site conditions, there are undulations. Unicorn is so intelligently designed that it handles these undulations and misalignment without any human interventions. Unicorn. After-sales support. In case of regular service maintenance of wear and tear, we have an excellent network of after-sales support. Unicorn. Return of investment. With all these benefits, Unicorn is an investment with minimum liability. The ROI can be as low as 6 months to 18 months. Solar energy is the best alternative energy that can save our planet from ecological imbalances. But the challenge lies in making it economically viable. Come and join hands with us to make solar energy the most viable energy source for powering our planet.
This is a NeuroSky Mindwave Mobile 2 headset. Once you unbox it, this is the headset. This is the main EEG sensor which goes on your forehead above your left eye. These are the other two sensors which go on your earlobe. It connects via Bluetooth. You can connect it on a laptop, cell phone or tablet. Hi, I am Harshal Shah from FT&S. This is our product EEG headband called FT&S MindLink. Once you unbox it, you will find the belt inside and the dongle. You connect it over here. This small button over here, just press it and it starts. You see 3 sensors over here. The extreme left sensor is the main EEG sensor which goes above your left eye. You quickly wear it, velcro it from behind and you are all set. Now during this COVID-19 India lockdown, we have created our own software called MindLink EEG Research Tool. So let me quickly show you the benefits of this software. So once you start the software, it will ask you to punch in a report name. Just put in a name. I'll put in Harshal and click connect. So once it gets connected, it will give you a pop-up. Click on OK. Scroll down. You will see the connection status as connected and you will see the brainwaves visualization along with meditation and attention. So with this visualization, the brain waves in the background are getting recorded on a CSV format. So once you are done with your session of whatever length, just scroll up and click on disconnect. Once disconnected, the report will be generated. Click OK. Go to the folder of reports and you will find Harshal.csv. Double click on it and you will see the brainwave data on the Excel sheet. The kid is wearing a neurofeedback device called FTNS MindLink. He is operating a meditation fan, where more the mentally relaxed person is, the faster is the fan, and the light that you see, which is dimming or getting brightened up, is depending on his attention span. He removes the headband and the fan stops working. This is a neurofeedback game that we have developed. The kid is wearing FTNS MindLink EEG headband, which is a neurofeedback device through which he is controlling the car game. Whenever his attention level goes above 40 is when the car starts to move. The whole idea of this game is to remain more than 40% attention span. Whenever that happens, the car will keep moving forward. If his attention dips in between, the car will stop, and at the end of the game, a report is generated where all raw EEG data is recorded on an Excel sheet, as well as attention and meditation levels are.
Hi, I'm Abhishek, the team captain of Antriksh, and today I will introduce you to Team Antriksh. Team Antriksh was founded on September 15, 2015 at RV College of Engineering, Bangalore, Karnataka. We are the space technological team of RV College of Engineering situated in Bangalore. Our team was inaugurated by the late and decorated scientist Dr. U.R. Rao. After our foundation was set up, we went on to embark a journey to build our own indigenous nanosatellite. In the years that followed, we made considerable progress. However, our breakthrough came in 2019 when ISRO rolled out the Announcement of Opportunity. This Announcement of Opportunity gave platform for different innovative and indigenous ideas of nanosatellite payload that could be placed on ISRO's PSLV PS4 stage. We participated in this and presented and even submitted our ideas to the concerned authorities at ISRO. We, in the same year, also launched a new adventure. We started the development and design of experimental sounding rocket. What started as an 8-member team in 2015 is now a 130-member strong team working on 2 projects simultaneously. Now, I have been utilizing the terminologies nanosatellite and sounding rockets. But what exactly are they and how exactly are we developing them? Let's see that. So, what are sounding rockets? Sounding rockets was a term coined by NASA to develop rockets to conduct experiments in Earth's atmosphere. We at Antriksh are developing one such rocket called Resolve, which stands for Recoverable Suborbital Launch Vehicle. It has an apogee of 10,000 feet. Rocket is a complex system. Hence, we have divided its functionality into different groups. we call these groups as subsystems. There are 6 such subsystems in Resolve. Let's go through each one of them one by one. Now, initially, the rocket is on ground and it needs some kind of mechanism to propel itself in air. This is taken care by propulsion subsystem. At propulsion, we design and develop solid motors, research on various propellants and motor class that can be used. We are also developing indigenous static fire test stand that will test various parameters such as burn time, thrust, etc. for the motor that we develop. Now that the rocket is in air, we must understand that any airborne object in atmosphere will experience atmospheric forces such as drag, air resistance. And here is aerodynamics subsystem comes into play. This subsystem ensures aerodynamic stability of the rocket design through software such as OpenRocket and RAS Aero. Performing CFD simulations to determine the aerodynamic loads acting on the rocket's body and use these results for optimization of design. And finally, using the former inputs, shape and size of the fins and the nose cones are designed. During the rocket's ascent, it reaches a maximum altitude called apogee. After the apogee is reached, the rocket starts its descent. It is extremely important to make sure this descent is gradual, or else the rocket will suffer mechanical damages on touchdown with the ground. This is taken care by recovery subsystem. Recovery involves design and deployment of the main and drogue parachutes at specific altitudes. We are also developing black powder-based parachute ejection mechanism that is assisted by electronic apogee detection system. As I had mentioned earlier, we are conducting an experiment on board Resolve. And this experiment is a part of the subsystem called payload. The experiment we are conducting is to study the effect of vibrations on batteries' voltages. The result that we get from this is beneficial to the rocket community to select the right batteries and with the parameters suited for their application. So now we have all these processes running. We need to have a central control that will coordinate these. This is ensured by avionics subsystem. In avionics subsystem, we designed remote ignition circuitry for safer handling during the launch of the rocket. We use custom-built flight computers for precise apogee detection. We use onboard data storage methods for efficient storage of payload and the flight data. And finally, develop onboard communication system to transmit real-time data from the rocket to the ground station. In the end, we require a robust structure to house all these components, and this is done by airframe subsystem. At airframe, we design and develop all the structural parts of the rocket from body tubes to centering rings and bulkheads. We perform CAD modeling for all the parts of the rocket. We visualize this and perform structural analysis using SolidWorks and CATIA. And then we use finite element analysis of each of these parts for structural validation of the design. Apart from Resolve, we are also developing a miniature version of it called the Resolve, which has an apogee of 3,000 feet. Okay, let's move on to our next project, RVSat. Rashtriya Vidyalaya Satellite, or RVSat as we call it, is a microbiological nanosatellite payload. The aim of RVSat is to perform a microbiological growth experiment in microgravity conditions in low Earth orbit by utilizing the orbital platform provided by PSLV Stage 4. Similar to Resolve, RVSAT also has been divided into 5 subsystems. The first subsystem is microbiology. Microbiology studies the effect of microgravity on cellular organisms and develop relevant experimentation for the same. Microorganisms will be stored in fluidic media. Therefore, it becomes extremely essential to understand the behavior of this fluidic media in microgravity. And this is taken care by the fluids subsystem, which also is developing an optical measurement system for the same. The next subsystem is thermal. The space environment is extremely harsh, and therefore the thermal subsystem designs and develops a precise thermal control system that maintains a precise and a hospitable environment for the microbes to thrive. Now that we have thermal fluids and microbiology in space, we need a method or a system in which we can coordinate all these processes together. And here is where the electronics control logic, or ECL as we call it, comes into play. ECL, the goal of the ECL is to design and develop low-cost, miniature and highly reliable space-grade hardware and software. It also involves development of data acquisition models, closed-loop controls, and highly reliable data storage systems. Finally, in the end, is the structures. Now that we have all these components in place, structures deals with the design and development and analysis of a robust structure to house all the delicate experiments and other supporting systems via the use of software and simulators like ANSYS, SolidWorks, and CATIA. So these are the two, Resolve and RVSAT are the two projects that we're working on, and we'll also continue these projects in future. Resolve and RVSAT are the two projects we are currently working on. However, Antariksh is more than these projects. On the path of developing these, we have come up with many indigenous and innovative ideas. We have showcased these in the form of research papers in many and various national and international conferences, which include the likes of International Aeronautical Conference, IEEE Aerocon, and so on. We have actively participated in many competitions, which included bagging the first prize in national level competition on space missions held at Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and also the first runner-ups in Quest Ingenium, both of which were held in 2018. In the end, I would like to say that the interest in space technology in India is growing, and student space programs like ours is a platform for aspiring individuals to step up their game and actively contribute in this vast domain. If you have any queries or if you want to reach out to us, contact at teamantariksh.in or contact us at teamantariksh.in. Thank you.
I am Nihal Singh Adarsh. I am a second year student at KJ Somaiya College of Engineering. I am also the founder of What Technovations Private Limited. So the journey of What Technovations began around 6 months ago in the month of May, when Riddle Somaiya Vidya Vihar launched an open design challenge inviting applications which could solve any kind of COVID related problems. Since my mother is a general practitioner herself, we were very well aware of the problems that doctors face during this entire COVID period. As you all might know, doctors have to wear thick PPE suits for long hours while serving COVID patients. These suits are very poorly ventilated, which causes the development of a huge amount of sweat on the inside, which in turn causes fungal infection, bacterial generation, and a massive amount of discomfort. So we set out to solve this problem. With the help of Riddle and using the Riddle Fab Lab, we came up with the very first working prototype in the month of May. We immediately filed for a patent and disclosed our invention. I was later then approached by Dassault Systems, which is a multi-million-dollar software company headquartered in Europe. Dassault provided me with the resources for rapid prototype development and mentoring for ergonomic development of the product. Meanwhile, with the help of Riddle, we also secured the Nidhi Prayas grant by Department of Science and Technology. I'm glad to share that after around 5 months and 11 dedicated ergonomic improvement prototypes, we are finally ready with the device and we have just begun sales. We gave our device to a few doctors for testing to collect their feedback and to see what they felt about the device. And I would like to share a small clip of one of such doctors with you, followed by a commercial video which we made, which highlights all the key technical features of our product. So stay tuned to watch these two videos, and that's all from me. Thank you.
I was concerned about two things, that weight of that whole thing, but when I wore it, it's quite light. And secondly, what I was concerned was the aerosol, because it generates a lot of air and removes the mist. So when I checked, there is a filter there which is approved by ICMR, and there is no aerosol generation. So we need not worry on that aerosol generation aspect. And the weight is very light, like just put on the belt, and the equipment is quite small. So that problem of getting sweaty inside and not getting enough air and getting too hot, all that should be fine with this. And subsequently, if we can still get this type of things, it will be not a very discomfortable experience to wear a PPE for long hours. Thank you.
ये कहानी है निर्धन से धनवान बनने वाले एक प्रतिभाशाली उद्यमी की। दिल खुश करने वाली ये कहानी एक स्वदेशी बहुधंधी खाद्य प्रसंस्करण मशीन की है, जिसने ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में कार्यरत महिलाओं के जीवन को एक नया मोड़ दिया। और ये कहानी है कुछ नया कर दिखाने की भावना की, जिसने देश के वंचितों के भाग्य को बदल दिया। ये कहानी है हरियाणा के यमुनानगर के धर्मवीर की। सच है, आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है। धर्मवीर ने विचार करना शुरू कर दिया। कुछ नया सोचने वाले उनके दिमाग और मशीनों के प्रति प्रेम से एक नया विचार सामने आया। क्यों न एक पोर्टेबल बहुधंधी प्रसंस्करण यूनिट बनाई जाए, जिससे आंवला और एलोवेरा का प्रसंस्करण हो सके। केवल 10वीं तक की उनकी शिक्षा ने कुछ नया बनाने के जोश को कम नहीं किया। उन्होंने कड़ी मेहनत की और बहुत जल्दी उनका सपना साकार होने लगा। प्रसंस्करण मशीन विकसित करने के तुरंत बाद उन्होंने अपनी छोटी सी पुश्तैनी भूमि पर आंवला और एलोवेरा की खेती पर पूरा जोर दिया। जल्दी ही नतीजे सामने आने लगे। उन्हें पुरस्कार और सम्मान भी मिले। केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री ने धर्मवीर को प्रतिष्ठित ICAR कृषक वैज्ञानिक पुरस्कार 2010 से सम्मानित किया। उनके इनोवेशन यानी मशीन ने नेशनल इनोवेशन फाउंडेशन द्वारा आयोजित ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन और परंपरागत ज्ञान की राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिता में वर्ष 2009 में 5वां स्थान प्राप्त किया। हाल में उन्होंने अपनी मशीन को विज्ञान भवन नई दिल्ली में आयोजित होने वाले भारत अफ्रीका विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रियों के सम्मेलन में अन्य वैश्विक आविष्कारों के साथ प्रदर्शित किया है। धर्मवीर की कहानी देश भर में छोटे स्तर के उद्यमियों के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। बदलाव की ये लहर पूरे ग्रामीण भारत में बह रही है। अब कुछ भी असंभव नहीं। ये बदलाव उपलब्ध संस्थानों का सर्वश्रेष्ठ उपयोग करना जानता है। ये जानता है कि सपने कैसे देखने हैं और उन्हें किस तरह साकार करना है।
अपने देश में विदेशों में मशीन की मांग शुरू हो गई। ऐसे ऐसे इंटीरियर इलाके हैं आदिवासियों के, उदयपुर है, गढ़चिरौली है, तो ऐसे महाराष्ट्र में, तो ऐसे इलाकों में भी जो है ना आदिवासी लोग भी इससे काफ़ी फ़ायदा उठा रहे हैं और अपने ऑर्गेनिक उत्पाद बना करके बेच रहे हैं। ऐसी बहुत महिलाओं को हम लगभग 4000 महिलाओं को ट्रेनिंग दे चुका हूँ और 6000 लोगों को भी मैं ट्रेनिंग दे चुका हूँ। और इन मशीनों से बहुत कोई भी खेतों में उगने वाले जो फल है, सब्जी है, जड़ी बूटी है, एसेंशियल ऑयल है, धनिया पुदीना तेल, ये सभी एसेंशियल ऑयल निकाल देती है। और इसी में ये गाजर मूली को सभी को पिकल के लिए क्रश कर देती है। ये आलू को, अदरक को, हल्दी को छिलाई भी कर देती है, लहसुन की भी छिलाई कर देती है। तो बहुत ईजी है, कोई भी इसको चला सकता है। और इस मशीन को देखते हुए फिर मैंने पहले मेरी फर्म थी, अब मैंने एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी बना ली है और उसका मैंने स्टार्टअप ले लिया। MSME से हमारी कंपनी रजिस्टर्ड हो गई है, जैम से रजिस्टर्ड हो गई है। और अब हमने ये प्लान बनाया है कि हमने बड़ा सेट भी बना लिया है वर्कशॉप के लिए पीछे, और जिसमें अभी कम से कम 25-30 लड़के और काम करना शुरू करेंगे। हमने भी 100 मशीनों से ज़्यादा हमारे पास हमारे देश के और विदेशों के ऑर्डर पेंडिंग में हैं और जिनको हमें बहुत जल्दी पूरा करना है। और मेरा अपना खुद का ये भी प्लान है कि जैसे मेरे देश में इसकी और विदेशों में मांग बढ़ती जा रही है कि हम आने वाले 2 साल के अंदर हर ग्राम पंचायत में इस मशीन को पहुंचाएंगे और कम से कम 100 कंट्री के अंदर हम इस मशीन का कारोबार करेंगे। ये हमने प्लान बना लिया है। और इससे ज़्यादा और क्या आत्मनिर्भर होगा। कोई भी मशीन को खरीदता है वो अपने फार्म से प्रोडक्ट बनाने शुरू करता है, चाहे वहाँ पर कोई भी फल है, कोई भी जड़ी बूटी है या कोई भी ऐसी वेजिटेबल है जो पिकल में इस्तेमाल होती है, या मक्के का दूध बनाना, सोयाबीन का दूध बनाना, पीनट बटर बनाना, तो ये सारे काम एक ही मशीन से हो जाते हैं और सिंगल फेस बिजली में हो जाते हैं। और इसकी हम सभी को ट्रेनिंग भी देते हैं और ट्रेनिंग का के साथ साथ उनको उसका मैप भी देते हैं कि भाई मशीन कैसे चलेगी, कैसे खुलेगी, और वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग पे, वीडियो कॉलिंग पे भी हम लोगों को जानकारी देते हैं। धन्यवाद।
2, 1, 0.
Every day the human civilization progresses. We cross new boundaries. Satellites powered our television networks, expanded the horizons of our communication, helped us see the Earth from a new perspective. At the dawn of another such day, we at Dhruva work tirelessly to bring new innovations that make space access closer than you think.
We are a full-stack space engineering solutions company. Our solutions are in the areas of the space segment, the launch segment, as well as the ground segment. On the space segment, we build application-agnostic satellite platforms for our customers. On the launch segment, we have our deployers, which enable our customers to launch CubeSats in the sizes of 1U all the way up to 12U on a variety of launch vehicles from around the world. On the ground segment, we have a product and a service. On the product side of things, we build earth stations for our customers from the VHF band all the way up to Ka band. With respect to the service, through our network of ground stations, we enable our customers to command and control satellites from anywhere in the world. At our Hyderabad facility, we have a class 10,000 clean room that we use for assembly, integration and testing of all our spacecraft hardware.
Inspired and guided by veterans from ISRO and supported by visionary industry leaders, one thing that binds us together is an undying passion for space and satellites. Visit us to know about the exciting possibilities of satellites and space. We will show you why Dhruva Space can make you limitless.
And we need a permission from Arlanda. Ah, it starts growing. See all that? I think we are okay. If you go a little bit longer? Yeah. You don't have to hold it, but thank you. Okay, are you ready? Släpp ballongen. Thank you. Okay, are you ready? Släpp ballongen.
Yeah, balloon release.
There is a drug that cures it all, blocked by the governmental war. We are the scientists inside the lab, just waiting for the call. This earthquake weather has got me shaking inside. I'm high up and dry. Pictures of you, pictures of me, hung upon your wall for the world to see. Pictures of you, pictures of me, remind us all of what we used to be. Confess to me every secret moment, every stolen promise you believe. Confess to me all the lies between us, all the lies between you and me. We are the boxes in the ring, we are the bells that never sing. There is a title we can't win, no matter how hard we might swing. Pictures of you, pictures of me, hung upon your wall for the world to see. Pictures of you, pictures of me, remind us all of what we could have been. Pictures of you, pictures of me, hung upon your wall for the world to see. Pictures of you, pictures of me.
Now got Orion Racing coming around.
I think it's going to be the first time that an Indian team is the first ever team to complete endurance. Congratulations, car number 27. You are our first team to complete endurance.
The video shown in the start was from Formula Student Germany competition in 2012 held at Hocken am Ring. That's where Orion Racing India made history. Orion Racing India is the official Formula Student team of KJ College of Engineering, comprising of 70 plus students from different engineering departments. The team was inspected in 2006 with a bunch of highly spirited engineers came together with a vision to build a Formula style race car. We strive throughout the year with an aim to represent India throughout the world. Formula Student is an international design competition where teams from different technical universities around the globe have to build a single-seater race car, not only to compete in dynamic events but also to validate our knowledge and understanding of technical concepts, manufacturing feasibility, and the business world. With the support of our college and industrial sponsors, we have been progressing rapidly each year. In the year 2018, we successfully built our first carbon fiber monocoque, which is F1 technology implemented for the first time by any team in India. Year 2019 was a year of evolution. We shifted from combustion vehicle to an electric one and built our first electric prototype, Artemis, which ranked highest in Asia and 22nd worldwide in Formula Student Germany 2019. So you might wonder, what does it take to build this car? The aerodynamic package of our car consists of the rear wing, the front wing, and the side diffuser, which are manufactured using carbon fiber. The effect of aerodynamic forces on the stability of the vehicle and its interaction with different systems like suspension, braking, cooling are of primary importance while conceptualizing and designing the aerodynamic package of the race car. This aerodynamic package helps the vehicle glide swiftly and smoothly cut corners, increasing the vehicle's dynamic performance. At just 125 km per hour, Artemis produces enough downforce to be driven upside down. Bodyworks and composites team take care of all structure floor, manufacturing of all enclosures, and providing the basic bodyworks for the vehicle, which are integral for optimum performance. Artemis is equipped with accelerator and brake pedals machined from aerospace grade materials. It consists of pedal box, the hydraulic system, and the brake disc and sensors for regenerative braking. Together, they help her accelerate up to her top speed and brake back zero before you can say Artemis. The cooling system in the car plays a vital role in maintaining an optimal operating temperature over a range of ambient conditions and to get the maximum efficiency out of the system. The motor and the motor controller of Artemis is equipped with a liquid cooling system that uses a single heat exchanger. On the other hand, the battery pack is air-cooled using air ducts and fans. One might say this is the coolest system on the car. The part that connects the vehicle to the racetrack is the tires, and hence it is one of the crucial aspects of a race car. While absorbing all shocks, a suspension ensures that the vehicle maintains optimum performance at any dynamic condition. The dynamics can be altered just by making configurations in the suspension. Artemis features a 3D printed steering wheel, which consists of a screen to share vehicle feedback to the driver. To prevent roll movement of the vehicle, Artemis features a Z-type anti-roll bar made out of titanium grade 5. Drivetrain plays a very vital role for deciding the basic and crucial parameters, that is, the top speed, torque on wheels, tire longitudinal forces, acceleration, and lap time. A single motor differential rear wheel drive system is used. This is small but sturdy system consisting of the PMSM motor working in sync with a number of self-designed components. A chain drive transmits the power to the wheel through custom-made hub shafts. Watching the motor transmit the power to the wheel feels like poetry in motion and enables Artemis to reach speed up to 120 km per hour. The accumulator of an electric vehicle is the powerhouse of an electric vehicle powertrain alongside the motor and the motor controller. Accumulator consists of a complex assembly of lithium-ion cells placed in series and parallel connections to obtain 470 volts and 9 kW of energy. It consists of cell-designed BMS or the battery management system which logs all critical parameters. This power is given to the MRAX 228HV motor, a permanent magnet synchronous motor at the heart of the powertrain. It can silently deliver 100 kW of power. The LV electronics consists of all components powered by the low voltage battery. This includes our ECU, data acquisition system and various sensors with which we transmit data via a single CAN bus. Since data is an important aspect in designing and prototyping race cars, the data of Artemis is logged by a data acquisition system that logs over 230 plus parameters of the vehicle. Driver inputs are sent to the vehicle via our ECU to the motor controller and driver interface for feedback. If you do not know what compromise is, ask a chassis team. Having days confused between the weight and the torsional stiffness, they made a chassis which has a perfect blend of both. The chassis of a Formula Student vehicle is a framework that supports and protects the driver and various components present on the vehicle. The rear bulkhead, milled from Aluminum 7 series, which is used to strength, is just a cherry on the top. It increases accuracy and helps us save 2 hours of our assembly time. The driver being an important factor affecting the vehicle performance, chassis has to be designed considering comfort and ease of accessibility.
The self-driving car is a sleeping giant which can change everything from road safety to mobility for everyone while drastically reducing danger. Formula Student driverless front students with a completely new challenge which involves building a high-performance autonomous race car. It is a competition that has never existed before, and we, the members of Orion Racing India, are thrilled to be working towards developing an autonomous car. When thinking about a driverless vehicle, the first thing that comes to mind is AI. But in reality, a driverless vehicle is much more than just AI. It involves the collaboration of various departments working hand in hand with one another to achieve a common objective. Perception. The main goal of perception involves the use of a combination of high-tech sensors and cameras combined with the state-of-the-art neural networks to process and comprehend the environment around the vehicle in real time. State estimation. State estimation takes raw data from various sensors and fuses this data to generate an accurate estimate of the current position of the car with respect to the track using various localization algorithms. Mapping and planning. Mapping and planning takes the output from the previous systems and generates a map and decides the most efficient path for precision and speed. The map generated also provides waypoints for the car to get a good cornering speed, a fast exit, to minimize tire wear, and to give a better lap timing. Control and simulation. Control takes the input from mapping and state estimation modules to determine the throttle, braking, and steering commands to be given to the car. Various simulation platforms are used to determine the accuracy of the algorithms used in various modules, along with determining the effect of various driving conditions on the vehicle. Participating is one thing, whereas achieving is something else. Orion Racing India has proved its worth by showcasing its will of fire in the past by grabbing all the podiums and by setting astounding records. The year 2010 the team stood at the 8th position for the Bosch most innovative use of electronics at Formula Stud in Germany. The team grabbed onto the 12th position for the business plan presentation at Formula Stud in Germany 11. In the year 2012, Orion Racing India became the first ever team to complete all the dynamic events at FSG 12. The team was crowned the winners for the Design Challenge at FS India 2015. Orion Racing India grabbed onto the podium at FS India 16 and stood first in the cost analysis event. In 2017, the team stood third at the cost analysis event at Formula Stud in Germany 2017. In the year 2018, Orion Racing India stood at the 4th position for overall static events and also grabbed onto the first place in the combustion category and electric design at FB18. 2019 marked the year where the team was crowned as the best Asian team in electric category at FSG 19, and the team also stood at the 4th position for business plan presentation. In 2020, Orion Racing India grabbed onto its 4th consecutive podium at Formula Bharat and became the first Indian team to get an invite to the ever prestigious Formula Stud in Spain competition. To get a better insight and to contact us further, you may visit our website orionracing.com, or you may even contact us through any of our social media handles.
Hello, my name is Dr. Pankaj Parashar and I'm the founder of Cutting Edge Medical Devices Private Limited. We are a medtech startup company hailing from Indore, Madhya Pradesh. We are very happy and proud to be associated with KJ Somaiya College of Engineering for their annual Tech Fest Abhiyantriki. The journey of our innovation and entrepreneurship started from IIT Delhi. I'm a doctor, did my MBBS, and after that, for my interest in medical technology, got into PhD courses at IIT Delhi in biomedical engineering. So the product that I'm developing is a device for early detection of kidney diseases in patients with diabetes and high blood pressure. It also can detect patients with high-risk pregnancies very early, so helping doctors get a better outcome of all these conditions. The device is called Sentiglo. It's a smart point-of-care diagnostic device. The inspiration behind Sentiglo is when my sister was pregnant with her first child, she developed pregnancy-induced hypertension, a common condition in pregnant women. This condition many times leads into high-risk conditions called as preeclampsia, which is difficult to be managed without much of a support. So the only way to deal with preeclampsia is early detection. So my sister's doctor advised her a regular protein test in her last trimester. Though being from an affording and a caring family, it was difficult for her to regularly collect urine samples and then send for the tests at the labs and then get reports and then again go and meet the doctors. This was a long process and a regular process to be followed very much frequently. She asked me, "Bhaiya, do we have something that could help me do the test at home and save me from all these efforts?" It was a big responsibility on me to find out something that is accurate yet easy to do. But unfortunately, not much was available that I could help her with. That's when I identified that there is a huge gap between the big labs that we have and outside that. And most of the country, that is what we live in India, lives out of these big labs. Only bigger cities and bigger labs have sophisticated autoanalyzers which can do these tests. Simple tests. But outside they are very difficult to be done and accurately read. That's when this started haunting me. And I remember 2013, January 4th is when the first proof of concept of this device that we have worked up was developed. This was a crude proof of concept of what I was thinking and planning of doing it. and the journey started. I was this time I was the right person at the right time at the right place. Things started fitting into the right spots. Being at IIT, I got all the encouragement, support, and even guidance of turning my innovation into a product and a company. That's when the role of FITT, that is Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer, our first incubators, came in. I applied for grants. Their support helped me in writing for grants, and that's when the biotechnology ignition grant, big grant, was identified, and we applied, and subsequently, not in the first term, but on the subsequent applications, we were able to get the grant, and that's how the journey started. The company got incorporated on 18th of November 2014, and this year we would be completing 6 years of our journey. The product development started. I built a team, started working additionally on this project as well, along with my studies and other things, and with long starting efforts, supports regularly from the Government of India, Department of Biotechnology through grants, Millennium Alliance managed by FICCI, another grant, and other agencies that helped us with financial support, technical support, mentoring support, and the biggest thing was the encouragement that we kept on receiving for doing something good and meaningful. This is what changed our life, and the journey continued, going through the toughest times, working on a medical device that needs a lot of regulatory clearances, a lot of validations, and a lot of perseverance that goes along with that. During this time, all the support that I had in the background helped me sail through that difficult times. And with a lot of efforts, 6 years putting into that, and a lot of financial support from all the agencies. And I also thank the investors who invested in our company in the early stage and supported us in this journey, to the point that we have a quality ensured, regulatory clearances completed, medical device into the market. It comes in a portable small bag. This is the bag in which the device Syntiglo comes in. This is the Syntiglo device. Here you just have to put in the patient urine sample in a small disposable cuvette, add our reagent, and the device does the test in just 2 seconds. It is one of the fastest, most accurate, most affordable device for microalbumin urea. Microalbumin urea is the condition when small quantities of proteins start leaking out in the urine due to damage in the filtering membranes of the kidney. Because normally urine does not contain proteins, and when the proteins start appearing, it indicates ill health. The present mechanisms by which we can detect proteins, either you have the autoanalyzers in the big pathology labs costing lakhs and lakhs of rupees, starting range starts around 50 lakh rupees, and outside that we have nothing. We have these highly non-reliable dipsticks which have a very low accuracy, have a lot of sensitivity issues, that they are not sensitive to low concentrations when the disease is just starting in. They detect, unfortunately, these dipsticks which are conventionally used detect disease.
Robots are expanding in magnitudes around the developed world. Believe it or not, machines have become a part of our everyday life and are here to stay. As future-ready engineers here at Team KJSC Robocon, we strive to create machines which can fit in with these changing times. We are a group of robotics enthusiasts who take part in many robotics competitions, especially the AVU Robocon each year. Team KJSC Robocon has been innovating and building robots for almost 10 years now. Team KJSC Robocon is split into 4 departments: the mechanical, electronics, coding, and the research and development departments. Meet the mechanical department of Team KJSC Robocon. This department designs, manufactures, and tests the robot repeatedly to increase their efficiency. They systematically study the theme provided for the year and understand different tasks that are to be performed by our robot. The mechanical department uses softwares like SolidWorks and ANSYS. For the year 2020, our two robots had to play a game of rugby, for which the 5 main mechanisms on the robots were as follows: picking, throwing, catching, placing, kicking. Our electronics department are in charge of all the electronics that go onto the robot, which electronics to use, how to arrange them in the circuits, and much more. They maintain the currently implemented circuits and are always making and testing new circuits that can be used on the robot. They use Altium and SolidWorks for developing their components. Some of the circuits developed by the electronics department are the PS controller and the motor controller. The embedded coding team of Team KJSC Robocon consistently works to develop a centralized and dynamic control system for robot handling and relay. The coding department programs the microcontrollers to make the robots perform tasks like following a fence, navigating the region of interest, and many more. Research and development is our newest department. This department focuses on finding new technology which is suitable for us and helps us to implement said technology on our robots. They work in domains like computer vision, MATLAB simulations, and simultaneous localization and mapping. These skills have also enabled our team to participate in MATLAB competitions at a national level. Over the years, Team KJSC Robocon has reaped from the benefits made, and we have won many awards in the competitions we have participated in. Team KJSC Robocon has earned its valor by scoring 100 on 100 in the Stage 1 of DD Robocon 2020. We have also secured All India Rank 5 in DD Robocon 2019. Additionally, we have also participated and won the first prize in Autonomous Water Rover Design Contest held at the 31st International Conference on VLSI Design and 17th National Conference on Embedded Systems. Additionally, many of the finalists for the E-Yantra Robotics Competition 2019 conducted by the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, were from Team KJSC Robocon.
It's a little more than about 5 years since 3D Print World has started, and it is started by my father actually, Mr. Alok Goenka. He is the chairman and founder of the company. Started from a spam mail where he saw this concept of 3D printing, got into research of it, and ultimately found it much more interesting to what it is right now. And within 2 months of that mail, he started the company with the know-how and everything, and since then we have come a long way to what it is now.
where we create a 3D design. We have an in-house designing team where designers work on their different softwares, and we create those models digitally and put it in the machine. The rest of the work is done by the machine itself. The largest model that we have made till now is about 10 feet, and that is for a store in Pune where we have made a 10 feet Thanos model actually. There are such other stores where we have worked for displays, where we have created Batman as well of 6 feet, a life-size figure of Batman. We have made Iron Man as well, so quite a lot of Marvel fans that have come to us for this. We have studied the entire structure just via the photographs and the dimensions of how the temple is to be made and how the temple is to be designed, what is to be placed where. We understood all the elements in that system, and we had placed it accordingly for our 3D models as well. So when we did that, it was not just designing it and placing it over there and just creating a replica, but it was creating an entire scenario of the temple, of how when a particular person visits that place, how the experience is. So we have integrated with all kinds of lighting in all the building structures, the street lights, the open amphitheaters. Even the lights in the trees have been set up accordingly. So that is how the entire model has been designed. We are sole distributors for all the 3 brands that I've told you about right now: FlashForge, Vanhao, as well as the MakeU brand. So for all these companies, we represent them individually in the Indian subcontinent entirely. I know, since I am an enthusiast of creating something, so I have placed 2 machines at my house, and whenever I get the time, I'm creating new designs at my house itself. Now there is no hassle with these machines. There is no safety concern with these machines with other members. With Vanhao, it's more in terms of the industrial sector, where we are focused in terms of big size models. Now in our catalog, we have presented around 25 different models of machines, which cater to different set of customers based on their different kind of needs and requirements. We are sole distributors for all the 3 brands that I've told you about right now: FlashForge, Vanhao, as well as the MakeU brand. So for all these companies, we represent them individually in the Indian subcontinent entirely. We take it a step ahead with a machine called the MakeU Form Box. It creates a mold out of that 3D printed model. Now once that is done, any creator or any innovator can use that particular mold, and they can put any materials of their liking into that particular mold and create a replica of that instantly. So when 3D printing gives you a benefit of time, MakeU Form Box further increases it in terms of quantity as well. The 3D wedding park is like a concept where the entire miniature of the wedding has been created. We capture all the decorations, the scenario that has been created, the moment that the guests are in, we just capture it. And later on, when we ask the bride and groom and their family as to their favorite moment or their special moment, we recreate that entire scenario in a 3D format.
Was
Through to the second day. The first of those candidates, Fahim, Hiba, and last but not least, Salah.
I think I have what it takes to win.
Welcome candidates, this is your next challenge. It's a primary assembly. Get set, go! Our candidates today are going to put together a resource of primaries.
So the winner for the Middle East is Fahim Shudawi.
Amazing feeling overall, undescribable. It felt like I finally achieved my dream. The entry door has opened for me. I have to put in the work and work my way through.
I started my journey as a student of mechanical engineering in 2016. I am a professional radio control aircraft constructor and professional radio control pilot. I have an excellent experience of more than 3 years of radio control flying. I have also represented my college in many technical events, competitions, expos, and exhibitions at national and international level. I developed an interest in RC aircraft construction and flying after attending a workshop in March 2017. And since then, there is no looking back. I started making my own models in September 2017. I took part in 13 national and international competitions, and with 100% track record, I won all of them. With sheer confidence and dedication, I won most of the competitions and earned gold. I have been winning GTU Central Tech Fest since last 3 years, 2018, 19 and 20. I have won Gujarat's largest Tech Fest projections held in Parul University in 2019 and 20. I am the winner of Parul Tech Expo 2019 and my project Unmanned Combat Aerial Vehicle Rakshak, which was a major attraction of Tech Expo 2019, and I am glad that KJ Somaiya College of Engineering gave me a chance to showcase one of my best projects in Abhiyantriki 2020 Annual Tech Fest. Unmanned Combat Aerial Vehicle Rakshak, also known as Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, that usually carries aircraft ordinances such as missiles and is used for drone strike. I would like you all to have a small glimpse of it. UCAV have advanced features like RTH, altitude hold, and varying levels of autonomy. UCAV is capable of carrying air-to-air and air-to-surface missile and can attack. I took part in various expos with this project and got some really good responses for it. These projects were covered in various media platforms and newspapers of Hindi, English, Gujarati, and Marathi languages. Apart from this, I made number of aircrafts for improving flying experience. I started my own startup called Sky Pixels, which is providing RC aircraft like drones for air surveillance, professional movie shoot of music video, and also helped Gujarat Police in lockdown period for providing air surveillance. And with the same spirit and enthusiasm, I will continue to create and improvise my models to serve my part to the society and the country. Thank you very much. I started my journey as a student of mechanical engineering in 2016. I am a professional.
ये कहानी है निर्धन से धनवान बनने वाले एक प्रतिभाशाली उद्यमी की। दिल खुश करने वाली ये कहानी एक स्वदेशी बहुधंधी खाद्य प्रसंस्करण मशीन की है, जिसने ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में कार्यरत महिलाओं के जीवन को एक नया मोड़ दिया। और ये कहानी है कुछ नया कर दिखाने की भावना की, जिसने देश के वंचितों के भाग्य को बदल दिया। ये कहानी है हरियाणा के यमुनानगर के धर्मवीर की। सच है, आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है। धर्मवीर ने विचार करना शुरू कर दिया। कुछ नया सोचने वाले उनके दिमाग और मशीनों के प्रति प्रेम से एक नया विचार सामने आया। क्यों न एक पोर्टेबल बहुधंधी प्रसंस्करण यूनिट बनाई जाए, जिससे आंवला और एलोवेरा का प्रसंस्करण हो सके। केवल 10वीं तक की उनकी शिक्षा ने कुछ नया बनाने के जोश को कम नहीं किया। उन्होंने कड़ी मेहनत की और बहुत जल्दी उनका सपना साकार होने लगा। प्रसंस्करण मशीन विकसित करने के तुरंत बाद उन्होंने अपनी छोटी सी पुश्तैनी भूमि पर आंवला और एलोवेरा की खेती पर पूरा जोर दिया। जल्दी ही नतीजे सामने आने लगे। उन्हें पुरस्कार और सम्मान भी मिले। केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री ने धर्मवीर को प्रतिष्ठित ICAR कृषक वैज्ञानिक पुरस्कार 2010 से सम्मानित किया। उनके इनोवेशन यानी मशीन ने नेशनल इनोवेशन फाउंडेशन द्वारा आयोजित ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन और परंपरागत ज्ञान की राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिता में वर्ष 2009 में 5वां स्थान प्राप्त किया। हाल में उन्होंने अपनी मशीन को विज्ञान भवन नई दिल्ली में आयोजित होने वाले भारत अफ्रीका विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रियों के सम्मेलन में अन्य वैश्विक आविष्कारों के साथ प्रदर्शित किया है। धर्मवीर की कहानी देश भर में छोटे स्तर के उद्यमियों के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। बदलाव की ये लहर पूरे ग्रामीण भारत में बह रही है। अब कुछ भी असंभव नहीं। ये बदलाव उपलब्ध संस्थानों का सर्वश्रेष्ठ उपयोग करना जानता है। ये जानता है कि सपने कैसे देखने हैं और उन्हें किस तरह साकार करना है।
अपने देश में विदेशों में मशीन की मांग शुरू हो गई। ऐसे ऐसे इंटीरियर इलाके हैं आदिवासियों के, उदयपुर है, गढ़चिरौली है, तो ऐसे महाराष्ट्र में, तो ऐसे इलाकों में भी जो है ना आदिवासी लोग भी इससे काफ़ी फ़ायदा उठा रहे हैं और अपने ऑर्गेनिक उत्पाद बना करके बेच रहे हैं। ऐसी बहुत महिलाओं को, लगभग 4000 महिलाओं को ट्रेनिंग दे चुका हूँ और 6000 लोगों को भी मैं ट्रेनिंग दे चुका हूँ। और इन मशीनों से बहुत, कोई भी खेतों में उगने वाले जो फल है, सब्जी है, जड़ी बूटी है, एसेंशियल ऑयल है, धनिया पुदीना तेल, ये सभी एसेंशियल ऑयल निकाल देती है। और इसी में ये गाजर मूली को सभी को पिकल के लिए क्रश कर देती है। ये आलू को, अदरक को, हल्दी को छिलाई भी कर देती है, लहसुन की भी छिलाई कर देती है। तो बहुत ईजी है, कोई भी इसको चला सकता है। और इस मशीन को देखते हुए फिर मैंने पहले मेरी फर्म थी, अब मैंने एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी बना ली है और उसका मैंने स्टार्टअप ले लिया। MSME से हमारी कंपनी रजिस्टर्ड हो गई है, जैम से रजिस्टर्ड हो गई है। और अब हमने ये प्लान बनाया है कि हमने बड़ा सेट भी बना लिया है वर्कशॉप के लिए पीछे, और जिसमें अभी कम से कम 25-30 लड़के और काम करना शुरू करेंगे। हमने भी 100 मशीनों से ज़्यादा हमारे पास हमारे देश के और विदेशों के ऑर्डर पेंडिंग में हैं और जिनको हमें बहुत जल्दी पूरा करना है। और मेरा अपना खुद का ये भी प्लान है कि जैसे मेरे देश में इसकी और विदेशों में मांग बढ़ती जा रही है कि हम आने वाले 2 साल के अंदर हर ग्राम पंचायत में इस मशीन को पहुंचाएंगे और कम से कम 100 कंट्री के अंदर हम इस मशीन का कारोबार करेंगे। ये हमने प्लान बना लिया है। और इससे ज़्यादा और क्या आत्मनिर्भर होगा। कोई भी मशीन को खरीदता है वो अपने फार्म से प्रोडक्ट बनाने शुरू करता है, चाहे वहाँ पर कोई भी फल है, कोई भी जड़ी बूटी है या कोई भी ऐसी वेजिटेबल है जो पिकल में इस्तेमाल होती है, या मक्के का दूध बनाना, सोयाबीन का दूध बनाना, पीनट बटर बनाना, तो ये सारे काम एक ही मशीन से हो जाते हैं और सिंगल फेस बिजली में हो जाते हैं। और इसकी हम सभी को ट्रेनिंग भी देते हैं और ट्रेनिंग का के साथ साथ उनको उसका मैप भी देते हैं कि भाई मशीन कैसे चलेगी, कैसे खुलेगी। और वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग पे, वीडियो कॉलिंग पे भी हम लोगों को जानकारी देते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Hello everyone, this is Anirudh from AG's Technologies Private Limited, and
MIMO Robotics is a company led by a group of people who have more than 14 years of experience in working with core robotics for both national and international customers of high reputation. Our primary focus is in developing service robot which can work alongside with human beings. Our flagship product, SciBot, is such a platform which can be customized to be able to use for various verticals such as hospitality, healthcare, security, BFSI and retail segments. Post-COVID, we have added a set of capabilities to SciBot to maintain the new normal. SciBot can check the body temperature of visitors to see if they have fever. SciBot will verify if they are wearing mask and if yes, whether it is properly put on or not. SciBot will autonomously dispense sanitizer so that they can do hand sanitization, and it will disinfect their gadgets using UV light. So with all these added capabilities, SciBot has become the need of the hour.
Where do you live?
I am living in Kochi.
How long have you been in Kerala?
2 years. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we wish you a very happy birthday on behalf of Kerala startups and Asim Robotics. Thank you very much for inspiring us and leading our country to prosperity. I am ready for duty. Keep me at home position. Hope the boxes are filled. Press the buttons for selecting rooms. Karmi bot, on duty. Please take the food packet for room number 1 from the tray. If needed, caregiver may contact you over Skype. Else, you can talk to me for 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, doctor.
How are you?
I'm fine, doctor.
Do you need something else?
Nothing. Everything fine.
Happy to serve you. Please press the go button. Thank you. See you again. Kindly place trash, if any, in the bottom container. UV disinfection started. Please don't open the tray. Service completed. Disinfection stopped. Now you can switch off and clean me.
There are several measures you can adopt to protect yourself and others from getting the new coronavirus. Frequently clean your hands by using an alcohol-based control product like gel, or wash your hands with soap and water. When coughing and sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with flexed elbow like this, or use a tissue. If you use a tissue, discard it immediately.
Sanitizer kept on the table. Thank you for wearing a mask as well. Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses which may cause illness in humans or animals. A. Humans. Several coronaviruses are known to cause respiratory infections ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as Middle East respiratory syndrome and severe acute respiratory syndrome. The most recently discovered coronavirus causes coronavirus disease COVID-19.
എന്താണ് കൊറോണ വൈറസ്? മനുഷ്യർ, മൃഗങ്ങൾ
പക്ഷികൾ തുടങ്ങിയവയിൽ രോഗകാരിയാകുന്ന ഒരു കൂട്ടം RNA വൈറസുകളാണ് കൊറോണ. രോഗം ബാധിച്ച മനുഷ്യരോ പക്ഷിമൃഗാദികളുമായോ അടുത്ത സമ്പർക്കം പുലർത്തുന്നതിലൂടെ രോഗം പകരുന്നു. സാധാരണ ജലദോഷം മുതൽ മരണകാരണമാകുന്ന ന്യൂമോണിയയും ശ്വസന തകരാറും വരെ കൊറോണ വൈറസ് മനുഷ്യരിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നു.
Please stop there. Hi, hello. What's your name?
My name is Gio Matthew, 28 years old.
Your phone number.
9345 33216.
Please position in front of the camera to check your body temperature. Your temperature is measured as 101 degree Fahrenheit. Do you have any specific symptoms like throat pain, cough or cold?
Yes, I have cold and fever.
Okay, I have done with your screening. You will have to consult with doctor immediately. Your current details have been sent to District Health Administration. You may receive a call soon.
Hi there. Kindly wear mask for preventing spread of COVID. Now, I will measure your temperature and dispense sanitizer. Kindly wait. Your temperature is normal.
In the summers of 1985, a group of researchers were about to make a discovery that would change their lives forever when they sent a weird-looking robot machine called Argo into the sea. Argo was the first to discover the shipwreck of the long-lost RMS Titanic that had sunk nearly 7 decades ago. Argo was an ROV, a remotely operated vehicle used for many underwater explorations, but Argo had a few limitations. It required a human to operate it from the ship deck. So we went one step ahead, removed the wire and the human, and built what is called an AUV. It is still an underwater vehicle, but now it is autonomous. AUVs or autonomous underwater vehicles are used for a variety of different research and surveillance purposes. It is used for ocean floor mapping, recording environmental information, identifying hazards to navigation, documenting shipwrecks, examining the effect of global warming, and so much more. A recent example of the extensive use of AUVs was in the search for the missing Malaysian flight MH370. 8 AUVs were deployed, which could scan 1,200 kilometers per day at depths of up to 6,000 meters. AUVs are often used when diving by humans is either impractical or dangerous. By going where humans can't go, these underwater robots help us to safely study the ocean.
AUV ITB is a team of 40 plus tech enthusiasts studying various disciplines at IIT Bombay. All of us are united by a passion to learn, create and contribute to technological advancements in the field of underwater robotics. The team's journey started in 2011, and since the inception, we have created a series of AUVs named the Matsya series. We regularly participate in various national and international competitions like SAVE SAVE and RoboSub. RoboSub, organized by RoboNation, is pretty much the mecca of underwater robotics competition. All the top teams across the globe compete amongst each other by showcasing the capabilities of their AUVs. This is an annual competition held in California, USA. NIOT SAVE SAVE is a national level competition organized once in 2 years. It sees participation from teams coming from all parts of the country. Every year, we try to enhance our vehicles, ensuring consistent improvement in our vehicles' capabilities. All of it is tiring at times, but most certainly always fun and fulfilling.
Our debut vehicle Matsya 1 was the lightest AUV at the 15th RoboSub competition in 2012 with a weight of just 20 kilograms. Matsya 1 had a 5-thruster configuration for its 5 degrees of freedom. It had a single cylindrical hull to minimize drag forces and was loaded with temperature and pressure sensors and a basic mission planning module. It had an endurance of 60 minutes and could achieve speeds of 0.65 meters per second. The vehicle was capable of navigating to a given point, maintaining its position against external disturbances, and could also detect objects using the camera. Our second vehicle, Matsya 2, had separate enclosures for electronics, battery pods, and cameras. Actuators were introduced for torpedoes, for gripping objects, and latches were installed for the quick removal of the end cap from the main hull. Hulls were made cuboidal for better space optimization. An additional degree of freedom, sway, was introduced as well. This version of our vehicle actually housed its own onboard computer with an Intel Core processor. ROS was also used for inter-node information relay, and Gazebo was utilized in testing the simulations. As for the third edition of Matsya, we used Doppler velocity log. We were in fact the first team from India to do this. We used 4 grippers and introduced a different design for the vehicle. It had Ethernet-based inter-board communication and also saw Navigator Package Edition. We also introduced machine learning-based object detection using sliding window detectors and feature vector extractors. The fourth iteration of Matsya had undergone several additions. We now had 2 battery hulls to increase endurance time, underwater kill switches, and a 6-thruster configuration. It also had an improved GPIO board to reduce wiring, a redesigned controller for 5 degrees of freedom, and a 3D simulation tool. The Matsya 4 stood first in NIOT SAVE 2016 and was a runner-up in RoboSub 2016. This was the first time in the history of the competition that an Indian team had come in the top 3. We were able to defeat other long-standing global champions from well-renowned universities across the world. We are proud to say that our vehicle managed to inspire other teams from India to explore the field of underwater robotics. In the fifth version of our vehicle, we added a hydrodynamic surface to reduce drag, and the vehicle now had a skeletal type frame. 2 additional thrusters were installed, resulting in 8 thrusters in total that now enabled all the 6 degrees of freedom. We also added swappable battery pods in the vehicle for easier battery replacement during competition runs. This time, our AUV was the second fastest AUV in the RoboSub competition. We also moved from a state machine to a probabilistic model, and for the first time, machine learning was introduced for object detection. This was possible only because of the addition of a dedicated desktop-grade GPU, NVIDIA GTX 1660 Ti. And now, our vehicle was also capable of simultaneously detecting multiple tasks. Our latest version of Matsya is unique in its own kind, being that it is completely simulated, owing to the inability to assemble a physical model as a result of the COVID situation. Nevertheless, our team persevered and managed the assembly of a state-of-the-art vehicle. 3 new hulls were introduced, 2 battery hulls and 1 ESC hull. Custom GPU mounts were made for better heat dissipation. This time, the electrical subsystem had new debug boards to monitor all voltages, signals, and currents across a vehicle. A new LCD screen for crucial information display was also used. On the software side, the mission planner was improved and simplified, and a GUI interface was also utilized for mapping purposes. Our team is divided into 4 subdivisions: mechanical, electrical, software, and business.
The mechanical subdivision does the job right from ideation and fabrication to the testing and waterproofing of the vehicle. We work specifically on bringing all possible mechanical advancements in the vehicle to perform a task effectively. We take into account the rigidity, compactness, robustness of mechanical components, and the dynamics of the vehicle. We develop CADs and perform structural analysis for designing our vehicle and work day in and day out to make it a reality. Basically, true robotics at your doorstep.
Elect is the link between mech and software. We don't sleep, we debug all night. We are responsible for the electronic requirements of the sensors, thrusters, onboard computer, cameras, and much more. The main tasks carried out by us are power management, interfacing of the sensors, and communicating between various nodes. We build custom designed dedicated boards to regulate the flow of power and signals across the vehicle.
The software subdivision puts the A in AUV. Our 15,000 plus lines of code enable our vehicle to navigate the competition arena and perform tasks autonomously. We write a wide variety of code, including low-level drivers that interface with our sensors, machine learning for object detection, and algorithms that help the AUV avoid obstacles in its path. But not only do we write large quantities of code, but we also write with high quality. We follow some of the best practices in the industry and supplement our code with extensive inbuilt tests and documentation. Apart from coding, we rigorously test our vehicle in the simulator and in the pool to catch and rectify any bugs. At the end of the day, we are constantly on the lookout for new ways of improving the performance and stability of our code and hence enabling the vehicle to work at its full potential.
Our responsibility is to maintain a positive and favorable view of the team. Our tasks include bringing funds and sponsorship for the team, managing our website and social media pages, and acting as AUV IITB's spokespeople.
I am Nihal Singh Adarsh. I am a second year student at KJ College of Engineering. I am also the founder of What Technovations Private Limited. So the journey of What Technovations began around 6 months ago in the month of May when Riddle Somaya Vidyavihar launched an open design challenge inviting applications which could solve any kind of COVID related problems. Since my mother is a general practitioner herself, we were very well aware of the problems that doctors faced during this entire COVID period. As you all might know, doctors have to wear thick PPE suits for long hours while serving COVID patients. These suits are very poorly ventilated, which causes the development of a huge amount of sweat on the inside, which in turn causes fungal infection, bacterial generation, and a massive amount of discomfort. So we set out to solve this problem. With the help of Riddle and using the Riddle Fab Lab, we came up with the very first working prototype in the month of May. We immediately filed for a patent and disclosed our invention. I was later then approached by Dassault Systems, which is a multi-million-dollar software company headquartered in Europe. Dassault provided me with the resources for rapid prototype development and mentoring for ergonomic development of the product. Meanwhile, with the help of Riddle, we also secured the Nidhi Prayas grant by Department of Science and Technology. I'm glad to share that after around 5 months and 11 dedicated ergonomic improvement prototypes, we are finally ready with the device and we have just begun sales. We gave our device to a few doctors for testing to collect their feedback and to see what they felt about the device, and I would like to share a small clip of one of such doctors with you, followed by a commercial video which we made which highlights all the key technical features of our product. So stay tuned to watch these 2 videos, and that's all from me. Thank you.
I was concerned about 2 things, that weight of that whole thing, but when I wore it, it's quite light, and secondly what I was concerned was the aerosol, because it generates a lot of air and removes the mist. So when I checked, there is a filter there which is approved by ICMR, and there is no aerosol generation, so we need not worry on that aerosol generation aspect. And the weight is very light, like just put on the belt, and the equipment is quite small. So that problem of getting sweaty inside and not getting enough air and getting too hot, all that should be fine with this. And subsequently, if we can still get this type of things, it will be not a very discomfortable experience to wear a PPE for long hours. Thank you.
In the summers of 1985, a group of researchers were about to make a discovery that would change their lives forever when they sent a weird-looking robot machine called Argo into the sea. Argo was the first to discover the shipwreck of the long-lost RMS Titanic that had sunk nearly 7 decades ago. Argo was an ROV, a remotely operated vehicle used for many underwater explorations, but Argo had a few limitations. It required a human to operate it from the ship deck. So we went one step ahead, removed the wire and the human, and built what is called an AUV. It is still an underwater vehicle, but now it is autonomous. AUVs, or autonomous underwater vehicles, are used for a variety of different research and surveillance purposes. It is used for ocean floor mapping, recording environmental information, identifying hazards to navigation, documenting shipwrecks, examining the effect of global warming, and so much more. A recent example of the extensive use of AUVs was in the search for the missing Malaysian flight MH370. 8 AUVs were deployed, which could scan 1,200 kilometers per day at depths of up to 6,000 meters. AUVs are often used when diving by humans is either impractical or dangerous. By going where humans can't go, these underwater robots help us to safely study the ocean.
AUV ITB is a team of 40 plus tech enthusiasts studying various disciplines at IIT Bombay. All of us are united by a passion to learn, create, and contribute to technological advancements in the field of underwater robotics. The team's journey started in 2011, and since the inception, we have created a series of AUVs named the Matsya series. We regularly participate in various national and international competitions like SAVE SAVE and RoboSub. RoboSub, organized by RoboNation, is pretty much the mecca of underwater robotics competition. All the top teams across the globe compete amongst each other by showcasing the capabilities of their AUVs. This is an annual competition held in California, USA. NIOT SAVE SAVE is a national level competition organized once in 2 years. It sees participation from teams coming from all parts of the country. Every year, we try to enhance our vehicles, ensuring consistent improvement in our vehicles' capabilities. All of it is tiring at times, but most certainly always fun and fulfilling.
Our debut vehicle Matsya 1 was the lightest AUV at the 15th RoboSub competition in 2012 with a weight of just 20 kilograms. Matsya 1 had a 5-thruster configuration for its 5 degrees of freedom. It had a single cylindrical hull to minimize drag forces and was loaded with temperature and pressure sensors and a basic mission planning module. It had an endurance of 60 minutes and could achieve speeds of 0.65 meters per second. The vehicle was capable of navigating to a given point, maintaining its position against external disturbances, and could also detect objects using the camera. Our second vehicle, Matsya 2, had separate enclosures for electronics, battery pods, and cameras. Actuators were introduced for torpedoes, for gripping objects, and latches were installed for the quick removal of the end cap from the main hull. Hulls were made cuboidal for better space optimization. An additional degree of freedom, sway, was introduced as well. This version of our vehicle actually housed its own onboard computer with an Intel Core processor. ROS was also used for inter-node information relay, and Gazebo was utilized in testing the simulations. As for the third edition of Matsya, we used Doppler velocity log. We were in fact the first team from India to do this. We used 4 grippers and introduced a different design for the vehicle. It had Ethernet-based inter-board communication and also saw Navigator Package Edition. We also introduced machine learning-based object detection using sliding window detectors and feature vector extractors. The fourth iteration of Matsya had undergone several additions. We now had 2 battery hulls to increase endurance time, underwater kill switches, and a 6-thruster configuration. It also had an improved GPIO board to reduce wiring, a redesigned controller for 5 degrees of freedom, and a 3D simulation tool. The Matsya 4 stood first in NIoT SAVE 2016 and was a runner-up in RoboSub 2016. This was the first time in the history of the competition that an Indian team had come in the top 3. We were able to defeat other long-standing global champions from well-renowned universities across the world. We are proud to say that our vehicle managed to inspire other teams from India to explore the field of underwater robotics. In the fifth version of our vehicle, we added a hydrodynamic surface to reduce drag, and the vehicle now had a skeletal type frame. 2 additional thrusters were installed, resulting in 8 thrusters in total that now enabled all the 6 degrees of freedom. We also added swappable battery pods in the vehicle for easier battery replacement during competition runs. This time, our AUV was the second fastest AUV in the RoboSub competition. We also moved from a state machine to a probabilistic model, and for the first time, machine learning was introduced for object detection. This was possible only because of the addition of a dedicated desktop-grade GPU, NVIDIA GTX 1660 Ti. And now, our vehicle was also capable of simultaneously detecting multiple tasks. Our latest version of Matsya is unique in its own kind, being that it is completely simulated, owing to the inability to assemble a physical model as a result of the COVID situation. Nevertheless, our team persevered and managed the assembly of a state-of-the-art vehicle. 3 new hulls were introduced, 2 battery hulls and 1 ESC hull. Custom GPU mounts were made for better heat dissipation. This time, the electrical subsystem had new debug boards to monitor all voltages, signals, and currents across a vehicle. A new LCD screen for crucial information display was also used. On the software side, the mission planner was improved and simplified, and a GUI interface was also utilized for mapping purposes. Our team is divided into 4 subdivisions: mechanical, electrical, software, and business.
The mechanical subdivision does the job right from ideation and fabrication to the testing and waterproofing of the vehicle. We work specifically on bringing all possible mechanical advancements in the vehicle to perform a task effectively. We take into account the rigidity, compactness, robustness of mechanical components, and the dynamics of the vehicle. We develop CADs and perform structural analysis for designing our vehicle and work day in and day out to make it a reality. Basically, true robotics at your doorstep.
Elect is the link between mech and software. We don't sleep, we debug all night. We are responsible for the electronic requirements of the sensors, thrusters, onboard computer, cameras, and much more. The main tasks carried out by us are power management, interfacing of the sensors, and communicating between various nodes. We've built custom-designed dedicated boards to regulate the flow of power and signals across the vehicle.
The software subdivision puts the A in AUV. Our 15,000 plus lines of code enable our vehicle to navigate the competition arena and perform tasks autonomously. We write a wide variety of code, including low-level drivers that interface with our sensors, machine learning for object detection, and algorithms that help the AUV avoid obstacles in its path. But not only do we write large quantities of code, but we also write with high quality. We follow some of the best practices in the industry and supplement our code with extensive inbuilt tests and documentation. Apart from coding, we rigorously test our vehicle in the simulator and in the pool to catch and rectify any bugs. At the end of the day, we are constantly on the lookout for new ways of improving the performance and stability of our code and hence enabling the vehicle to work at its full potential.
Our responsibility is to maintain a positive and favorable view of the team. Our tasks include bringing funds and sponsorship for the team, managing our website and social media pages, and acting as AUV IITB's spokespeople.
India, as we all know, is a land of great diversities, and it needs a culture of innovation instead of the much touted jugaad. The World Intellectual Property Organization (WIPO) releases Global Innovation Index rankings every year. India now ranks 48th among the 131 economies featured in the report. Today, India is home to one of the largest edtech companies in the world, bridging the gap between innovation and technology in education spaces, industries. 3D printing or additive manufacturing is gaining new potential in Indian markets. Based out of Delhi, India, 3Dexter Education is one of the leading edtech companies in the field of 3D printing. However, what is the significance of this technology in today's times? For centuries, manufacturing processes around the globe have seen a paradigm shift in the way products are manufactured. And these mega mass producing factories have been able to satisfy the needs of millions of people with products that we all love to use over and again. Well, thanks to the Industrial Revolution that made all of this happen. Most of the objects we see around are manufactured by conventional methods like casting, or it could be the machining process, or it could be the forming process. If you look around your surroundings, pretty much everything you see, from the dress that you wear to the technology that you use, every single thing is manufactured by one or combination of these many processes. In today's fast-changing times of the 21st century, one of the technologies that has gained immense popularity and momentum is the additive manufacturing or 3D printing, what we like to call. It all starts with a design you can create on any CAD platform. Then you slice the model and finally 3D print it to bring it into reality.
We always had this knack for doing something in the education field. Then we came across this technology called 3D printing. So once we were researching on 3D printing, we figured out there are a lot of industries interested in 3D printing, including automobile, aerospace, fashion, etc. etc.
Let's take a glance at the product video.
Have you been looking for the right strategy to boost the academics and improve the overall development of your students? Your search is over with 3 Dexter Design Technology Labs. Now your students can practicalize everyday concepts through a hands-on approach to visualize, design, and create, which boosts their mind capacity to analyze, prototype, and creatively solve problems, as well as innovate and experiment with an added advantage to their academics through an experimental learning process. Yes, a mini printing factory in your school doing 3D printing? What a great educational technology, positioning you as relevant and leading. Parents will bubble with joy. Students will learn better. Do you intend to merge classroom and life reality and gradually cultivate the adult within your students? 3 Dexter, as a fast-growing edtech company, offers a comprehensive curriculum in sync with leading school boards. Through our dedicated child-friendly trainers, quarterly projects, lesson plans, customized learning resources, and our online portal. Don't be left behind. Let's set up your 3D printing and design technology lab.
With the help of 3 Dexter, what we have targeted is a dual approach. One is definitely innovation is there. We want to ignite innovation in the classroom. The second is to also enhance them academically. When it comes to innovation, we are always free for their ideas. We are always promoting them and motivating them to visualize their ideas, and with the help of 3D printing, actually bring them to reality.
Finally, there is a technology that is bridging the gap between the physical and the digital part. So whatever the students are actually visualizing and designing on the screen is finally coming to real life.
Much before the iconic potential of 3D printing in subject integration and experiential learning in the education sector, the additive manufacturing global industry is growing at a tremendous rate. While the worldwide market investments in 3D printing is expected to reach $51.77 billion by 2026, new investment firms like ARK Invest have launched ETFs in 3D printing market. But the real question is, how well has the 3D printing technology penetrated the Indian markets?
3D printing, earlier accessible only in the high-tech labs of first world countries, has since then come a long way, spreading its wings into the developing world, and India, a nation of 1.3 billion, has emerged as a key player. With its sheer number of technically skilled workforce, it remains poised to be a game changer in the field. 3D printing in India has already managed to create a space for itself in many different sectors of the Indian industry, from small valves to huge cryogenic engines. With the demand for increased production, shorter production cycles, and the recent Make in India campaign, the demand for 3D printing is only going to increase.
India's 3D printer prototyping and materials market is projected to reach over $62 million by 2022. These projections show a steady increase in the application of this technology across the country. Let's look at some of these remarkable achievements.
In India, 3D printers are also being utilized for construction business. Students and faculties of IIT Madras have developed a special kind of concrete mixture using which you can 3D print a building in a few hours. In hospitals, specific body parts where surgery has to be done or the tumors around that area can be 3D printed. These models are then used by surgeons to plan their operations in a better way. At Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, in association with Ludhiana Medivay Hospital, they 3D printed a lung mass of a patient. The result was that the surgery time was reduced by half and now the patient is hale and hearty. This technology is also being extensively utilized in the automotive industry, be it 3D printing complex polymer parts of car engines or printing metal body parts for fighter jets. 3D printing makes all of it possible. Skyroot Aerospace has recently developed a 100% 3D printed cryogenic engine which will be used by ISRO. And yes, of course, 3D printers can be used to make miniature models, be it of famous personalities or your own selfie model.
Our team has created high quality 3D printers for educational as well as industrial use. These reliable printers are cost effective and can be customized on demand.
Here at 3Dexter, we manufacture our own machines and also provide the after-sales services, something which is missing in most of our competitors. And in the R&D section, we add new features and improvements and test them to make sure that the 3D printer keeps on getting better and faster. We take up various 3D printing projects for individuals, startups and established companies alike. One such project was for Maruti Suzuki, in which we created a fully functional cut section of an engine model along with the radiators for internal training purposes. Similarly, we created a totally new design for a mixer grinder for Manish Plastics, which took around 2-3 iterations just to reach the final product. We have also worked on the designing and 3D printing of a back support part that can be attached to our belts while carrying our backpacks. Also, I remember working with the CT filters for creating a very innovative product that actually can be attached to the exhaust of a car, which then decreases the amount of pollutants that are released into the air. And there are countless models and assemblies that we have printed for various companies. In the beginning, we made MDF board based 3D printers. Now we make sheet metal based machines. The MDF printers were just able to fulfill the purpose of a basic 3D printer. Now the latest machine have all the features that you can ask for, along with the various customizable features like touchscreen LCD, Wi-Fi, remote access, automatic bed leveling and much more. And currently we are making machines of different sizes, 200, 300, 400 and 500 mm cube, which gives our customers the freedom to choose whatever suits them the best.
In colleges, we have got mega labs where we have bigger 3D printers and we train the whole college personnel over there. We have special programs called FDPs, Faculty Development Programs, in which we train all the staff of the college, right? Whoever is going to teach the kids 3D printing, we train them and then in turn they train the kids. So that's a kind of vertical learning that happens in colleges.
We have also incubated various startups in the field of 3D printing, and most of them are either our channel partners in their respective area or they are running their own successful business in 3D printing. We have also provided customized training to the large number of college students, entrepreneurs and industrial professionals, and even helped some of them in making their own FDM based 3D printers.
Since the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, we have successfully delivered online faculty development programs in institutes across the country. In addition to that, we have launched our flagship online 3D printing course for learners who wish to learn 3D printing sitting at their homes. This online 3D printing course has seen over 27 plus successful batches with over 500 plus certified learners. With these initiatives, we hope to build a 3D printing learning ecosystem in the country. Let's watch a small sneak peek of what this online course is all about.
नमस्कार, माझं नाव प्रतीक तिरोडकर. हा आमचा कोरोबॉट आहे. तर हा रोबोट जो आहे हा आम्ही स्पेशली कोरोनासाठी बनवलेला आहे. तर कोरोनासाठी कसा बनवला आहे, जसं आपलं आयसोलेशन वॉर्ड आहे जिथे आपले कोरोना पॉझिटिव्ह पेशंट्स राहतात, तर तिथे आपले जे नर्सेस आहेत, वॉर्ड बॉयज आहेत, त्यांना तिकडे जावं लागतं. तर त्यातून काय शक्यता आहे की संसर्ग होण्याची शक्यता खूप जास्त प्रमाणात आहे. तर तो संसर्ग त्यांना होऊ नये, सो त्यांच्यासाठी हा रोबोट आम्ही बनवलेला आहे. तर हा रोबोट काय काय करू शकतो याच्याबद्दल आपण जाणून घेऊया. आपण याच्यावरती वेगळे 3 ट्रे बघू शकता. तर हे 3 ट्रे कशासाठी बनवले आहेत की याच्यामध्ये मॅक्झिमम आपण युटिलाइज करून जे पेशंट्स आहेत त्यांना आपण मेडिसिन्स असतील, देन त्यांचं खाणं असेल, त्यांना जे काही आपल्याला डिलिव्हर करायचं आहे, जे आता वॉर्ड बॉय किंवा नर्सेस काम करत आहेत, तर ते पूर्ण काम आपला हा रोबोट करू शकतो. तर याच्यामध्ये जर आपल्याला सॅनिटायझर यूज करायचं असेल तर इथे आपण ऑटोमॅटिक सॅनिटायझर सोय केलेली आहे. तसं इथे पेशंट खाली हात ठेवेल, ऑटोमॅटिक इकडनं सॅनिटायझर येईल आणि तो जर हात सॅनिटाईज करेल त्यानंतर त्याला जे इथून पिकअप करायचं आहे तो ते तिथून घेईल. देन इथे आपण ऑटोमॅटिक वॉटर डिस्पेन्सर ठेवलेला आहे, डिस्पोजेबल ग्लास आपण ठेवलेला आहे. जसं आपण ग्लासाच्या पुढे प्लेस करणार, ऑटोमॅटिकली इकडनं पाणी येईल. मग पेशंटला जेवढं पाणी हवं आहे तोपर्यंत तो ग्लास इथेच ठेवेल, पाण्याचा प्रवाह चालू राहील. जसं आपण ग्लास बाजूला काढणार, पाणी इथून ऑटोमॅटिकली बंद होणार आहे. देन याच्यामध्ये आपण एक कॅमेरा दिलेला आहे इंटरफेसिंगसाठी. समजा आपल्याला एखाद्या पेशंट बरोबर इंटरॅक्शन करतावर आपल्याला काही गोष्टी बोलायच्या आहेत, त्याच्या तब्येतीची हालचाल विचारायची आहे, तर ते सुद्धा आपण या कॅमेऱ्याच्या माध्यमातून करू शकतो. या कॅमेऱ्याचं डायरेक्ट जे टेलिकास्टिंग आहे ते आपल्या मोबाईल ऍप्लिकेशनवरती होईल. तर हा रोबोट चालवण्यासाठी एक सिंपल एकदम साधं मोबाईल ऍप्लिकेशन आम्ही डेव्हलप केलेलं आहे. अँड्रॉइड ऍप्लिकेशन ते आहे. त्याचा इंटरफेस आम्ही तुम्हाला दाखवतो. त्याच्यामध्ये काय आहे की याला काही कमांड दिलेले आहेत, पुढे जाणे, मागे येणे, फॉरवर्ड, बॅकवर्ड, लेफ्ट, राईट. ह्याच्या काही LED लाईट्स आहेत, वेगळ्या वेगळ्या ट्रेससाठी आपण लाईट्स केलेल्या आहेत. तर त्याचा मेन यूज असा आहे की जेव्हा नाईट व्हिजनमध्ये आपल्याला हा रोबोट हॉस्पिटलमध्ये पाठवायचा असेल तर ट्रेसवरती कुठली गोष्ट कुठे प्लेस केलेली आहे ते दिसण्यासाठी या लाईट्स आहेत. तुम्ही आता बघू शकता इथे आपण एका कार्टूनचा फेस ठेवलेला आहे. तर हा फेस पर्पजफुली देण्यात आलेला आहे, कारण का जे आपले आयसोलेशन वॉर्ड्स आहेत तिथे काही लहान मुले सुद्धा आहेत, तर त्यांच्या एंटरटेनमेंटसाठी त्यांना काहीतरी नवीन गोष्ट वाटेल म्हणून हा कार्टूनाइज फेस दिलेला आहे. आपण जसं आपल्या कम्प्युटर सिस्टीममध्ये एक्सेल फाईल्स वापरतो, सुद्धा आपल्याला एखाद्या पेशंटचा डेटा मेंटेन करायचा असेल, सो ते डेटाचं मेंटेनन्स सुद्धा आपण या रोबोट थ्रूच करू शकतो. याच रोबोटच्या मागच्या बाजूला काही नोझल्स लावण्यात आलेले आहेत, स्प्रे नोझल्स आहेत. सो तो रोबोटचा आजूबाजूचा परिसर आहे, प्लस त्याच्या जे ट्रेज आहेत, जेव्हा एखादा रुग्ण ह्याच्यावरून एखादी वस्तू उचलेल सो त्या ट्रेज इन्फेक्टेड होण्याची शक्यता आहे. सो हा रोबोट काय करतो, या स्प्रेच्या माध्यमातून प्रत्येक ट्रेवरती सॅनिटायझरचा स्प्रेइंग करतो. सो ऑटोमॅटिकली हे स्प्रे सुद्धा काय होत आहेत, आपले सॅनिटाईज होत आहेत.
खरं सांगायचं तर लॉकडाऊनच्या काळामध्ये पुढील ऍडव्हान्स व्हर्जन बनवणं हे खूप डिफिकल्ट होतं. कंपोनंट्स कसे मिळतील, आपल्याला परमिशन कशी मिळेल, हे सगळं खूपच हा मोठा प्रश्न आमच्या समोर होता. तर या संदर्भात मी एक ट्विट आपल्या माननीय खासदार साहेबांना केलं होतं, डॉक्टर श्रीकांत शिंदे यांना. तर त्या ट्विटला रिप्लाय देत त्यांनी मला फोन केला होता आणि पुढची जी काही मदत झाली ती त्यांच्याकडूनच झाली. कंपोनंट्स आणण्यापासून ते ट्रॅव्हलिंग पासून सगळं जे काही अवेलेबिलिटी त्यांनी आम्हाला उपलब्ध करून दिली, त्यासाठी खरंच आम्ही त्यांचे आभारी आहोत.
लॉकडाऊनच्या परिस्थितीमध्येही कुठलीही सामुग्री, यंत्र हातामध्ये नसताना एका युवकाने, डोंबिवलीतील युवकाने असा हा रोबोट जो आहे तो रोबोट त्यांनी बनवला आणि तो कल्याण डोंबिवली महानगरपालिकेला आपण तो डोनेट करतोय, जेणेकरून कल्याण डोंबिवली महानगरपालिकेतील हॉस्पिटलमध्ये हा रोबोटचा वापर आपण करू शकतो. जास्तीत जास्त एक्सपोजर जो आहे तो एक्सपोजर आमच्या पॅरामेडिकल स्टाफ असेल त्यांना कमी होईल या रोबोटच्या मदतीमुळे.
नन्ही सी हंसी भोली सी खुशी फूलों सी वो बाहें भूल गए, जब देश ने दी आवाज हमें हम घर की राहें भूल गए. हम सोए नहीं कई रातों से, जाने वतन सा चांद बुझे, हमें नींद उसी दिन आएगी जब देखेंगे आबाद तुझे. तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू. तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू. मजबूर हुई जब दिल की दुआ, तो हमने दवा से काम लिया। वो नब्ज नहीं फिर थमने दी, जिस नब्ज को हमने थाम लिया। बीमार है जो किस धर्म का है, हमसे न कभी ये भेद हुआ। सरहद पे जो वर्दी खाकी थी, अब उसका रंग सफेद हुआ। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा। इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू, तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा। इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू।
Every day the human civilization progresses. We cross new boundaries. Satellites powered our television networks, expanded the horizons of our communication, helped us see the Earth from a new perspective. At the dawn of another such day, we at Dhruva work tirelessly to bring new innovations that make space access closer than you think.
We are a full-stack space engineering solutions company. Our solutions are in the areas of the space segment, the launch segment, as well as the ground segment. On the space segment, we build application-agnostic satellite platforms for our customers. On the launch segment, we have our deployers, which enable our customers to launch CubeSats in the sizes of 1U all the way up to 12U on a variety of launch vehicles from around the world. On the ground segment, we have a product and a service. On the product side of things, we build earth stations for our customers from the VHF band all the way up to Ka band. With respect to the service, through our network of ground stations, we enable our customers to command and control satellites from anywhere in the world. At our Hyderabad facility, we have a class 10,000 clean room that we use for assembly, integration and testing of all our spacecraft hardware.
Inspired and guided by veterans from ISRO and supported by visionary industry leaders, one thing that binds us together is an undying passion for space and satellites. Visit us to know about the exciting possibilities of satellites and space. We will show you why Dhruva Space can make you limitless.
And we need a permission from Arlanda. It starts growing. You know that? I think we are okay. If you... We can go a little bit longer. You don't have to hold it, but thank you. Okay, are you ready? Släpp ballongen. Thank you. Okay, are you ready? Släpp ballongen.
Yeah, balloon release.
There is a drug that cures it all, blocked by the governmental war. We are the scientists inside the lab, just waiting for the call. This earthquake weather has got me shaking inside. I'm high up and dry. Pictures of you, pictures of me, hung upon your wall for the world to see. Pictures of you, pictures of me, remind us all of what we used to be. Confess to me every secret moment, every stolen promise you believe. Confess to me all the lies between us, all the lies between you and me. We are the boxes in the ring, we are the bells that never sing. There is a title we can't win, no matter how hard we might swing. Pictures of you, pictures of me, hung upon your wall for the world to see. Pictures of you, pictures of me, remind us all of what we could have been. Pictures of you, pictures of me, hung upon your wall for the world to see. Pictures of you, pictures of
ये कहानी है निर्धन से धनवान बनने वाले एक प्रतिभाशाली उद्यमी की। दिल खुश करने वाली ये कहानी एक स्वदेशी बहुधंधी खाद्य प्रसंस्करण मशीन की है, जिसने ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में कार्यरत महिलाओं के जीवन को एक नया मोड़ दिया। और ये कहानी है कुछ नया कर दिखाने की भावना की, जिसने देश के वंचितों के भाग्य को बदल दिया। ये कहानी है हरियाणा के यमुनानगर के धर्मवीर की। सच है, आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है। धर्मवीर ने विचार करना शुरू कर दिया। कुछ नया सोचने वाले उनके दिमाग और मशीनों के प्रति प्रेम से एक नया विचार सामने आया। क्यों न एक पोर्टेबल बहुधंधी प्रसंस्करण यूनिट बनाई जाए, जिससे आंवला और एलोवेरा का प्रसंस्करण हो सके। केवल 10वीं तक की उनकी शिक्षा ने कुछ नया बनाने के जोश को कम नहीं किया। उन्होंने कड़ी मेहनत की और बहुत जल्दी उनका सपना साकार होने लगा। प्रसंस्करण मशीन विकसित करने के तुरंत बाद उन्होंने अपनी छोटी सी पुश्तैनी भूमि पर आंवला और एलोवेरा की खेती पर पूरा जोर दिया। जल्दी ही नतीजे सामने आने लगे। उन्हें पुरस्कार और सम्मान भी मिले। केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री ने धर्मवीर को प्रतिष्ठित ICAR कृषक वैज्ञानिक पुरस्कार 2010 से सम्मानित किया। उनके इनोवेशन यानी मशीन ने नेशनल इनोवेशन फाउंडेशन द्वारा आयोजित ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन और परंपरागत ज्ञान की राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिता में वर्ष 2009 में 5वां स्थान प्राप्त किया। हाल में उन्होंने अपनी मशीन को विज्ञान भवन नई दिल्ली में आयोजित होने वाले भारत अफ्रीका विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रियों के सम्मेलन में अन्य वैश्विक आविष्कारों के साथ प्रदर्शित किया है। धर्मवीर की कहानी देश भर में छोटे स्तर के उद्यमियों के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। बदलाव की ये लहर पूरे ग्रामीण भारत में बह रही है। अब कुछ भी असंभव नहीं। ये बदलाव उपलब्ध संस्थानों का सर्वश्रेष्ठ उपयोग करना जानता है। ये जानता है कि सपने कैसे देखने हैं और उन्हें किस तरह साकार करना है।
अपने देश में विदेशों में मशीन की मांग शुरू हो गई। ऐसे ऐसे इंटीरियर इलाके हैं आदिवासियों के, उदयपुर है, गढ़चिरौली है, तो ऐसे महाराष्ट्र में, तो ऐसे इलाकों में भी जो है ना आदिवासी लोग भी इससे काफ़ी फ़ायदा उठा रहे हैं और अपने ऑर्गेनिक उत्पाद बना करके बेच रहे हैं। ऐसी बहुत महिलाओं को हम लगभग 4000 महिलाओं को ट्रेनिंग दे चुका हूँ और 6000 लोगों को भी मैं ट्रेनिंग दे चुका हूँ। और इन मशीनों से बहुत कोई भी खेतों में उगने वाले जो फल है, सब्जी है, जड़ी बूटी है, एसेंशियल ऑयल है, धनिया पुदीना तेल, ये सभी एसेंशियल ऑयल निकाल देती है। और इसी में ये गाजर मूली को सभी को पिकल के लिए क्रश कर देती है। ये आलू को, अदरक को, हल्दी को छिलाई भी कर देती है, लहसुन की भी छिलाई कर देती है। तो बहुत ईजी है, कोई भी इसको चला सकता है। और इस मशीन को देखते हुए फिर मैंने पहले मेरी फर्म थी, अब मैंने एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी बना ली है और उसका मैंने स्टार्टअप ले लिया। MSME से हमारी कंपनी रजिस्टर्ड हो गई है, जैम से रजिस्टर्ड हो गई है। और अब हमने ये प्लान बनाया है कि हमने बड़ा सेट भी बना लिया है वर्कशॉप के लिए पीछे, और जिसमें अभी कम से कम 25-30 लड़के और काम करना शुरू करेंगे। हमने भी 100 मशीनों से ज़्यादा हमारे पास हमारे देश के और विदेशों के ऑर्डर पेंडिंग में हैं और जिनको हमें बहुत जल्दी पूरा करना है। और मेरा अपना खुद का ये भी प्लान है कि जैसे मेरे देश में इसकी और विदेशों में मांग बढ़ती जा रही है कि हम आने वाले 2 साल के अंदर हर ग्राम पंचायत में इस मशीन को पहुंचाएंगे और कम से कम 100 कंट्री के अंदर हम इस मशीन का कारोबार करेंगे। ये हमने प्लान बना लिया है। और इससे ज़्यादा और क्या आत्मनिर्भर होगा। कोई भी मशीन को खरीदता है वो अपने फार्म से प्रोडक्ट बनाने शुरू करता है, चाहे वहाँ पर कोई भी फल है, कोई भी जड़ी बूटी है या कोई भी ऐसी वेजिटेबल है जो पिकल में इस्तेमाल होती है, या मक्के का दूध बनाना, सोयाबीन का दूध बनाना, पीनट बटर बनाना। तो ये सारे काम एक ही मशीन से हो जाते हैं और सिंगल फेस बिजली में हो जाते हैं। और इसकी हम सभी को ट्रेनिंग भी देते हैं और ट्रेनिंग का के साथ साथ उनको उसका मैप भी देते हैं कि भाई मशीन कैसे चलेगी, कैसे खुलेगी। और वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग पे, वीडियो कॉलिंग पे भी हम लोगों को जानकारी देते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Dhruv Biradar and I am the PR executive of the Marine Robotics team. And along with me is my co-presenter Shreya Pawar. And we both are here to present on behalf of our team. The Marine Robotics team is the underwater robotics and offshore engineering team of our college. We build autonomous underwater vehicles that are most commonly known as AUVs. This team was founded in 2017 by two of our alumni, Mr. Parth Thakkar and Jatin Mayekar. Our team is formed by passionate undergraduate students across 4 years from various departments who are enthusiastic and keen to apply their knowledge to design and engineer an AUV. Here is a look at the Proton. Proton is an autonomous underwater vehicle that is built by us. The goal of the Proton is to navigate the control systems underwater and automatically. This task involves 4 widely faced challenges underwater, that is AUV navigation, visual identification, acoustic localization, and robotic manipulation. Various technologies that are being used by our team are shown over here. The software team deals with technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning for the purpose of object detection and autonomous navigation. We also use hydrophones that deal with the sonar communication underwater. Our electronics team build control systems for a robot using technologies like PID and Arduino. We also build single board computers and microcontrollers such as Odroid, XUV4 and RPI. We also use Robot Operating System, that is ROS, which is basically an interface between the electronics and software, and this helps in complete automation of the robot. The 21st century is the century of oceans because they account for 71% of the world's total area. Therefore, the development of AUVs are much needed. An AUV is an underwater development tool which is used for exploration of the oceans, and they are already being used in a multiple of applications around the world. And let me just give you a brief information about some of these applications. Marine archaeology is one of the most important applications that AUVs are involved in. It is a very vast subject as it involves dealing with the wider aspects of the oceans and seas. Also, since preservation of the things that lie deep in the ocean bed is also equally important, it becomes relevant to note that the responsibility of a marine engineer becomes even tougher. Information from ocean exploration is important to everyone. Unlocking the mysteries of deep sea ecosystems can reveal new sources for medical drugs, food, energy resources, and other products. Information from deep ocean exploration can help predict earthquakes and tsunamis, and also help us understand how we are affecting and being affected by changing in Earth's environment. Our team works with various parts and components, and some of the parts that the electronics and mechanical team works on are all listed here. We use various pressure sensors which are basically used to calculate how much pressure is exerted on the robot. We also use the MPU 6050 gyroscope. We also are involved in making of the hull. And this is done by the mechanical team, which is basically involved in making of the hull, which is an integral part of the AUV. We also use the magnetometer, and with this we can calculate at which particular angle the robot is heading to. The electronics team works on assembling the electronic parts, and here are some of the pictures wherein the electronics team has assembled the electronics parts of the AUV. Apart from this, we also use the T200 thruster, which is one of the most powerful thrusters in the world, and that is used to maneuver the robot. Our aim is to develop a completely autonomous underwater vehicle in the real world. We also participate in various national and international level competitions. For example, this year we are planning to compete in the RoboSub that is held in USA. Now RoboSub is a competition whose goal is to advance the development of autonomous underwater vehicles by challenging a new generation of entrepreneurs to perform realistic missions. We are also planning to participate in the Singapore AUV Challenge, the SAUVC, and the NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology. Here is one of our achievements. We recently participated in the Singapore AUV Challenge and we were amongst the very few teams who were selected for this.
Now it's time to introduce our 5 major departments that works together to make TMRT successful. The electronics team uses software like MATLAB and Eagle for making a controller and to design different PCBs that helps to control and maneuver the robot. Software team works on technologies like neural network and deep learning to perform underwater image processing. This team also works on robot operating system that helps for the computer automation and simulation of real-life scenario. The mechanical team uses SolidWorks software for designing and calculating the force exerted on each frame and simulate the basic movements of the joints. The primary goal of the marketing team is to bring in the funds. The funds are being utilized in buying the equipment required for building AUV and also to provide training resources to the team members. The purpose of PR team is to create an awareness about the robot. We conduct various workshops so that our team's idea can reach out to general people. Our team not only participate in various competitions but also helps other students to enhance their knowledge in the path of robotics. In past, we have conducted various workshops related to ROS and Arduino for getting hands-on experience. We also participated in various exhibitions like NMAX, Abhiyantriki, Maker Mela and Maritime Nation India. Now I will be playing one highlighting video.
Now got Orion Racing coming around.
I think it's going to be the first time that an Indian team is the first ever team to complete endurance. Congratulations, car number 27. You are our first team to complete endurance.
The video shown in the start was from Formula Student Germany competition in 2012 held at Hockenheimring. That's where Orion Racing India made history. Orion Racing India is the official Formula Student team of KJ Soma College of Engineering, comprising of 70 plus students from different engineering departments. The team was inspected in 2006 with a bunch of highly spirited engineers came together with a vision to build a Formula style race car. We strive throughout the year with an aim to represent India throughout the world. Formula Student is an international design competition where teams from different technical universities around the globe have to build a single-seater race car, not only to compete in dynamic events but also to validate our knowledge and understanding of technical concepts, manufacturing feasibility, and the business world. With the support of our college and industrial sponsors, we have been progressing rapidly each year. In the year 2018, we successfully built our first carbon fiber monocoque, which is F1 technology implemented for the first time by any team in India. Year 2019 was a year of evolution. We shifted from combustion vehicle to an electric one and built our first electric prototype, Artemis, which ranked highest in Asia and 22nd worldwide in Formula Student Germany 2019. So you might wonder, what does it take to build this car? The aerodynamic package of our car consists of the rear wing, the front wing, and the side diffuser, which are manufactured using carbon fiber. The effect of aerodynamic forces on the stability of the vehicle and its interaction with different systems like suspension, braking, cooling are of primary importance while conceptualizing and designing the aerodynamic package of the race car. This aerodynamic package helps the vehicle glide swiftly and smoothly cut corners, increasing the vehicle's dynamic performance. At just 125 km per hour, Artemis produces enough downforce to be driven upside down. Bodyworks and composites team take care of all structure floor, manufacturing of all enclosures, and providing the basic bodyworks for the vehicle, which are integral for optimum performance. Artemis is equipped with accelerator and brake pedals machined from aerospace grade materials. It consists of pedal box, the hydraulic system, and the brake disc and sensors for regenerative braking. Together, they help her accelerate up to her top speed and brake back zero before you can say Artemis. The cooling system in the car plays a vital role in maintaining an optimal operating temperature over a range of ambient conditions and to get the maximum efficiency out of the system. The motor and the motor controller of Artemis is equipped with a liquid cooling system that uses a single heat exchanger. On the other hand, the battery pack is air-cooled using air ducts and fans. One might say this is the coolest system on the car. The part that connects the vehicle to the racetrack is the tires, and hence it is one of the crucial aspects of a race car. While absorbing all shocks, our suspension ensures that the vehicle maintains optimum performance at any dynamic condition. The dynamics can be altered just by making configurations in the suspension. Artemis features a 3D printed steering wheel, which consists of a screen to share vehicle feedback to the driver. To prevent roll movement of the vehicle, Artemis features a Z-type anti-roll bar made out of titanium grade 5. Drivetrain plays a very vital role for deciding the basic and crucial parameters, that is, the top speed, torque on wheels, tire longitudinal forces, acceleration, and lap time. A single motor differential rear wheel drive system is used. This is small but sturdy system consisting of the PMSM motor working in sync with a number of self-designed components. A chain drive transmits the power to the wheel through custom-made hub shafts. Watching the motor transmit the power to the wheel feels like poetry in motion and enables Artemis to reach speed up to 120 km per hour. The accumulator of an electric vehicle is the powerhouse of an electric vehicle powertrain alongside the motor and the motor controller. Accumulator consists of a complex assembly of lithium-ion cells placed in series and parallel connections to obtain 470 volts and 9 kW of energy. It consists of cell-designed BMS or the battery management system, which logs all critical parameters. This power is given to the MRAX 228 HV motor, a permanent magnet synchronous motor at the heart of the powertrain. It can silently deliver 100 kW of power. The LV electronics consists of all components powered by the low voltage battery. This includes our ECU, data acquisition system and various sensors with which we transmit data via a single CAN bus. Since data is an important aspect in designing and prototyping race cars, the data of Artemis is logged by a data acquisition system that logs over 230 plus parameters of the vehicle. Driver inputs are sent to the vehicle via our ECU to the motor controller and driver interface for feedback. If you do not know what compromise is, ask a chassis team. Having days confused between the weight and the torsional stiffness, they made a chassis which has a perfect blend of both. The chassis of a Formula Student vehicle is a framework that supports and protects the driver and various components present on the vehicle. The rear bulkhead, built from Aluminum 7 series, which is used to strength, is just a cherry on the top. It increases accuracy and helps us save 2 hours of our assembly time. The driver being an important factor affecting the vehicle performance, chassis has to be designed considering comfort and ease of accessibility.
The self-driving car is a sleeping giant which can change everything from road safety to mobility for everyone while drastically reducing danger. Formula Student driverless front students with a completely new challenge which involves building a high-performance autonomous race car. It is a competition that has never existed before, and we, the members of Orion Racing India, are thrilled to be working towards developing an autonomous car. When thinking about a driverless vehicle, the first thing that comes to mind is AI. But in reality, a driverless vehicle is much more than just AI. It involves the collaboration of various departments working hand in hand with one another to achieve a common objective. Perception. The main goal of perception involves the use of a combination of high-tech sensors and cameras combined with the state-of-the-art neural networks to process and comprehend the environment around the vehicle in real time. State estimation. State estimation takes raw data from various sensors and fuses this data to generate an accurate estimate of the current position of the car with respect to the track using various localization algorithms. Mapping and planning. Mapping and planning takes the output from the previous systems and generates a map and decides the most efficient path for precision and speed. The map generated also provides waypoints for the car to get a good cornering speed, a fast exit, to minimize tire wear, and to give a better lap timing. Control and simulation. Control takes the input from mapping and state estimation modules to determine the throttle, braking, and steering commands to be given to the car. Various simulation platforms are used to determine the accuracy of the algorithms used in various modules, along with determining the effect of various driving conditions on the vehicle. Participating is one thing, whereas achieving is something else. Orion Racing India has proved its worth by showcasing its will of fire in the past by grabbing all the podiums and by setting astounding records. The year 2010, the team stood at the 8th position for the Bosch Most Innovative Use of Electronics at Formula Student Germany. The team grabbed onto the 12th position for the Business Plan Presentation at Formula Student Germany 11. In the year 2012, Orion Racing India became the first ever team to complete all the dynamic events at FSG 12. The team was crowned the winners for the Design Challenge at FS India 2015. Orion Racing India grabbed onto the podium at FS India 16 and stood first in the cost analysis event. In 2017, the team stood third at the cost analysis event at Formula Student Germany 2017. In the year 2018, Orion Racing India stood at the 4th position for overall static events and also grabbed onto the first place in the combustion category and electric design at FB18. 2019 marked the year where the team was crowned as the best Asian team in electric category at FSG 19, and the team also stood at the 4th position for business plan presentation. In 2020, Orion Racing India grabbed onto its 4th consecutive podium at Formula Bharat and became the first Indian team to get an invite to the ever prestigious Formula Student Spain competition. To get a better insight and to contact us further, you may visit our website orionracing.com, or you may even contact us through any of our social media handles.
India, as we all know, is a land of great diversities, and it needs a culture of innovation instead of the much touted jugaad. The World Intellectual Property Organization (WIPO) releases Global Innovation Index.
Good afternoon.
Unicorn. Intelligent and IoT-driven, robotic cleaning solution from Aegis Technologies. Solar energy. It is the undisputed, cleanest source of energy. Keeping it clean is today's biggest challenge. Dust and soil are the prime hinderers of its performance. Dirty solar panels accounts to nearing 40% drop in efficiency at solar plants. The operational cost of solar plants are currently very high due to its reduced efficiency, with current plants running at an efficiency of around 16 to 18%. It is estimated that, for every 1% improvement in efficiency, the plant operational cost reduces by almost 10%. Hence, for a viable solar energy system, research and technological innovations in improving its efficiency is the need of the hour. Understanding this importance, we started Aegis Technologies. We bridge the gap between the latest technological innovations and the end consumers by converting these innovations into viable products. One such product is Unicorn. It is a water-free, portable, high-speed, robotic solar panel cleaning system. One of the first to be built with artificial intelligence and IoT. Unicorn is a completely automated solar panel cleaning technology which works with maximum efficiency and minimal human intervention. It greatly reduces the operational costs of solar power plants. It is easily customizable to meet all the regional and location-based challenges. Why cleaning? As the solar is powered by sun, it is mostly located in hot and dry lands. They are prone to dust and storms. A single dust storm can reduce the efficiency of the plant by 40% to 60%. Adding further to this is the huge labor for cleaning, resulting in huge losses.
I am Nihal Singh Adarsh. I am a second year student at KJ Somaiya College of Engineering. I am also the founder of What Technovations Private Limited. So the journey of What Technovations began around 6 months ago in the month of May, when Riddle Somaiya Vidya Vihar launched an open design challenge inviting applications which could solve any kind of COVID related problems. Since my mother is a general practitioner herself, we were very well aware of the problems that doctors face during this entire COVID period. As you all might know, doctors have to wear thick PPE suits for long hours while serving COVID patients. These suits are very poorly ventilated, which causes the development of a huge amount of sweat on the inside, which in turn causes fungal infection, bacterial generation, and a massive amount of discomfort. So we set out to solve this problem. With the help of Riddle and using the Riddle Fab Lab, we came up with the very first working prototype in the month of May. We immediately filed for a patent and disclosed our invention. I was later then approached by Dassault Systems, which is a multi-million-dollar software company headquartered in Europe. Dassault provided me with the resources for rapid prototype development and mentoring for ergonomic development of the product. Meanwhile, with the help of Riddle, we also secured the Nidhi Prayas grant by Department of Science and Technology. I'm glad to share that after around 5 months and 11 dedicated ergonomic improvement prototypes, we are finally ready with the device and we have just begun sales. We gave our device to a few doctors for testing to collect their feedback and to see what they felt about the device, and I would like to share a small clip of one of such doctors with you, followed by a commercial video which we made which highlights all the key technical features of our product. So stay tuned to watch these two videos, and that's all from me. Thank you.
I was concerned about two things, that weight of that whole thing, but when I wore it, it's quite light. And secondly, what I was concerned was the aerosol, because it generates a lot of air and removes the mist. So when I checked, there is a filter there which is approved by ICMR, and there is no aerosol generation. So we need not worry on that aerosol generation aspect. And the weight is very light, like just put on the belt, and the equipment is quite small. So that problem of getting sweaty inside and not getting enough air and getting too hot, all that should be fine with this. And subsequently, if we can still get this type of things, it will be not a very discomfortable experience to wear a PPE for long hours. Thank you.
A dreamer with the fever to be great was all I ever want, was all I ever
Through to the second day. The first of those candidates, Fahim.
A very good evening to everyone. I'm Sudiksha Mishra, and we are here for one of the most awaited events of Abhiyantriki 20, the panel session. The topic of this panel discussion will be Future of IT Sectors in India, where we shall find answers to some of the most important questions that today's engineers should be aware of. With the rapid with the rapidly growing information technology, the future of this industry, should be updated with its current trends and cutting edge developments and be prepared for what is coming to us. For the same, we have a panel of eminent personalities from diverse fields who, with their expertise and finesse, would add value to this panel and share the wisdom we all ought to gain. So first, we have Dr. Pushpak Bhattacharya, a leading data scientist and the chair professor at IIT Bombay, Computer Science and Engineering, bestowed with the VNMM Award by IIT Roorkee and the Award by IIT Bombay. Currently, he is the director of IIT Patna. Second, on the panel, we have Mr. Tamagna Basu, a security researcher at heart, and his main areas of research include web app security, network pen testing, exploit development, incident handling, and cyber forensics. Mr. Basu has more than 10 years of experience in security and development. He is also the co-founder and the chief technology officer of NeoIDE. Third, we have Mr. Mohit Sawan, a senior software engineer at Red Hat, world's leading provider of enterprise open source solutions, including high-performing Linux, cloud container, and Kubernetes technologies. He is a certified Scrum Master and Scrum Product Owner. To moderate this session, we have Ms. Bharti Nara. She is a fellow engineer who graduated from Thadum and Sahani Engineering College as a computer engineer in 2017 and worked in the IT industry for 2.5 years in DevOps. Currently, she is following her passion of content creation on YouTube, anchoring, serving digital marketing clients, and tech-based product solutions. With that, we are all set with a brilliant panel. I hand over to you, Bharti, to begin the discussion.
Hi everybody, I'm Happy Naran and we have wonderful panelists with us and I'm thankful to Sudiksha for introducing each one of us and today's topic is literally the future of IT sector in India. To all my viewers who are this, I'm assuming that you guys are interested in IT, computers, and all the technology world. And since we are an engineering college, it's an engineering college event, so I feel most of you are engineers and looking forward to what's going to happen in India in terms of IT engineering career as such. So this is a perfect place for you guys to come and listen to the knowledge that our industry experts have to give. So my panelists, I really have a lot of questions for you guys. And I being an engineer, there like now I feel I am using the consumer point of view. And back then I was studying IT and working in IT. So I really have a lot of questions for you guys, and I feel my fellow engineers would also have. So we will take a lot of questions right now. And there are certain questions, which come up every now and then whenever we see an engineering graduate happening. And, every year there are so many engineering engineering students that are graduating and, around 1 million, I mean, we can say there are engineers in India, but still it is said that, they're not fit for hiring. So to my panel, open to any one of you who would want to one factor an engineering student or an engineer should have in himself or herself to be able to be fit for hiring.
Okay, so I would like to take up that question. Thank you, Vati, for the question, and good evening, everyone, and good evening to everyone who's attending Abhiyantriki 2020. So I have been in the industry for the past 8 years, and fortunately, I was a part of event organizing during my college days. So basically, it has come a full circle for me. And I think I could be a right person to answer these questions regarding placements and what exactly you need so that you, when you pass out from your college, you land up to a company which you aim for. So the basic idea is people think that whatever company they get placed into is the final destination. So that should not be the right approach, basically, because this is something we are starting from, and it's a very long journey, and it's something which you always need to understand. A basic example which I would give, which everyone should resonate in this current scenario of COVID-19 and even during some of the days which we have, is things can dramatically change within 6 months or within a year. The scenario which was there in the past 6 months is currently not there, right? So whatever we have prepared to see that, okay, I will get placed into this company might not be true after 6 months. Things can change. So you should always be prepared for certain scenario where your skill set is developed. So by skill set, I do not mean that you should be awesome in one programming language or you should be awesome in any specific part of the field. By skill set, I mean that you should be able to understand that what is going on in the industry, right? Currently, we have access of technology at our fingertips, right? We are used to any multiple devices around us like Alexa, Siri, and whatever it is, right? So we know that, okay, we are surrounded by technology. Now, if we are surrounded by technology, we should be ready to understand that, okay, is some of the part my skill set? Am I good in that? Because you are the only person who can answer that. There is no one else who can answer that. Once you figure out that your skill set, the most important thing is you have to work on that skill set. It might take few months for some of them. It might take few more months for some of the other. Everyone is a different individual. But once you develop that skill set and then you go ahead and apply to a company, the company will also adhere to your skill set specifically because they are looking for talents. They are not looking for specific like a college or something. They're looking for a talent. So that is the more important perspective I would like to put onto is like you should be the game changer, right? In IPL, we say it's a Dream 11 game changer. The context here is that you should be a game changer. You should know that what exactly your specific skill set is. And once you know that, then you go ahead and develop that and keep developing it. Like I have been in the industry for the past 8 years, but still we always learn something new. And that should be true to even the engineering students also. So that is the important thing I would like to students to focus more on.
Yeah, skill set is a very important thing. I mean, actually, anything you do, be it engineering or even if when I make my videos, that art of editing videos or that art of learning properly to code, or even if you're into testing, that skill set of testing your code and going through alpha, beta, and black, whatever the testing tools we have, using them properly and developing your skill set is a right thing. Absolutely. So yeah, people skill set is one thing that we have got from Mohit and Pushpak sir. I wanted to ask you, since you're closely involved with the students and you interact with the students on a daily basis. So what is take on this, that whenever a student is there in an engineering college, he or she is spending 4 years of his life in there, and then of course goals might be different from different people after engineering what they want to do. But if an engineer wants to get hired, let's say he has a dream company, so as a teacher involved with them on a day-to-day basis, what according to you is the perfect path for them to achieve? If anybody wants to get hired, what is the path for them?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for inviting me to this panel. And we being professors, we always like to interact with the students. Young minds always keep us young. We also remain young because of young students. So now, so I have been teaching for about last 30 years. My field of work has been artificial intelligence with focus on machine learning, natural language processing mainly. And I have taught, of course, BTech first year to fourth year students, then master students, then PhD students. I also have colleagues who are of my age, juniors, my seniors, and so on. So we do have a large perspective talking to a lot of people. Yeah. Now, when we come to this question of being of higher ability, employability, higher ability, our duty in an educational institute is to give the foundation, strong foundation and fundamentals. Okay, so if you're a computer science graduate, you should know data structures, algorithms first of all, and should have exposure to good mathematical thinking, algorithm development. Coding skills are very, very important. You have to implement a system and see it running. Then you should be able to do error analysis. If the system is not meeting the specifications, why not? Okay, is there something wrong with the assumptions? Is there something wrong with the designs? Now you should be a problem solver and also a design thinker. Okay, so there are courses which increase your fundamentals, conceptual base. There are courses like laboratory courses which give you skills. All of these courses have to be done extremely seriously, okay, sincerely, seriously, I would say. Even if the lecture is not very interesting, the lab work seems like a big burden, okay, coming in the middle of a lot of things happening. But education is something which you really cannot neglect. So we have heard of exploration, exploitation framework. Education gives you the opportunity to explore, and whatever you learn, you exploit in the job field. So I'll summarize by saying that very strong foundations and a large perspective of design thinking, problem solving, and looking into the future. Identify the problems which are becoming important. These are the three things you should have.
Yeah, that's I think an interesting insight, sir, because whatever subjects we have, data structures and data structures, algorithm, and also we had AI. There's machine learning, and whatever subjects we learn, yes, we learn it in college, and those things actually prepare us for future. Our mind is in a way getting trained. So you are into AI and NLP, and you know that we have to train a system, right? So now we have to train. So engineering kids, you really, I understand कि मैम ये lecture अच्छा नहीं लगता, ये बोल मारता है, ऐसा होता है, वैसा होता है, but I understand that because I have been through it and I know. But trust me, when you study whatever is there in your curriculum properly, and because your brain is getting trained, and that's how you solve problems, and that's how you become an analytical thinker. So curriculum, for hireability, I feel curriculum, going through a curriculum that trains your brain, beautiful point, sir, realistic point. And Mohit has given us, developing skill set. And Tamagna, sir, coming since you have your own startup and, you are into cyber security and everything. So if anybody wants to get hired in your company or what are the hiring procedures or as a company, as a startup, what do you see in an engineering fresh graduate?
All right. I think most of my, I will completely agree with what Mr. Bhattacharya and Mohit has told, right? So that part is there. So just to give you a background before I answer to my thing, right? As I said, I have been running my own company for the last 6 years, but prior to that, I worked in large enterprises and companies, and both in product and consulting. So if you talk about industry, right, there are primarily two segregation. One is the product companies, product-based, who are building product, developing product, where you need a product manager and those kind of things. And then there's a consulting firms like Big Four, PwC, McKinsey's, Boston Consulting Group, Deloitte, KPMG's kind of thing. And there are software consulting also. Now, why I'm putting this two different, because depending on which industry go, there are certain level skills you have to acquire also. Like when you are into consulting, where you're facing client, right? You have to be a good orator. You actually have to have the ability to convince someone that this is the right solution, based on your knowledge and capability and whatever you think is the right for the client. You'll be more into the recommendation business. You will be doing the same for the product, but product is your own baby, right? It's like, you're raising your own kid versus you're babysitting in a craze where, you're taking care of somebody else's baby. So obviously, there are primarily, three things I see, and I agree with, I think, Mr. Bhattacharya, what he said. So, and when prior to this company, I have been fortunate enough to go into IITs, and even, I went to Indian Institute of Science for campus recruitments. So you talk about any large, institutes have been there, for my previous companies to hire. So primarily, there are when we hire, and and I'll tell you, there are multiple aspects also. So
So I've built in a cult or kind of companies I have worked with and the team I have worked with, we always emphasize on the fact that how good you are at problem solving. Do you have a skill given an unknown problem, given a problem which you've never faced before? Do you have the ability to come out of it? It may not be a perfect solution. It doesn't need to be 100% perfect, but do you have the courage to fight for it and come out with the right kind of solution which is required at that point of time? Right, the solution is something like you're building a sculpture. More time you give, a product is like that. The more time you give, it will be perfect, right? So there is
Yeah.
no time limit to that. So given, let's say, if I give you 24 hours versus if I give you 48 hours versus if I give you 7 days, are you able to
Mm-hmm.
evolve it rightly? Do you have that thought process to actually know what is the next thing to do, right? So
Correct.
problem solving ability is very important. And
Mm-hmm.
technology doesn't matter, because if you have the right mindset, because the moment you say problem solving, it actually shows two things. One is your analytical mindset, also
Yeah.
your courage to fight at the unknown, right? Are you
Yeah.
getting scared of fear of failure, or do you have the courage to actually at least try it out and then fail, right? And startup
Correct.
is all about failure. If you know, 90% startup fails, right? So we always go through ups and downs every day. At the same time, startup has also a pressure of, if a large company wants something in 10 days time, we want to do it in 1 day time, right? So
Yeah.
there is always going to be a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. And I will definitely say this is a great learning experience, although it might be stressful. But in the beginning of your career, if you go through this kind of hurdle, it actually gonna make you a good warrior in the industry, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I do see this as a result, because I have friends who are not even BTech. They are, some people even
Mm-hmm.
12th graduate. They have actually just completed, they even completed graduations. I have a friend, he's working in a large company as a head of technology in Netherlands. There's another
Mm-hmm.
friend I have, I'm fortunate to work with people who are plain graduate in English honors, literature,
Mm-hmm.
and they're working as developers. And why company
Yeah.
hired
Yeah.
them? Because they were good at programming. They're very passionate about it, right? Although there is a respect for the degrees, but when you come to startup, we always look for how good at your problem solving ability, because technology is just a tool. If you have the mindset, you can pick the right
Yeah.
tool and just swim the ocean. So that's how we look at it, right? Yeah.
Correct, correct, correct. Perfectly put. While you were explaining all of this, I remember when I was going through my placement procedures 3 years ago, the companies used to give us problems. Like they used to give us puzzles. A random puzzle is going to pop up in the interview and you have to solve. And perfectly said, Samagna said that, the suggestion is that we need to see the steps. Ki, how are we solving? Step one, acha, aisa kar diya. Step two, we have broken the problem. Step three, now we are moving towards the solution. So perfectly put, yeah. So kids, now we have three perspectives in terms of your future when you want to get hired. That sir, as sir said, problem solving abilities, being a perfect orator, orator, being able to present things well, and as Mohit said that developing your skill set, and as Pushpak sir rightly said that getting a curriculum in place and whatever is being taught to you in your educational institute, please do it very well because it really develops. And now, since we are in the time of COVID, and we all know what is the situation, and there is this always there are two questions that are always there with engineers. Number one, ki, now we are into engineering. How are we going to get a degree, and how is the educational format going to be like, and how are the exams going to be happening? What is going to be happening in the curriculum, and etc. And the second question, what people have right now is that now it's pandemic. Okay, so what exactly is going to be the society in India? Like, for example, people are doing a lot of work from home. So, is there an efficiency in working from home? Kids are doing all, what do we say, learning from home, etc., etc. So, now I have two questions and three panelists. So, first, from an educational point of view, I would want Pushpak sir to give us an insight of how the education industry is going to be in future, and how the kids studying in engineering from first year till fourth year should prepare themselves accordingly.
Okay, so the question is, in this new normal, right? New normal is the term that we use in the education domain. How should
Mm-hmm.
the students prepare themselves for this new normal? Yeah.
Correct.
So lot of things are online, definitely. We are doing a lot of starting from. By the way, when I was introduced as I'm now the former director of IIT Patna. I finished my director and came back to IIT Bombay, my parent institute, from 1st July. So IIT Patna was one of the first IITs to go into online teaching completely from April 3rd. So a lot of online teaching was going on. Exams were conducted online. So we had to adjust, we had to get adjusted to this new normal. Now, for computer science students, I found that this new normal was not so new after all. And I have a lot of, sponsored projects, consultancy projects with IT industries, very large industries, IBM, Huawei, LG, then Microsoft, many of those industries. And I find that they have been doing this work from home for a long time. Okay. Mainly to avoid travel, avoid traffic in the city. A lot of meetings work actually go on online for these top industries. And my son is doing his PhD in Stanford University, where most classes, most classes have online delivery of lecture, and therefore people also sit in these classes online. Moreover, look at those videos later. So I think this online mode of teaching has been in existence at many top places. In India, it became a compulsion because of the COVID situation. Now, how should the students prepare themselves? So first of all, they should be ready to um, uh, come to the class, but at the same time also get into the habit of watching the videos of lectures if they're recorded. Okay, if if the recording is available, and if and surely they will have to write online examinations. They have to prepare themselves for this, and multiple choice questions, etc., on mobile, clicking buttons on the mobile. That is becoming very common. A lot of educational sites like Moodle, Safe, etc., are being used for online delivery of teaching material and examinations. They should get used to that. But most importantly, I think, whatever be the situation, online, in person, one of the fundamental points don't change, that you have to have your understanding very clear, and you have to get the concepts properly in place. And as has been said many times, the problem solving attitude, problem solving skill should be developed.
Okay. So again, we are coming down to this thing. So it's online or offline, whatever. You have to give 100% as students, and
Correct.
see, we have to give. As you mentioned rightly, sir, that in India now it has become more of a necessity, compulsion of the trend of online teaching has come now. So I understand that it's fairly, but we really to the new normal, and that's again problem solving. Like we have a problem or a mini problem right here, and we have to get accustomed to it. So and that was in terms of education that I wanted to know. So it was a wonderful insight, and again coming back to the roots. And now industry point of view, Mohit and Tamagna sir, I would want your insights that how is actually society, like in pandemic situation, what changes are or what can you expect? Just anything that you would want to say.
Yeah, so I think I definitely agree with what Pushpak sir mentioned, right? The workflow is there. So my company, have been working in this for like 8 years, and I have been working remotely for the 8 years. So
really?
This culture, yes. So this culture was always there in the country, but the problem was it was not very much accepted by everyone in the industry. So I would say this pandemic, let's take it as a blessing in disguise. That once we have this working from anywhere across the country, this will give the flexibility to both, even to the company. Now they want to hire people across the company. They do not want that you need to be in Pune or you need to be in Bangalore or need to be in Hyderabad to work for that company. And the second thing for the students also. So now if they are going to have online classes, right, this will allow them to do multiple courses at one point of time on LinkedIn or even to different courses, right? This has basically opened the plethora of options they had, right? You can do any courses from wherever the world you want to do, and now everything is online. So you're not going to miss out on something. So that is something which the student community should take in positive, that now they can do any courses across the globe, but just by sitting at their home and managing their own time. So this is something really great. And based on the things which the IT industry is going to adapt is, so now what they're going to do is they are going to be very much flexible in hiring people. Some people have an apprehension that the hiring might stop due to COVID-19, the pandemic is there, the revenues are not there, the hiring might stop. So let's say a company runs because they want to have business. And only once you have a business, you have revenue. So which basically means that the hiring is going to be there. And once the hiring is going to be there, they are going to hire people and they are going to look at your skill sets. So what I would suggest to people is do whatever courses you like throughout the world. There are multiple options available online. It's like ocean. You just have to figure out what you want to do and keep updating your profile. That is more important, so that if any recruiter wants to hire you, they can reach out to you. And by updating your profile, I mean that update your LinkedIn profile or update your GitHub profile, because these are some of the things which will make you reach out to different recruiters or different companies who want to hire you. So the student community should not be in a fear that the hiring is going to stop. It's not going to stop. It's going to be there and it's going to be more. So just they need to be prepared for it. They need to prepare by whatever courses they have. And online courses are really great. As sir mentioned, that colleges like Stanford, UCLA, and many other colleges have their own, all the courses are online now. So even I am doing my MBA from California, and that is online. And I'm just sitting in India and I'm doing that. So you can see that this is something not very bad. This is something very good which has happened. So let's take COVID-19 as a chance and reach out to what we can do best. So that would be my stance on it.
This was such feedback, Mohit. Everybody would relate to it. So kids, there's nothing to worry about. As rightly mentioned, see, it is happening everywhere. It has just come to India right now. And Mohit really mentioned that. I think I don't have to sum up what Mohit has said because I am all pumped up and it's all on the positive note. So yeah, Tamagna sir, I would want your insight also on this.
Sure. So I think, Mohit very rightly put. So just a fun fact, even for my own company, me and my co-founder, he is an Italian, he is based out of Italy. So it's been the last 6 years, we've been running this company completely remotely. And in last 6 years, we have hardly seen each other maybe 4 or 5 times face to face in person. Right. So if we can run a company remotely, right, and as a founders, and we're running from 6 years, this thing, right, why not employees can work remotely, right? So that's a very basic thing, right? At the end of the day, it's all about trust, the right hiring and looking at. In fact, even 2 days back, I hired 2 interns, one from Bangalore and one from Aurangabad. There was a time in my company, my employees were one guy used to work from Brazil, one guy is in US, my co-founder is in Italy, and in Bangalore, I was in Bangalore and I was managing a team, and then I have remote developers from Mysore, Mumbai, and also Gujarat, right? So we are such a distributed team, right? So that's how we used to work. So it's all about ethics, habits, and trust. These are the 3 pillars I would say. Why I say? Because at the end of the day, why you are going to college? It's all about habits, right? There is a fixed time where you should focus on studies, right? And that's where you go, you talk to your mentors, talk to your teachers, you get the guidance. Now with COVID, what happens? That thing has opened up now. Now we have all the entire world become your course, right? You can actually get course from anywhere. You can get mentor from everywhere, right? If as long as you're sticking to your habit of learning, nothing will stop. That's number one. Second is about trust, right? That's what I'm saying, that if you are actually, you should be very honest in terms of hiring. Now coming back to, even this is related to a little bit of previous question also, when I'm hiring, well, along with the problem solving ability, what I personally look at is 2 other things. One is if you say that you are good at something, are you really good at something? What does that mean? Is, let's say tomorrow I ask you, okay, what is your favorite subject or what you're good at? You say data structure. I said, what in data structure? You said, sorting, probably. Sorting algorithms was my favorite. Then I will poke into it because you are claiming that you are good at that, right? So I will not ask you any random question which you're not good at. And a lot of interview people do that to embarrass you because they think interview, there's a very thin line between interview and ragging. Okay. I'm sorry to say that, Dr. Bhattacharya, but I've seen it actually. People try to put pressure, that's also a stress testing also. Are you comfortable with unwanted, uncomfortable questions? But at the same time, when you claim as a candidate that you are good at something, are you really good at, or are you bluffing? Because that is where the trust thing comes. It's okay that you don't know an answer, but as long as you're honest to me, sir, I don't know, or I know this much, or maybe you say that I don't know, but let me try to answer it by thinking out loud, right? Maybe I don't know the answer, but based on my knowledge, I think I can try to solve it at this point of time. That itself is a good suggestion for me, because that is where the trust built. Because tomorrow, if you're hired, I know that I can give a problem to you, and I don't have to because I'm sitting here, you are sitting somewhere else. Right? I know for sure that you are a person who can actually figure out a solution for that. That's very important for me. And third is the ethics. When I say ethics, it's about, again, come to a little bit of habits, that what do? We do a daily sync up. Let's say one on a morning sync up, one is the evening sync up. And a very basic principle I have, I say that I will give you a problem statement. You're free to figure out whatever way you can solve it. Once you solve it, you let me know. I will review it and tell me how it is solved. If you are stuck, then you involve me. So I'm not going to come back to you until you ask me to get involved, because it's your baby, your problem statement. You should solve it on your own way, right? You have to have the freedom, because we are remotely working, and then I don't want you to sit 8 hours in front of a computer, nor I'm going to monitor what are you doing there, right? So ethics, trust has to be built between employer and employee, right? Because it's not I'm doing a favor by giving a job to that person, right? Because that person's hard work is going to make me rich or make my company successful also, right? It's everybody's contribution to the organization. So these are the three basic things. So as a design thinking, problem solving, these are the very important. And actually be what you know and what you learn.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting insight. All these things that probably etc etc. Now there's one more insight, that in remote hiring, that trust, honesty, you are at the core as a human, and it's a win-win for both of us. You get to work from home, your flexibility, and the company gets whatever it's wanting, and you're being paid. So that's a wonderful thing. So kids, being honest, being on time, being something that you guys should do, and I think this is just the basic foundation which we really have to have. And another question I think a lot of people have, that IT engineers, computer engineers, they are going to have a future because all the remote hiring is happening. So I keep this question open to all three of you. But what about students from civil engineering background, mechanical engineering background, people from metallurgy, people from chemistry, biology, zoology, botany, or just anything which is not IT, or probably even agriculture, rural development. I am aware of all the courses that are happening, anything under the sun, like social studies or social development or social work. So is this going to be like the IT sector is going to boom, or the kids from sector think they should be doing, or it's going to, because I know the kids are really non-IT kids really have that. They're not really, they have this thought in mind. Even the parents have, even we have. What will happen to the industries which are not really IT?
I think I mean, from academic side, I think Dr. Bhattacharya can actually answer it well. So I can quickly just give my thought, and again, I'll be very biased, to be honest, because I've only seen the IT world, because I belong to this world, right? Unfortunately, I probably haven't gone through. But having said that, see, IT, the way, and this is probably a lot of academicians agree, IT is and I heard it in past also from some people. IT is not a subject; it's just an utility, right? So doesn't matter which subject you are in. At the end of the day, you still probably need a digital presence. You need a computer, right? At the same time, digitization also is a process where how can you actually take this industry to the next level. So smart agriculture is coming, right? Using IoTs, now using in terms of drones, can we actually improve the quality of agriculture, right? So there are this kind of futuristic technologies are happening these days. What does that mean is it's an amalgam of conventional domain or conventional knowledge with a kind of a mixture of IT. So how you do it, we basically, the way I see it in that case, let's say tomorrow I want to launch, and just why I'm saying is because my current company is also a futuristic company. We do technology. Let's say if I do a smart agriculture tomorrow, or probably something in the healthcare, let's say, and I do a smarter way of non-intrusive way of, let's say, detecting a malignant tumor. I'm just giving some random thought. I still need the subject matter expert because I'm not an expert. I could implement it from a technology point of view, but I still need the subject matter expert who has studied this subject, and his value inputs will be very valuable to me. If I want to digitize people as a subject matter expert who can give me, let's say, and then my job as an IT professional or IT technologist to implement that in terms of using various technology and what tools I have. So I don't see this is going away. It's just a matter of finding that path and finding the right kind of companies. However, I do want to highlight that because typically in India, you understand this common subject have a lot of competition, right? You have too many people are studying this common, so there will be tough competitions. And as a founder, let's say if I want to hire, obviously my objective is to hire the best. So what does that mean? If you're going through a conventional subject, and it applies to any other subject as well, because the scope might be limited, you really have to be little bit of excellent in certain areas. You don't have to be in every aspect, but if you take on particular subject or topic area of research, and if you be an excel in that, probably publish your paper or something, I think people will notice. And as Mohit was saying, you have to upload probably in various channels, LinkedIn, and probably papers, IEEE and everything. Then I would definitely see there will be possibilities, because now it's a global platform. Everybody all over the world is looking for remote worker. So I don't see, it's rather now I'm not afraid of hiring someone who is sitting in Aurangabad, because I don't want him to come here. That reduces my logistic cost. At the same time, I can offer higher salary to him because I don't need an office space for him or her, right? So I do see that there is an opportunity. It's just you probably have to show it off in terms of you are the right person for the job. So that's my thought process. Yeah, over to you guys.
Yeah. So subject matter, like people from a non-IT background, I would say IT is a utility, as you said. Like even when I see, I'm an IT engineer, but I don't work in IT aspect. I use IT. I create my content on YouTube. I use my Instagram. I use my laptop to research on a lot of things and also to serve my clients. So now I'm on the other side, and I know ki whatever I'm doing, I should know two basic things: use my laptop, use my mobile phone, and some just problem solving. Even if you are from an agricultural background, if you know that while I'm just growing wheat, for example, just a random example, I'm growing wheat. If there is this climatic change, what can I do best? So you really have to be subject matter, as sir you said, subject matter in your own area. And also I think just to know little bit of IT, to be able to be just present yourself digitally. That's one thing I have for everybody, because the world is really needing a lot of things to work, be it civil engineering, mechanical, metallurgy, agriculture, etc., etc., etc. So I think that was really an important thing, and this is what even I would want to add. And I think we really have just 5 or 6 minutes more. It's going to be 6 p.m. soon, and there's this last question that I have. Someone has really requested me to ask you guys this, that the fourth industrial revolution or industry 4.0 is ongoing by automation of traditional manufacturing and industrial practices using modern smart information technologies taking place. So what, according to you guys, is going to be the impact of this industrial revolution 4.0 on India?
So, okay, I'll just put a short analysis on top of it. So the thing is, there will be a lot of perspective which will move to augmented reality, electric cars and something like that. So this is something which India is getting ready for, at least till 2025 or maybe 2030. This is something which is going to be a huge factor. And this augmented reality or IoT device, it's not just concentric to the IT stuff. It will be concentric to anything, like as Tamagna mentioned on smart agriculture, or you say you're building a real estate or civil engineer building buildings based on using augmented realities, where they can just demo all the scenarios before even the building is constructed, just using this AR functionality. So this is something which is going to come up. The autonomous stuff is really in high demand across the world, and India is going to be a big partner into that. I guess the government of India is also trying to make sure that some things are happening on the same lines. And we really have a lot of investors across the globe who are going to commit to this future. So I guess this is something which I guess is interesting for even the students, because they now get to know that, okay, this is something happening in 2025. So should I be ready for it? Should I prepare for it? Should I be having my knowledge around it? And this is something which even will be true for any field. As you mentioned in the last question, it's just not specific to a computer science engineer. It will be true to any field, because knowledge is the most important factor. Knowledge is not going to go. The system around that knowledge will completely change. What is happening in the last 10 years, no one was active on WhatsApp. It was not even there. But now if you see, WhatsApp is the new thing. Everything is managed on WhatsApp, like running a small business to running an entire panel session right now we have is done on WhatsApp, right? So technologies will keep on changing, but the knowledge around it, like the communication, the knowledge will be there. So even with this industrial revolution 4.0 which comes, knowledge will be very much important for all the students who are there. So that is what I would like to end up with.
Thank you so much. And now we have a lot of questions on our YouTube that is there. Okay, I'll just take two questions. We are just running shortest time. There's one question by Aditi Pawar. She's asking that digital healthcare is something that people are looking forward to. How will it impact the engineers of India? Should I repeat the question, or is it clear?
It's clear, so maybe I'll take it.
Yeah, sure.
So, we are working on many problems which are related to application of AI and machine learning to healthcare. One of them is adverse drug reaction identification automatically. So you administer a drug, and that produces side effects on the body.
Correct.
How do you extract this kind of information from what people are saying about using a drug and observing its effect on their body? So this is adverse drug reaction. Then we are also trying to see how to increase the productivity of radiologists who look at the X-ray plate, and can we use automatic speech recognition, natural language processing to make their diagnosis very fast. When they dictate their diagnosis, that should be very quickly transcribed, okay, and a report should come out quickly. So we're working on these problems with companies, startups, and so on. Now, so this doesn't apply to only healthcare. So there was this question about Industry 4.0. So going digital and data is the characteristic of Industry 4.0. In any field, digital influence and respecting data, mining the data, analyzing data, using data science techniques, that will be the new reality for any field.
Yeah, I think, that is there. I mean, even back then when I was in science, there were certain hospitals with us, and the entire screening of the child used to happen. Like, there's a pregnant woman, and the entire screening of the baby is happening, and the doctors using technology can really understand, okay, if there's this problem with the baby or something, there is some chromosomal anything that's happening, the mother is going to know before, and necessary precautions can be taken even when the baby is in the womb. So I think overall what we have right now is that IT is really a support or a pillar that we have for anything under the sun. Like as Mohit also mentioned, that India is really promoting IT, or like India is really coming up with all the e-platforms and taking, like, just for example, all the how e-payments happened during Notebandi. So India is really moving. For example, I do not take cash now. I know my GPay, PhonePe would work. And also India, if the students don't know, I would just want to give that an insight that, if I'm not wrong, India, if you are a service provider, Tamagna sir can just correct me if I go wrong anywhere. If you're a service provider exporting your services, being it digitally, like if I have a digital marketing client who is from Qatar or Dubai or anything, the government is not going to ask me for tax, because as an Indian, I'm giving my services, right? So India is also supporting digitalization. So that's an important thing that I want the kids to know. And there's one very important question, which is addressed to Tamagna sir, and we have a special request to take this question. Like, by 2021, cybersecurity will have 3.5 million vacant jobs as per a certain survey. What possibly could be done to acquire the space and make most use of it?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, by 2021, cybersecurity will have 3.5 million vacant jobs as per a survey. And what possibly could be done to acquire the space and make the most use of it?
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you're basically asking more from employment point of view, right? How actually you can acquire a job in this field, right? Is that what your question is?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what my question is.
Okay. So basically, see, cybersecurity is a very generic term, right? If we talk about security, it will be, security is a very generic, it's overall security, I mean, Mr. Bhattacharya can say that, if you talk about security, it's a entire university security is one thing, right? But that doesn't mean that, you can do it. So you have to break it down in various level. Now, typically when we do it, there is one top priority job, which is ethical hacking or penetration testing or vulnerability assessment, VAPT, penetration tester, that's what we say, which is basically a job profile where you learn how to hack, but you don't use it for malicious or wrong purposes. You actually use it for ethical hacking, because you get hired for other people who want to test their application. So tomorrow, let's say I have an application, I will look for some tester or somebody who has knowledge of this kind of security knowledge, and I'll ask him, can you please test my application and see, is there any vulnerability there which I should fix? So security testing is a good opportunity, and most of the jobs I definitely see there. DevOps security is another thing, because everything is going on cloud, right? Cloud infra. So Docker, Kubernetes, you talk about, whatever. I think Mohit can talk about more about that. Infrastructure and DevOps security, cloud security, these are the big thing is coming.
Correct.
Third category is obviously AI, machine learning into security also. Analysis, data analysis in security. So how you can applicable and build it more from automation point of view. How you can automate various, security thing, nitty-gritty of security. So can you actually using AI or anything to automate certain areas of security? Okay, there's a power cut in my area, but I can talk. So I'm just an invisible man, invisible security. That's
not a problem.
So last but not the least is as a developer, if you know security, that is also very important, because secure coding is also a concept. When you are writing code and you are actually pushing the code to my repository, right? You're working for me. I will always be cautious about, are you writing the code which leads to a vulnerability, or are you writing a code which is basically a very secure code, right? So that way, secure coding practices is very important, and you can learn some courses on that. So tomorrow, I just can be very honest from my company. Let's say if I have to hire a developer, I get one normal developer versus another developer which says, I know how to do secure coding. I will definitely give privilege to that person, because that guy knows how to build something securely. That's my answer.
Yeah, I think security in terms of even coding, and security even in terms of, I think ethics also matter a lot. And as you mentioned, DevOps, sir, even I have worked in DevOps like for around 1.5 and all the terms that is said, be it Docker, or be it anything. So that was also one form of secured, like we were actually providing our code to the client in a very secured manner, where there was no chance of, code getting corrupted or anything like that. And as developers also, we were asked to write the code in a proper format. There's this code format, code language that you have to follow. So again, just I think a little bit of small things here and there quickly, if an engineer is doing, that would really make his career, and that would really help him grow. And last but not the least, to my beautiful panelists who are very informative, last question we have by Deepam Amira. She's asking, just a second, yeah, she's asking, he or she is asking, with the upcoming automation in almost all sectors, humans are becoming obsolete in various industries. This shift is worth in it in the long run, or wall e-world is imminent?
Okay, I can take up that question. So, so the understanding here is humans are not going to be obsolete. Automation is going to be there, but it is also going to be through various process which humans can still do. They don't. The Wall-E world is not currently possible. It's going to be many I guess decades later. Yeah, but the idea here is we should not even neglect that, right? For example, people are trying to reach on Mars, right? And before humans landing on Mars, it would be much easier for an automation device or a robot to be there and figure out the feasibility of humans reaching out there. So the whole idea is we have to be in sync with the human and the what I should say, not the automation, the e-world which is currently existing to be together. No one can individually live together, because the idea is everyone wants to grow, right? If we are targeting to land on Mars, like, then it's like something which we are thinking of the future, and everyone should think of the future. So the short answer to this question will be the Wall-E world is not going to be soon, and we should be ready to live our world with various automation devices, right? So now if you see, Alexa is a very important part of some of the people's life, right? You ask Alexa to anything and they do it. But the idea here is we keep on adding different skill sets to Alexa, right? Now Alexa can speak in different languages using Hindi, Telugu, and other languages. And that is possible because we as engineers were able to add that functionality to it. So we are always needed there, right? We are, as the individuals, are going to train those devices. Those devices are not going to automatically train. So humans are always needed. And even these automation devices are needed because that is going to help your life improve, right? You want to live in a world where everything is very awesome, right? That is the whole end goal of everyone. Everyone wants to live that life. So these automation devices are going to help you in the long run, and we should be very positive about it. See, because being positive is going to help. Being negative doesn't help to anyone. And I guess COVID-19 has taught us that very easily. So I would say we should not worry about that, and we should be living in sync with that world and our world together.
Okay, great. I think my audience who is constantly with us on YouTube is must be really satisfied with your answer, Mohit. And we really have to be positive about whatever is happening and use the devices, utilities, as sir mentioned, to our best practice. And Pushpak sir and Tamagna sir, I would want your insight on the above question.
Okay, maybe Tamagna, you first.
Okay, thank you, sir. See, I'll just put it in a very simple word. Okay, when there was no Ola Uber, didn't you commute? You did commute, right? You used to go to from one place to another. Then Ola Uber came, right? When Ola Uber came, we still survived. The same way, let's say, before there was no car, there used to be, let's say, these horses on our street, right? We now see it in movies. Now when the car came, right, vehicles came, did we actually probably completely went out of the job? No, right? It's all about adaptability, right? How you adapt to the new things. So when probably same thing, same way, right? When let's say the new technology came, it will I will say it will deprecate the existing technology. However, it will create a new era or new dimension of jobs, new dimension of creative opportunities. Now it's matter as an individual, it's your matter. Do you want to stick to your, I don't know, for whatever reason, it could be your ego, it could be your not ability of, learning something new, or it could be probably your social dilemma. Do you really want to adapt to the situation, accept it and move on and learn new technology and just survive? Or do you want to stick to it and probably, you just probably, eventually, gonna get obsolete, right? So same thing in the IT world also in terms of programming languages. When you started, I learned Python, not Python, sorry, Fortran. I learned COBOL. Those languages no longer these days together, right? But if I had, I probably say that no, as a developer, I love COBOL and I no longer gonna learn any other new technology. I'll only survive to COBOL, right? I won't be probably where I am today, right? So you have to adapt and move on. And survival is all about that. So if you actually take it, just accept and kind of adapt. I think that would be the way of going forward, because every new thing will bring some negative deprecation as well as it will bring new opportunity also. So over to you, sir. So yeah.
Yeah. So again, I somehow have a fascination for foundations. So I would like to say that Industry 4.0 is really the key term, and Industry 4.0 is industry plus understanding digital and understanding data. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a foundational point. Another foundational point is consider this: what is easier, a doctor learning IT or an IT professional learning medicine? Okay, just think about this. So so you see, a specialist in a particular area acquiring IT skill is a much easier situation than an IT trained person acquiring the knowledge, concept, skill of an established discipline, let's say mechanical engineering, medicine, surgery, and so on. So now, when this new mode, the new mode of working, like digital, when this is making its appearance, many different fields have to adapt to this change. There is no doubt that some of the personnel will fall by the wayside. They will have to, they will have to be in difficulty if they don't adapt. So as Tabakna said, adaptability is the key word here. So if we look at the yesteryears when trains first came, the runners who used to take mails from one village to another, from one city to another, they lost their job. Yes, okay. So they had, because this postal service now became possible because of the trains. The trains used to carry mails, couriers used to be carried by planes, and so on. So new mode of transportation actually changed or eliminated a particular profession. You would probably hear that the truck driving in USA, truck driving on highways, is an endangered profession. So also is the profession endangered profession. So also is the profession of radiologists, apparently, because there are automatic systems, image processing softwares, AI softwares, who look at the X-ray plate and then make the diagnosis. But endangering is not the right word here. A radiologist can enormously augment their capability if they're IT aware, and they make use of this automation as their assistants, So they should know how to use this new machinery. So adaptability is the name of the game, and understand that every profession will have to acquire the IT skill, and some transformation in the society will happen. So adaptability and reskilling are the keywords here.
Okay. Yeah. I put it out in a very beautiful manner. And Tamagna sir, you really gave a very nice insight that, we really have to be flexible. And sir asked that we really have to be adaptable to whatever is happening. Let me be brutally honest that, there are two things here. First thing, the companies or the IT industry is really not going to stop. There are going to be things which are just unimaginable and beyond our thinking capacity that would happen in 5 years or 10 years or maybe 2 years or maybe tomorrow. We don't know. The IT industry is really not going to stop. So as a person sitting here, the best that we can do is just contribute to it. The second thing is, let's be sure that we are humans. COVID has taught us this thing that, even if even if you're at home, you might be home for a week, 2 week, month, there will come a time that you would want that human to human touch and, just want that interaction. You would want that physical meeting of people. COVID has really taught us that. So even now we know that as a core human being, we know what are our values, our elements, and what do we want. So our nature is not going to change as a human. Nobody's going to come and change us as a human, and that we will still be doing a lot of things. And second, we stop the development that's happening. We can actually be a contributor to really just use whatever we have at our disposal. So yeah, I think Mohit sir, Pushpak sir, Tamagna sir, I think we are moving towards the end of today's session. I can actually, see a lot of information coming, questions coming, and a lot of appreciation for you three guys coming on the YouTube chat box. But I think we are just short of time. My apology to everybody who was waiting for a lot of questions, but we are time bounded, guys. We have a lot of things lined up for you guys in the coming hour. So I would give my sincere gratitude and my sincere thanks for taking out time to Mohit sir, Pushpak sir, and Tamagna sir. And my sincere gratitude to my audience who is watching us online and who is, blessing us with all the beautiful comments and very, very beautiful. Thank you, Prathamesh, Manisha, Odin, Guneet, Megh, Rajesh, Thakur, Manas, Takshay, Ishika. There are so many names, there are so many comments. We all are really overwhelmed with everything. So yeah, thank you so much. And the team at the backstage, Sudiksha, are you there? Sudiksha, are you there? So I think we are good to go. And yeah, I would just call this panel a day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you, guys.
See you soon. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Take it
I'll
in.
just I'll take it in.
Am I live, Principal ma'am?
You are live. You can
Principal
start.
ma'am? Principal ma'am?
Aditi, she's going to join on 6:30. She's going
Okay,
to
I'm sorry.
join.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll start now. We'll start now. Aditi, go.
Welcome, Principal ma'am, Dr. Shubha Pandit, our Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta, and Mr. Santosh Halavle, the guest for this event. A very good evening to one and all present here. This evening is certainly good because after a successful run of 2 days, we have finally reached the end of Abhiyantriki 2020. When the idea of a virtual fest was put forth to all, it initially cracked laughter in few, while the other was skeptical. Well, how will be a virtual fest conducted in this situation? But today, here we are. The answer lies in front of you. You have seen and witnessed it for yourself. Each event, each session, each expo crafted with such finesse that Abhiyantriki 2020 was successful in making many records. And it would certainly go down history as a source of inspiration for years to come on how we built a fest of such great magnitude virtually. But the show is not over yet. We have one final grand event for you. Launch of Indro 4.0. Yes, you heard it right. The launch of India's very own commercial humanoid robot, Indro. Indro 4.0, or the latest version of Indro, is a machine-based humanoid programmed to provide the user physical experience of a robot. Indro has been upgraded to an autonomous robot developed on AI platform. The architecture of Indro 4.0 uses machine intelligence mechanisms and machine learning algorithms. This humanoid can perform all the actions that we humans can perform. So here we present to the world for the first time from the eyes of Abhiyantriki 2020, Indro 4.0, a humanoid robot that will hit the commercial markets globally after launching today at Abhiyantriki. Mr. Santosh Halavle, the innovator of Indro 4.0, who believes in the motto, if you want people to believe your ideas, they have to be first manifested into reality. Mr. Santosh is the founder CEO of Indro Robotech Private Limited, OEM, Original Equipment Manufacturers of Service Robots. He has created AI humanoids, and they are as follows: Indro in 2016, Prime in 2016, Indro 2.0 in 2017, Indro 3.0 in 2018, UVO in 2018, Indro 4.0 in 2020, DMR S1 in 2020, MSR S1 in 2020, SR 100 in 2020, and designed 48 identical innovations in 19 years of R&D. What an accomplishment! I now hand over to Santosh sir, who shall demonstrate Indro 4.0 live in front of us.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. So what you're seeing on the right side of me is Intro 4.0. So basically, 4.0 is the fourth version of my humanoid. It all started in 2007. The whole research started in 2007, where I started building the first humanoid robot. I about after 2 years of working on it, it was a failure. After that, I gave my second attempt. Again, after 2 years, it was a failure. So after three failed attempts and almost 6 years of time. The fourth time I made Inro 1. It was made in 2016, the first version. It was a very basic humanoid robot at that time, all known as India's tallest humanoid robot. Uh, After that, it was no looking back. I upgraded that Intro to Intro 2.0, and later I was not actually satisfied with the upgrade, so I decided to make a whole new humanoid robot. So I made Intro 3.0. So I'll just do one thing. I'll show you what Intro 3.0 is. I guess a lot of people would already be knowing Intro 3.0. What you can see here on the left side is Intro 3.0, just behind DMR S1, what you just heard about. So this is Intro 3.0. This was built in 2018. Guys, I'm audible, right? I can continue? Just give me a signal so I can continue. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can.
That's cool. So this is Intro 3.0, which was built in the year 2018. It was based on machine learning AI. So Intro 3.0 was a prototype. So before you make a product, you have to make a prototype. And you have to test the prototype really aggressively so that you're sure that your product is going to be a success. What happens in the research industry is that people are very impatient. Once they develop a prototype, they are in a hurry to get the product in the market. And because it is not tested properly, the product is a failure. So this is something I didn't want to do. That's why I gave a whole 2 years in testing Intro 3.0. It was tested rigorously. Intro 3.0 has been to almost more than 30 IITs and NITs all over India. So it has traveled all India. It has done more than 120 events all over India. So that will be like 1.5 lakh kilometers of traveling. Of course, I would like to also tell you that it has also been to KJ Samoya Tech Fest, I guess last year. And after all this testing, I decided to make a commercial humanoid robot because Intro 3.0 was a prototype. So what you're seeing here, I'll just give you a small demonstration because see, again, I'll tell you, Intro 4.0 is under development. It is not fully developed. As you can see from the looks, the robot is not fully developed. It's still under development. So this is a more commercial version of a humanoid robot. So when I say commercial version, means what? See, when somebody is buying a humanoid robot, the very first thing it should be serviceable because prototypes are not serviceable. If something goes wrong and if you need a couple of days or a week to fix it, that's not a product. In case of 4.0, if something goes wrong, if you have a issue, if you have a breakdown, you can fix this robot in a matter of 5 to 10 minutes. I'm serious about it. 5 to 10 minutes, maximum 15 minutes. That's the only time you need to fix this robot. That's how smartly it is built. Again, I tell you, when you're making a humanoid robot, the very crucial component in a humanoid robot is the servo motor. You've heard about a servo motor, right? You've heard about the servo motor, right? Servo motors are basically motors that take signal from the computer and they perform a task. So these servo motors are customly built. Again, these servo motors are serviceable. So if you have a maintenance or a breakdown in these servo motors, you can actually fix them in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes because these are custom made servo motors built inside my laboratory. So this gives an advantage of serviceability. This gives an advantage of low cost. This gives an advantage where the robot can be serviced in a matter of few minutes because in other cases, it's something like if you have any such issue, you will have to depend on the imports. You'll have to wait for that particular component to be imported. This is what I worked on. I worked on innovation from scratch. So 95% of Inro 4.0 is custom built. It's built from scratch right inside our laboratory. Only 5 to 6% of the components, which are, for example, the microcomputer and a few sensors and chips, are imported. So that's the advantage of Intro 4.0. Now, coming back to DMR S1, as you can see here, if you see this robot here on the left side, basically it's a rover. It's a very sturdy rover, and you can see it has got an arm. It has got a 8-axis arm into it. So this robot, the funny part about this robot is this was built in the lockdown period. Yeah, exactly. I started working on DMR. So when I say DMR, it means disaster management robot. That's the full form of this robot. So basically, this robot was designed way long back, but when a situation like Corona came, which is nothing less than a disaster, I thought of making this robot. That's the reason I stopped working on 4.0 and I focused my attention on disaster management robot DMR S1. It's S1 means it's size 1. So we'll be having three sizes S1, S2, and S3. So that's going to be this is the smallest size what you're seeing. We'll be having a size 2 and size 3 in DMR. So what DMR can do is it's a disaster management robot. This robot can be controlled via IoT. Situations like like a fire or a security surveillance. Let's say if you want to defuse a bomb, many things like these can be done by DMR. What you're seeing on the left side of you. So that's what DMR is about. And this was built in the lockdown period with whatever components and whatever equipment I had in my laboratory. I made it inside my laboratory in the lockdown period. So that's DMR S1. Now coming back to Intro 4.0. Okay, why a humanoid robot? Why indigenously made humanoid robot? What is the market in India? Do we really need a humanoid robot in a country like India where we already have cheap labors and things like that? See, the thing is, of course, we don't need it, but still there is a need for humanoid robots at some level, and you must be seeing that in a few restaurants or a few companies are importing the Chinese-made robots. So my idea was to give these guys a competition instead of buying robots from China, whatever the requirement be, maybe less or more. But my idea was to give a competition to these Chinese companies. That's the reason I came up with 4.0, the commercial version of a humanoid robot. Apart from this, I have uh, MSR coming soon, very soon. I will be updating about you in the next couple of weeks or maybe 3 weeks. I will be updating about MSR. It means multiple service robot. So basically, this robot is being specifically built to take care of multiple service jobs. Starting from it can do like it can serve you, it can do laborious tasks like drilling, cutting, painting, cleaning. It can even give a person a full head to toe body massage. That's how exciting MSR is. It's a very complex robot. It's built on an industrial platform. The servo motors used in MSR are industrial. So this robot can work 365 days, almost 24 hours a day without heating up, without having any major servicing or breakdown. That's how it is built. So I'll be soon updating about MSR very soon. Apart from that, I also have SR, that's security robot. So if you see the current situation right now, the COVID situation, we would certainly be needing robots like these because now people would be more dependent on machines because uh, there's a kind of a environment where people are looking at less human interaction, less whatever things can be done by machines are be given preference. So security robot is about that. So security robot would be basically a robot which will be taking care of your indoor and outdoor security. So let's say you have break in, somebody breaks into your house, the robot would be right inside your house to take care of the situation. That's how it is built. I'll not say much about SR because it's still in a very initial phase. But soon, once it is done, I'll keep you updated about that. Hello. So, if you have any questions, you can ask me. That was all about Indro 3.0, Indro, DMR, S, and MSR. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I guess it was audible, right? We didn't have any issues with that, right? Aditi? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aditi.
Amazing demonstration of the robots, sir. And like, I wish we could have humanoid robots help us doing our assignments.
Uh-huh.
So thank you so much, Santosh
Uh-huh.
sir, for this amazing
Uh-huh.
demonstration. And we are very grateful to you for choosing Abhiyantriki 2020 as a platform to launch Indro 4.0, your latest creation. Now we'll be having some exciting questions from our audience, and it will be really great if you can answer them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. Yeah, you can ask.
The first question is, what inspired you to make Indro 1.0?
That's a really nice question. See, I'll take some time to answer this question because, uh, when I am from a different generation, I'm 40 years old. Okay, so when I was 9 years old, at that time, I haven't even heard the word robot. So the first time I heard the word robot was when I was 9 years old or 10 years old. Uh, there was this Japanese serial which used to come on the television, in the black and white television, Giant Robot. So that was my first introduction to the word robot, and I was fascinated at that time with these robots. So and in 2000, in the year 2000, when I was let's say 20-year old, I came to know about a CMO. Do you know about a CMO? Anybody here? Do you know about? Have you heard about a CMO, humanoid robot? It's the first humanoid robot in the world, actually. A first biped means walking humanoid robot in the world. So that was launched in 2000, year 2000, by Honda. So that was my inspiration towards humanoids. I was fascinated when I saw that robot, and that day I decided that I would be making something like this, and that's where my journey began, research journey began till date, which is almost 20 years now.
That's great to know. That's great to know. So my next question for you is, what, in your opinion, is the future of robotics in India?
That's a nice question. See, a lot of people say that India has got so many unemployed people, so many people, who are ready to work with just a couple of hundred rupees a day, cheap labor. And what are robots going to do here with all these already available labor and all that? But I'll tell you, see, you have to look at China now. What China has done is, though, despite of being a very overpopulated country like us, they have adopted automation and robotics, and they have combined the automation and robotics with their already big population. And what they're doing right now, as you can see, the way they are producing, the way they are manufacturing, and the way they have dominated the market. This is exactly what we need to do. That's exactly what we need to do. We have to manufacture more than what we need right now. So yes, we have a very bright future in terms of robotics because we have highly intellectual people, students who are good at programming. One place where we are lagging is the hardware part. We are really doing great in the software part. We are doing great because to develop a software, what you need is a computer, internet connection, and space. That's all you need. But if you want to develop a hardware, something like this, you need complex piece of machinery. You need a lot of equipment. You need a lot of investment. You need a lot of time, energy, everything. So this is something we need to focus upon right now. We need to work at the hardware level, where we can manufacture these robots, and these robots will help us, become a developed country. That's where we need to focus.
Well said, sir. Sir, could you show us some more working of the robot?
See, I'm actually right now, as I told you, Intro 4.2 is in a development phase. So, it's in an under development phase. So, as of now, as you can see, the number of axes, which I'm showing you right now, axis, right? Axis means degrees of freedom. So, basically, your robot is being categorized by how many degrees of freedom it has, functional freedom it has. So, basically, 4.0 has got similar is going to have similar degree of freedom as Intro 3.0. So as you can see, you can go till here. It has got a pivot. You can see the pivot can move like this. It can bend. It can go straight. It can. I'll give you some live demonstration also. One second. So right now it's in an under development phase. So I cannot show you a lot of actions. Right now only the right hand is functional of Intro 4.0, where I could just show you a few basic things what it can do. But once it is fully developed, it will be able to do a lot of cool things, way more cooler than what Intro 3.0 is capable of.
Okay, sir. So how do you compare these to the top companies like ABB and MakerBot?
See, ABB is specialized in making industrial robots. So basically, industrial robots have 6 axis, 4 axis, and at the most 7 axis. Humanoid robots, on the other side, they have more axes, number of axes. Because if you just look at our body, we have almost 70 to 80 axis, degrees of freedom. So this robot is having 47 axis. So comparing it with something like ABB would not be fair, because these companies have a lot of investment, a lot of budgets, and they are into this industry for really long time. So comparison would not be a very fair thing to do. But yes, in the coming years, we would surely catch up with them. I'm sure about it.
Okay, that's great to know, sir. And all the best to you for that.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
So the next question is, talking about the industrial robot you have just made, how did you get the idea of making it?
See, like I told you, I'm already finished working on MSR, multiple service robot, which is actually sort of an industrial robot. It's a robot. If you've heard about SCARA robot, it's based on that technology. So it's basically a SCARA robot, which is engineered on a very complex rover. So the robot can move, plus it can do things with its arm. So you can program it for, like I told you, various things. Like it can paint a house, it can polish a car, it can wash a car, it can give a full body massage, it can serve you tea, coffee, whatever. Uh, it can drill things, it can unscrew things, it can open a door. So, the applications are unlimited, you would say, because whatever you can do with your hand, the robot would be capable of doing that too with a very high precision.
Okay.
So that's, and again, I'll tell you, industrial robots are bolted to a place, if you know about it. Industrial robots are bolted at a place. So whatever task they are doing, it's within that particular area. But MSR, which is sort of an industrial robot, which is engineered on a rover, so it has got mobility. So it can really take care of a very large area. It can do things in a larger area. So it's more useful than an industrial robot, I would say.
Okay. So, if possible, could you tell us the most complex action Indra 4.0 can perform?
See, as I told you, it's still in a development phase. So complex. When I talk about complexity, as you must have seen the video of Intro 3.0, the kind of task it is capable of doing, like picking up things, shaking hands, doing a finger count, which I think is already pretty cool for a indigenously made robot. It's 47 axis. So of course, 4.0 is a further version of that. 4.0 is the things that I took care in 4.0 were that whatever shortcomings I saw in 3.0, for example, 3.0 was slower. So 4.0 is faster than 3.0. It's more silent than 3.0. It's serviceable. It's got more torque. So these are the things that I improvised in 4.0. Again, it's having a much better microprocessor, much better electronics, much better battery backup, everything much better. But still, it's in a development phase. So it would be fair to talk about it once it is fully ready. What it is actually capable of doing. So it will be actually capable of doing things what you and me can do with our hands and yeah, things like that can do.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for answering all the questions patiently. And I'm sure each and every one of you present here are fascinated by seeing the robot, because I truly am. So with this, we come to the end of Abhiyantriki, the very first virtual festival in the history of KJ Somaya College of Engineering. But it isn't truly complete until we thank the pillars that bore Abhiyantriki all along and helped it achieve such mammoth milestones. Abhiyantriki 2020 was brought to you by OnTunes and powered by MedPlus. We thank them and all our sponsors for their support in helping us engineer this humongous festivity. Thank you, Principal Ma'am, Dr. Shubha Pandit, and Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Sudha Gupta, in helping us organize this festival so well. We extend our thanks to Manish Pote sir, and also we thank the primal elements that helped us conduct the event, the Somaya Data Center and the website development team. Finally, we invite our principal, Dr. Shubha Pandit, to say a few words and declare Abhiyantriki 2020 officially closed.
Thank you, Aditi. And it is amazing to see the number of new activities that you have introduced and kept the audience, wondering what next is coming. Each of it was very nice. And I also saw this robo, which has been developed and demonstrated, truly amazing. So I'm sure all those who attended last 2 days how good it is, even though it was a challenge to make it virtual. I would like to thank the Student Council for maintaining the quality and the innovative nature of our festival, and in fact, raising it a little higher than normal. I would like to thank Dr. Sudha Gupta, who's been a constant support, I know very well, and of course, our SVV IT team to give you all the necessary support in conduction of this humongous task, as you have rightly said. So with these words, I would like to declare Abhiyantriki Festival of 2020 to be closed, and I'm once again thanking every one of you who made it and made this as a success. Thank you so much.
Here we end the Abhiyantriki 2020. Hope to see you all in Abhiyantriki 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all the team.